Preface to Influences of Geographic Environment by Ellen Churchill Semple. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information on a volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Harvey. Influences of Geographic Environment on the basis of Ratzel's system of Anthropo-Geography by Ellen Churchill Semple, author of American History and Geographic Conditions. Copyright 1911 by Henry Holt & Company. To the memory of Friedrich Ratzel. Hither as to their fountain other stars repairing in their golden urns store light. Milton. Preface. The present book, as originally planned over 7 years ago, was to be a simplified paraphrase or restatement of the principles embodied in Friedrich Ratzel's Anthropo-Geography. The German work is difficult reading even for Germans. To most English and American students of Geographic Environment, it is a closed book, a treasure house bolted and barred. Ratzel himself realized that any English form could not be a literal translation, but must be adapted to the Anglo-Celtic and especially to the Anglo-American mind. The writer undertook, with Ratzel's approval, to make such an adapted restatement of the principles, with a view to making them pass current where they are now unknown. But the initial stages of the work revealed the necessity of a radical modification of the original plan. Ratzel performed the great service of placing Anthropo-Geography on a secure scientific basis. He had his forerunners in Montesquieu, Alexander von Humboldt, Buckle, Ritter, Kohl, Peschel, and others. But he first investigated the subject from the modern scientific point of view, constructed his system according to the principles of evolution, and based his conclusions on worldwide inductions, for which his predecessors did not command the data. To this task he brought thorough training as a naturalist, broad reading and travel, a profound and original intellect, and amazing fertility of thought. Yet the field which he had chosen was so vast, and its material so complex, that even his big mental grasp could not wholly compass it. His conclusions, therefore, are not always exhaustive or final. Moreover, the very fecundity of his ideas often left him no time to test the validity of his principles. He enunciates one brilliant generalization after another. Sometimes he reveals the mind of a seer or poet, throwing out conclusions which are highly suggestive, on the face of them convincing, but which, on examination, prove untenable, or at best must be set down as unproven or needing qualification. But these were just the slag from the great furnace of his mind, slag not always worthless. Brilliant and far-reaching as were his conclusions, he did not execute a well-ordered plan. Rather, he grew with his work and its problems grew with him. He took a mountain-top view of things, kept his eyes always on the far horizon, and in the splendid sweep of his scientific conceptions sometimes overlooked the details near at hand. Herein lay his greatness and his limitation. These facts brought the writer face to face with a serious problem. Ratzel's work needed to be tested, verified. The only solution was to go over the whole field from the beginning, making research for the data as from the foundation, and checking off the principles against the facts. This was especially necessary because it was not always obvious that Ratzel had based his inductions on sufficiently broad data, and his published work had been open to the just criticism of an adequate citation of authorities. It was imperative, moreover, that any investigation of geographic environment for the English-speaking world should meet its public well supported both by facts and authorities, because that public had not previously known a Ritter or a Peschel. The writer's own investigation revealed the fact that Ratzel's principles of Anthropo-Geography did not constitute a complete, well-proportioned system. Some aspects of the subject had been developed exhaustively, these of course the most important, but others had been treated inadequately. Others were merely a hint or an inference, and yet others were represented by a hiatus. It became necessary, therefore, to work up certain important themes with a thoroughness commensurate with their significance, to reduce the scale of others, and to fill up certain gaps with original contributions to the science. Always it was necessary to clarify the original statement where that was adhered to, and to throw it into the concrete form of expression demanded by the Anglo-Saxon mind. One point more. The organic theory of society instead permits the Anthropo-Geography, because Ratzel formulated his principles at a time when Herbert Spencer exercised a wide influence upon European thought. This theory, now generally abandoned by sociologists, had to be eliminated from any restatement of Ratzel's system, though it was applied in the original often in great detail. It stood there, nevertheless, rather as a scaffolding around the finished edifice, and the stability of the structure after the scaffolding is removed shows how extraneous to the whole it was. The theory performed, however, a great service in impressing Ratzel's mind with a life-giving connection between land and people. The writer's own method of research has been to compare typical peoples of all races and all stages of cultural development living under similar geographic conditions. If these peoples of different ethnic stocks but similar environments manifested similar or related social, economic, or historical development, it was reasonable to infer that such similarities were due to environment and not to race. Thus, by extensive comparison, the race factor in these problems of two unknown quantities was eliminated for certain large classes of social and historical phenomena. The writer, moreover, had purposely avoided definitions, formulas, and the enunciation of hard and fast rules, and has refrained from any effort to delimit the field or define the relation of this new science of anthropogeography to the older sciences. It is unwise to put tight clothes on a growing child. The eventual form and scope of the science, the definition and organization of its material must evolve gradually after long years and many efforts of many workers in the field. The external flux of nature runs through an anthropo-geography and wards against precipitate or rigid conclusions, but its laws are nonetheless well-founded because they do not lend themselves to mathematical finality of statement. For this reason, the writer speaks of geographic factors and influences, shuns the word geographic determinant, and speaks with extreme caution of geographic control. The present volume is offered to the public with a deep sense of its inadequacy, with the realization that some of its principles may have to be modified or their emphasis altered after wider research, but also with the hope that this effort may make the way easier for the scholar who shall some day write the ideal treatise on anthropogeography. In my work on this book, I have only one person to thank, the great master who was my teacher and friend during his life, and after his death, my inspiration. Ellen Churchill Semple, Louisville, Kentucky, January 1911. End of Preface. Section 1 of Influences of Geographic Environment by Ellen Churchill Semple. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 1. The Operation of Geographic Factors in History. Man a product of the Earth's surface. Man is a product of the Earth's surface. This means not merely that he is a child of the Earth, dust of her dust, but that the Earth has mothered him, fed him, set him tasks, directed his thoughts, confronted him with difficulties that have strengthened his body and sharpened his wits, given him his problems of navigation or irrigation, and at the same time whispered hints for their solution. She has entered into his bone and tissue, into his mind and soul. On the mountains she has given him leg muscles of iron to climb the slope. Along the coast she has left these weak and flabby, but given him instead vigorous development of chest and arm to handle his paddle or oar. In the river valley she attaches him to the fertile soil, circumscribes his ideas and ambitions by a dull round of calm, exacting duties, narrows his outlook to the cramped horizon of his farm. Upon the wind-swept plateaus, in the boundless stretch of the grassland and the waterless tracts of the desert, where he roams with his flocks from pasture to pasture and oasis to oasis, where life knows much hardship but escapes the grind of drudgery, where the watching of grazing herd gives him leisure for contemplation and the wide-ranging life of a big horizon. His ideas take on a certain gigantic simplicity. Religion becomes monotheism, God becomes one, unrivaled, like the sand of the desert and the grass of the steppe, stretching on and on without break or charge, chewing over and over the cud of his simple belief as the one food of his unfed mind. His faith becomes fanaticism. His big spatial ideas, born of that ceaseless regular wandering, outgrow the land that bred them, and bear their legitimate fruit in wide imperial conquests. Man can no more be scientifically studied apart from the ground which he tills, or the lands over which he travels, or the seas over which he trades, than polar bear or desert cactus can be understood apart from its habitat. Man's relation to his environment are infinitely more numerous and complex than those of the most highly organized plant or animal. So complex are they that they constitute a legitimate and necessary object of special study. The investigation which they receive in anthropology, ethnology, sociology, and history is piecemeal and partial, limited as to the race, cultural development, epoch, country, or variety of geographic conditions taken into account. Here are all these sciences together with history, so far as history undertakes to explain the causes of events, fail to reach the satisfactory solution of their problems, largely because the geographic factor which enters into them all has not been thoroughly analyzed. Man has been so noisy about the way he has conquered nature, and nature has been so silent in her persistent influence over man that the geographic factor in the equation of human development has been overlooked. Stability of geographic factors in history. In every problem of history, there are two main factors, variously stated as heredity and environment: man and his geographic conditions, the eternal force of race, and the external force of habitat. Now, the geographic element in the long history of human development has been operating strongly and operating persistently. Herein lies its importance. It is a stable force. It never sleeps. This natural environment, this physical basis of history, is for all intents and purposes immutable in comparison with the other factor in the problem: shifting, plastic, progressive, retrogressive man. Persistent effect of remoteness. History tends to repeat itself, largely owing to this steady, unchanging geographic element. If the ancient Roman consul in faraway Britain often assumed an independence of action and initiative unknown in the provincial governors of Gaul, and if, centuries later, Roman Catholicism in England maintained a similar independence towards the Holy See, both facts have their cause in the remoteness of Britain from the centre of political or ecclesiastical power in Rome. If the independence of the Roman consul in Britain was duplicated later by the attitude of the 13 colonies toward England, and again with the young republic by the headstrong self-reliance, impatient of government authority, which characterized the early trans-Allegheny commonwealths in their aggressive Indian policy, and led them to make war and conclude treaties for the cessation of land like sovereign states, and if this attitude of independence in the over-mountain men reappeared in a spirit of political defection, looking towards succession from the Union and a new combination with their British neighbour on the Great Lakes or the Spanish beyond the Mississippi, these are all the identical effects of geographical remoteness, made yet more remote by barriers of mountain and sea. This is the long reach which weakens the arm of authority, no matter what the race or country or epoch. Effect of proximity. As with geographical remoteness, so it is with geographical proximity. The history of the Greek peninsula and the Greek people, because of their location at the threshold of the Orient, has contained a constantly recurring Asiatic element. This comes out most often as a note of warning, like the motif of Ortrud in the opera of Lohengrin. It mingles ominously in every chorus of Hellenic enterprise or a paean of Hellenic victory, and finally swells into a national dirge at the Turkish conquest of the peninsula. It comes out in the legendary history of the Argonautic expedition and the Trojan War, in the arrival of Phoenician Cadmus and Phrygian Pelops in Grecian lands, in the appearance of Tyrian ships on the coast of the Peloponnesus, where they gathered the purple-yielding murex and kidnapped Greek women. It appears more conspicuously in the Asiatic sources of Greek culture, more dramatically in the Persian Wars, in the retreat of Xenophon's 10,000, in Alexander's conquest of Asia, and Hellenic domination of Asiatic trade, through Syria to the Mediterranean. Again, in the 13th century, the lure of the Levantine trade led Venice and Genoa to appropriate certain islands and promontories of Greece as commercial bases nearer to Asia. In 1396, begins the absorption of Greece into the Asiatic empire of the Turks, the long dark eclipse of sunny Hellas, till it issues from the shadow in 1832 with the advancement of Greek independence. Persistent effect of natural barriers. If the factor is not one of geographical location, but a natural barrier, such as a mountain system or a desert, its effect is just as persistent. The upheaved mass of the Carpathians served to divide the westward moving tide of the Slavs into two streams, diverting one into the maritime plain of northern Germany and Poland, the other into the channel of the Danube Valley, which guided them to the Adriatic and the foot of the Alps. This same range checked the westward advance of the mounted Tartar hordes. The Alps long retarded Roman expansion into Central Europe, just as they delayed and obstructed the southward advance of the northern barbarians. Only through the partial breaches into the wall known as passes did the Alps admit small divided bodies of the invaders, like the Cimbri and Teutons, who arrived therefore with weakened power and at intervals, so that the Roman forces had time to gather their strength between successive attacks, and thus prolonged the life of the declining empire. So in the Middle Ages, the Alpine barrier facilitated the resistance of Italy to the German emperors trying to enforce their claim upon this ancient seat of the Holy Roman Empire. It was by river-worn valleys leading to passes in the ridge that Etruscan trader, Roman legion, barbarian horde, and German army crossed the Alpine ranges. Today, well-made highways and railroads converge upon these valley paths and summit portals, and going is easier. But the Alps still collect their toll. Now an added ton of coal consumed by engines and its higher freight rates, instead of the ancient imposts of physical exhaustion paid by pack animals and heavily accoutrements soldier. Formerly these mountains barred the weak and timid. Today they bar the poor, and forbid transit to all merchandise of large bulk and small value which cannot pay the heavy transportation charges. Similarly, the wide barrier of the Rockies, prior to the opening of the first overland railroad, excluded all but strong-limbed and strong-hearted pioneers from the fertile valleys of California and Oregon, just as it excludes coal and iron even from the Colorado mines, and checks the free movement of laborers into the fields and factories of California, thereby tightening the grip of the labor unions upon Pacific Coast industries. Persistent effect of nature-made highways. As the surface of the earth presents obstacles, so it offers channels for the easy movement of humanity. Grooves whose direction determines the destination of aimless, unplanned migrations, and whose termini become, therefore, regions of historical importance. Along these nature-made highways, history repeats itself. The maritime plain of Palestine has been an established route of commerce and war from the time of Sennacherib to Napoleon. The Danube Valley has admitted to Central Europe a long list of barbarian invaders, covering the period from Attila the Hun to the Turkish besiegers of Vienna in 1683. The history of the Danube Valley has been one of warring throngs, of shifting political frontiers and unassimilated races, but as the river is a great natural highway, every neighbouring state wants to front upon it and strives to secure it as a boundary. The movement of peoples constantly recur to these old grooves. The unmarked path of the voyager's canoe, bringing out pelts from Lake Superior to the fur market at Montreal, is followed today by holdback steamers with their cargoes of Manitoba wheat. Today, the Mohawk Depression through the northern Appalachians diverts some of Canada's trade from the Great Lakes to the Hudson, just as in the 17th century it enabled the Dutch at New Amsterdam, and later the English at Albany, to tap the fur trade of Canada's frozen forests. Formerly a line of stream and portage, it carries now the Erie Canal and New York Central Railroad. Similarly, the narrow level belt of land extending from the mouth of the Hudson to the eastern elbow of the lower Delaware, defining the outer margin of the rough hill country of northern New Jersey and the inner margin of the smooth coastal plain, has been from savage days such a natural thoroughfare. Here ran the trail of the Lenape Indians. A little later, the old Dutch rode between the New Amsterdam and the Delaware trading posts. Yet later, the King's Highway from New York to Philadelphia. In 1838, it became the route of the Delaware and Raritan Canal, and more recently of Pennsylvania Railroad between New York and Philadelphia. The early Aryans, in their gradual dispersion over northwestern India, reached the Arabian Sea chiefly by a route running southward from the Indus-Ganges divide between the eastern border of the Rajputana Desert and the western foot of the Aravalli Hills. The streams flowing down from this range across the thirsty plains unite to form the Luni River, which draws a deadline to the advance of the desert. Here is smooth a well-watered path brought the early Aryans of India to a fertile coast along the Gulf of Cambay. In the palmy days of the Mongol Empire during the 17th century, and doubtless much earlier, it became an established trade route between the sea and the rich cities of the upper Ganges. Recently it determined the line of the Rajputana Railroad from the Gulf of Cambay to Delhi. Barugaza, the ancient seaboard terminus of this route, appears in Pliny's time as the most famous emporium of western India, the resort of Greek and Arab merchants. It reappears later in history with its name metamorphosed to Barosh or Broach, where in 1616 the British established a factory for trade, but is finally superseded under the Portuguese and English rule by nearby Surat. Thus natural conditions fix the channels in which the stream of humanity most easily moves, determine within each limits the direction of its flow, the velocity and volume of its current. Every new flood tends to fit itself approximately into the old banks, seeks first these lines of least resistance, and only when it finds them blocked or pre-emptied does it turn to more difficult paths. Regions of historical similarity. Geographical environment, through the persistence of its influence, acquires peculiar significance. Its effect is not restricted to a given historical event or epoch, but except when temporarily met by some strong counteracting force, tends to make itself felt under the varying guise in all succeeding history. It is the permanent element of the shifting fate of races. Islands now certain fundamental points of agreement, which can be distinguished in the economic, ethnic, and historical development of England, Japan, Melanesia, Fiji, Polynesia, New Zealand, and prehistoric Crete. The great belt of deserts and steppes extending across the Old World gave us a vast territory of rare historical uniformity. From time immemorial, they have born and bred tribes of wandering herdsmen. They have sent out the invading hordes, who, in successive waves of conquest, have overwhelmed the neighbouring river lowlands of Eurasia and Africa. They have given birth in turn to Scythians, Indo-Aryans, Avars, Huns, Saracens, Tartars, and Turks. As to the Tuareg tribes of the Sahara, the Sudanese and Bantu folk of the African grasslands. But whether these various peoples have been Negroes, Hamites, Semites, Indo-Europeans, or Mongolians, they have always been pastoral nomads. The description given by Herodotus of the ancient Scythians is applicable in its main features to the Kyrgyz and Kalmyk who inhabit the Caspian plains today. The environment of this dry grassland operates now to produce the same mode of life and social organization as it did 2,400 years ago. Stamps the cavalry tribes of Cossacks, as it did the mounted Huns, energizes its sons by its dry bracing air, toughens them by its harsh conditions of life, organizes them into a mobilized army, always moving with its pastoral commissariat. Then, when population presses too hard upon the meagre sources of subsistence, when a summer drought burns the pastures and dries up the waterholes, it sends them forth on a mission of conquest to seek abundance in the better watered lands of their agricultural neighbours. Again and again the productive valleys of the Hoango, Indus, Ganges, Tigris and Euphrates, Nile, Volga, Dnieper and Danube have been brought to subjection by the imperious nomads of arid Asia, just as the Ho people of the Niger and Upper Nile have so often been conquered by the herdsmen of the African grasslands. Thus, regardless of race or epoch, Hyksos or Kafir, history tends to repeat itself in these rainless tracts, and involves the better watered districts along their borders when the vast tribal movements extend into these peripheral lands. Climatic influences. Climatic influences are persistent, often obdurate in their control. Arid regions permit agriculture and sedentary life only through irrigation. The economic prosperity of Egypt today depends as completely upon the distribution of the Nile waters as in the days of the pharaohs. An image is displayed on the previous page: density of population in the Eastern Hemisphere and density of population in the Western Hemisphere. The mantle of the ancient Egyptian priests has fallen upon the modern British engineer. Arctic explorers have succeeded only by imitating the life of the Eskimos, adopting their clothes, food, fuel, dwellings, and mode of travel. Intense cold has checked both native and Russian development over that major portion of Siberia lying north of the mean annual isotherm of 0 degrees Celsius, 32 degrees Fahrenheit, and it has had a like effect on the corresponding part of Canada. Compare maps pages 8 and 9. It allows these subarctic lands scant resources and a population of less than 2 to the square mile. Even with the intrusion of white colonial peoples, it perpetuates the savage economy of the native hunting tribes and makes the fur trader their modern exploiter, whether he be the Cossack tribute gatherer of the lower Lena River or the factor of the Hudson Bay Company. The assimilation tends to be ethnic as well as economic, because the severity of the climate excludes the white woman. In the same way, the tropics are a vast melting pot. The debilitating effect of heat and humidity, aided by tropical diseases, soon reduce intruding peoples to the dead level of economic inefficiency, characteristic of the native races. These, as the fittest, survive and tend to absorb the newcomers, pointing to hybridization as a simplest solution of the problem of tropical colonization. The relation of geography to history. The more the comparative method is applied to the study of history, and this includes a comparison not only of different countries, but also of successive epochs in the same country, the more apparent becomes the influence of the soil in which humanity is rooted, the more permanent and necessary is that influence seen to be. Geography's claim to make scientific investigation of the physical conditions of historical events is then vindicated. Which was there first, geography or history? Asks Kant. And then comes his answer. Geography lies at the basis of history. These two are inseparable. History takes for its field of investigation human events in various periods of time. Anthropo-Geography studies existence in various groups of terrestrial space, but all historical development takes place on the Earth's surface, and therefore is more or less molded by its geographic setting. Geography, to reach accurate conclusions, must compare the operation of its factors in different historical periods and at different stages of cultural development. It therefore regards history in no small part as a succession of geographical factors embodied in events. Back of Massachusetts' passionate abolition movement, it sees the Grant soil, the boulder-strewn fields of New England. Back of the South's long fight for the maintenance of slavery, it sees the rich plantations of tidewater Virginia and the teeming fertility of the Mississippi bottomlands. This is the significance of Herder's saying that history is geography set into motion. What is today a fact of geography becomes tomorrow a factor of history. The two sciences cannot be held apart without doing violence to both, without dismembering what is a natural vital whole. All historical problems ought to be studied geographically, and geographic problems must be studied historically. Every map has its date. Those in the Statistical Atlas of the United States showing the distribution of population from 1790 to 1890 embody a massive history as well as geography. A map of France or the Russian Empire has a long historical perspective, and on the other hand, without that map, no change of ethnic or political boundary, no modification in routes of communication, no system of frontier defences or of colonization, no scheme of territorial aggrandizement can be understood. Multiplicity of geographic factors. The study of physical environment as a factor in history was unfortunately brought into disrepute by extravagant and ill-founded generalization, before it became the object of investigation according to modern scientific methods. And even today, principles advanced in the name of Anthropo-Geography are often superficial, inaccurate, based upon a body of data too limited as to space and time, or couched in terms of unqualified statement, which exposes them to criticism or refutation. Investigators in this field, moreover, are prone to get a squint in the eye that makes them see one geographic factor to the exclusion of the rest, whereas it belongs to the very nature of physical environment to combine a whole group of influences, working all at the same time under the law of the resolution of forces. In this plexus of influence, some operate in one direction, and others in another. Now one loses its beneficent effect like a medicine long used or a garment outgrown. Another waxes in power, reinforced by a new geographic factor which has been released from dormancy by the expansion of the known world, or the progress of an invention and of human development. Evolution of geographic relations. These complex geographic influences cannot be analyzed and their strength estimated except from the standpoint of evolution. That is one reason these half-baked geographic principles rest heavy on our mental digestion. They have been formulated without reference to the all-important fact that the geographical relations of man, like his social and political organization, are subject to the law of development. Just as the embryo state found in the primitive Saxon tribe had passed through many phases in attaining the political character of the present British Empire, so every stage in this maturing growth has been accompanied or even preceded by a steady evolution of the geographic relations of the English people. Owing to the evolution of geographic relations, the physical environment favorable to one stage development may be adverse to another, and vice versa. For instance, a small isolated and protected habitat like that of Egypt, Phoenicia, Crete, and Greece encourages the birth and precious growth of civilization. By latter, it may cramp progress and lend the stamp of arrested development to a people who were once the model for all their little world. Open and windswept Russia, lacking these small warm nurseries where nature could cuddle her children, had bred upon its boundless plains a massive, untutored homogeneous, fed upon the crumbs of culture that have fallen from the richer tables of Europe. But that item of area is a variable quantity in the equation. It changes its character at a high stage of cultural development. Consequently, when the Muscovite people, instructed by the example of Western Europe, shall have grown up intellectually, economically, and politically to their big territory, its area will become a great national asset. Russia will become into its own, heir to a long withheld inheritance. Many of its previous geographic disadvantages will vanish, like the disease of childhood, while its massive size will dwarf many previous advantages of its European neighbours. Evolution of world relations. This evolution of geographic relations applies not only to the local environment, but also to the wider world relations of a people. Greeks and Syrians, English and Japanese, take a different rank among the nations of the earth today from that held by their ancestors 2,000 years ago, simply because the world relations of civilized peoples have been steadily expanding since their far-back days of Tyrian and Athenian supremacy. The period of maritime discoveries in the 15th and 16th centuries shifted the foci of the world relations of European states from enclosed seas to the rim of the Atlantic. Venice and Genoa gave way to Cadiz and Lagos, just as 16 centuries before Corinth and Athens had yielded their ascendancy to Rome and Ostia. The keen but circumscribed trade of the Baltic, which gave wealth and historical preeminence to Lübeck and other Hanse towns of northern Germany from the 12th to the 17th century, lost its relative importance when the Atlantic became the maritime field of history. Maritime leadership passed westward from Lübeck and Stralsund to Amsterdam and Bristol as the historical horizon widened. England, prior to this sudden dislocation, lay on the outskirts of civilized Europe, a terminal land, not our focus. The peripheral location which retarded her early development became a source of power when she accumulated sufficient density of population for colonizing enterprises, and when maritime discovery opened a way to transoceanic lands. Meanwhile, local geographic advantages in the old basins remained the same, although they are dwarfed by the development of relatively greater advantages elsewhere. The broken coastline, limited area, and favourable position of Greece make its people today a nation of seamen, and enable them to absorb by their considerable merchant fleet a great part of the trade of the eastern Mediterranean, just as they did in the days of Pericles. But that youthful Aegean world, which once constituted so large a part of the oikoumene, had shrunken to a modest province, and its highways to local paths. The coast cities of northern Germany still maintain a large commerce in the Baltic, but no longer hold the preeminence of the old Hanse towns. The glory of the Venetian Adriatic is gone, but that the sea has still a local significance is proven by the vast sums spent by Austria and Hungary on their handmade harbours of Trieste and Fiume. The analytical geographer, therefore, while studying a given combination of geographic forces, must be prepared for a momentous readjustment and a new interplay after any marked turning point in the economic, cultural, or world relations of a people. Interplay of geographic factors. Skepticism as to the effect of geographic conditions upon human development is apparently justifiable, owing to the multiplicity of the underlying causes and the difficulty of distinguishing between stronger and weaker factors on the one hand, as between permanent and temporary effects on the other. We see the result, but find it difficult to state the equation producing this result. But the important thing is to avoid seizing upon one or two conspicuous geographic elements in the problem of ignoring the rest. The physical environment of a people consists of all the natural conditions to which they have been subjected, not merely a part. Geography admits no single blanket theory. The slow historical development of the Russian folk has been due to many geographic causes, to excessive cold and deficiency of rain, an outskirt location on the Asiatic border of Europe exposed to the attacks of nomadic hordes, a meagre and for the most part ice-bound coast which was slowly acquired, an undiversified surface, a lack of segregated regions where an infant civilization might be cradled, and a vast area of unfenced plains wherein the natural energies spread out thin and dissipated themselves. The better Baltic and Black Sea coasts, the fertility of its Ukraine soil, and location next to wide-awake Germany along the western frontier have helped to accelerate progress, but the slow-moving body carried too heavy a drag. Land and sea incorporation. The law of the revolutions of forces applies in geography as in the movement of planets. Failure to recognize this fact often enables superficial critics of Anthropo-Geography to make a brave show of argument. The analysis of these interacting forces and of their various combinations requires careful investigation. Let us consider the interplay of the forces of land and sea apparent in every country with a maritime location. In some cases, a small infertile niggardly country comprises with a beckoning sea to drive its sons out upon the deep. In others, a wide territory with a generous soil keeps its well-fed children at home and silences the call of the sea. In ancient Phoenicia and Greece, in Norway, Finland, New England, in savage Chile and Tierra del Fuego, and the Indian coast district of British Columbia and southern Alaska, a long broken shoreline, numerous harbors, outlying islands, abundant timber for the construction of ships, difficult communication by land, all tempted the inhabitants to a seafaring life. While the sea drew, the land drove in the same direction. There are hilly or mountainous interior putting obstacles in the way of landward expansion, sterile slopes, a paucity of level, arable land, and excessive or deficient rainfall withholding from agriculture the reward of tillage. Some or all of these factors combine to compel the inhabitants to seek on the sea the livelihood denied by the land. Here both forces worked in the same direction. In England, conditions were much the same, and from the 16th century produced there a predominant maritime development, which was due not solely to a long, indented coastline and an exceptional location for participating in European and American trade. Its limited island areas, its large extent of rugged hills and chalky soil fit only for pasturage, and the lack of a really generous natural endowment made it slow to answer the demands of a growing population, till the industrial development of the 19th century exploited its mineral wealth. So the English turned to the sea, to fish, to trade, to colonize. Holland's conditions made for the same development. She united advantages of coastline and position with a small and fertile territory consisting chiefly of water-soaked grazing lands. When at the zenith of her maritime development, a native authority estimated that the soil of Holland could not support more than 1/8 of her inhabitants, the meagre products of the land had to be eked out by the harvest of the sea. Fish assumed an important place in the diet of the Dutch, and when a process of curing it was discovered, laid the foundation of Holland's port trade. No geographical location central to the Baltic and North Sea countries, and accessible to France and Portugal, combined with a position at the mouth of the great German rivers, made it absorb the carrying trade of northern Europe. Land and sea cooperated in its maritime development. Land and sea opposed. Often the forces of land and sea are directly opposed. If a country's geographic conditions are favorable to agriculture and offer room for growth of population, the land forces prevail, because man is primarily a terrestrial animal. Such a country illustrates what Chisholm, with Attic nicety of speech, calls the influence of bread power on history, as opposed to Mahan's sea power. France, like England, had a long coastline, abundant harbours, and an excellent location for maritime supremacy and colonial expansion. But a larger area and greater amount of fertile soil put off the hour of a redundant population, such as England suffered from even in Henry VIII's time. Moreover, in consequence of steady continental expansion from the 12th to the 18th century, and a political unification which made its area more effective for the support of the people, the French of Reculot's time, except those from certain districts, took to the sea, not by national impulse, as did the English and Dutch, but rather under the spur of government initiative. They therefore achieved far less in maritime trade and colonization. In ancient Palestine, a long stretch of coast, poorly equipped with harbours but accessible to the rich Mediterranean trade, failed to offset the attraction of the gardens and orchards of the Jezreel Valley and the pastures of the Judean hills, or to overcome the land-born predilections and aptitudes of the desert-bred Jews. Similarly, the river-fringed peninsulas of Virginia and Maryland, opening wide their doors to the incoming sea, were powerless, nevertheless, to draw the settlers away from the riotous productiveness of the wide tidewater plains. Here again the geographic force of the land outweighed that of the sea and became the dominant factor in directing the activities of the inhabitants. The two antagonistic geographic forces may be both of the land, one born of a country's topography, the other of its location. Switzerland's history has for centuries shown the conflict of two political policies, one a policy of cantonal and communal independence, which is sprung from the division of that mountainous country into segregated districts, and the other one of political centralization, dictated by the necessity for cooperation to meet the dangers of Switzerland's central location in a circle of larger and stronger neighbours. Local geographic conditions within the Swiss territory fixed the national ideal as a league of sovereign cantons, to use the term of their constitution, enjoying a maximum of individual rights and privileges and tolerating a minimum of interference from the central authority. Here was physical dismemberment coupled with mutual political repulsion, but a location at the meeting place of French, German, Austrian, and Italian frontiers laid upon them the distasteful necessity of union within to withstand aggressions crowding upon them from without. Hence the growth of the Swiss constitution in 1798 has meant a fight of the confederation against the canton in behalf of general rights, expanding the functions of the central government, contracting those of canton and commune. Local and remote geographic factors. Every country forms an independent whole, and as such finds its national history influenced by its local climate, soil, relief, its location whether inland or maritime, its river highways, and its boundaries of mountain, sea, or desert. But it is also a link in a great chain of lands, and therefore may feel a shock of vibration imparted at the remotest end. The gradual desiccation of Western Asia, which took a fresh start about 2,000 years ago, caused a great exodus and displacement of peoples known as a Walkerenderung, and thus contributed to the downfall of Rome. It was one factor in the Saxon conquest of Britain and the final peopling of Central Europe. The impact of the Turkish hordes, hurling themselves against the defences of Constantinople in 1453, was felt only 40 years afterward by the far-off shores of savage America. Earlier still it reached England as the revival of learning, and it gave Portugal a shock which started its navigators towards the Cape of Good Hope in their search for a sea route to India. The history of South Africa is intimately connected with the Isthmus of Suez. It owes its Portuguese, Dutch, and English populations to that barrier on the Mediterranean pathway to the Orient. Its importance as a way station on the outside road to India fluctuates with every crisis in the history of Suez. Direct and indirect effects of the environment. The geographic factors in history appear now as conspicuous direct effects of environment, such as the forest warfare of the American Indian or the irrigation works of the Pueblo tribes, now as a group of indirect effects, operating through the economic, social, and political activities of a people. These remoter secondary results are often of supreme importance. They are the ones which gave the final stamp to the national temperament and character, and yet in them the causal connection between environment and development is far from obvious. They have, therefore, presented pitfalls to the precipitate theorizer. He has either interpreted them as the direct effect of some geographic cause from which they were wholly divorced, else had arrived at conclusions which further investigation failed to sustain, or seeing no direct and obvious connection, he has denied the possibility of a generalization. Montesquieu ascribes the immutability of religion, manners, custom and laws in India and other Oriental countries to their warm climate. Buckle attributes a highly wrought imagination and gross superstition to all people, like those of India, living in the presence of great mountains and vast plains, knowing nature only in its overpowering aspects which excite the fancy and paralyze reason. He finds, on the other hand, an early predominance of reason in the inhabitants of a country like ancient Greece, where natural features are on a small scale, more comprehensible, nearer the measure of man himself. The scientific geographer, grown suspicious of the omnipotence of climate and cautious of predicating immediate psychological effects which are easy to assert but difficult to prove, approaches a problem more indirectly and reaches a different solution. He finds that geographic conditions have condemned India to isolation. On the land side, a great sweep of high mountains has restricted intercourse with the interior. On the seaside, the deltaic swamps of the Indus and Ganges rivers and an unbroken shoreline backed by mountains on the west of the peninsula and by coastal marshes and lagoons on the east have combined to reduce its accessibility from the ocean. The effect of such isolation is ignorance, superstition, and the early crystallization of thought and custom. Ignorance involves a lack of material for comparison, hence a restriction of the higher reasoning processes and an unscientific attitude of mind which gives imagination free play. In contrast, the accessibility of Greece and its focal location in the ancient world made it an intellectual clearinghouse for the eastern Mediterranean. The general information gathered there afforded material for wide comparison. It fed the brilliant reason of the Athenian philosopher and the trained imagination which produced the masterpieces of Greek art and literature. Indirect mental effects. Heinrich von Treschel, in his recent Politik, imitates the direct inference of Buckle when he ascribes the absence of artistic and poetic development in Switzerland and the Alpine lands to the overwhelming aspect of nature there, its majestic sublimity which paralyzes the mind. He reinforces his position by the fact that, by contrast, the lower mountains and hill country of Swabia, Franconia, and Thuringia, where nature is gentler, stimulating, appealing, and not overpowering, have produced many poets and artists. The facts are incontestable. They reappear in France in the geographical distribution of the awards made by the Paris Salon of 1896. Judged by these awards, the rough highlands of Savoy, Alpine Province, the massive eastern Pyrenees, and the Auvergne Plateau, together with the barren peninsula of Brittany, are singularly lacking in artistic instinct, while art flourishes in all the river lowlands of France. Moreover, French men of letters, by the distribution of their birthplaces, are essentially products of fluvial valleys and plains, rarely of upland and mountain. The contrast has been ascribed to a fundamental ethnic distinction between the Teutonic population of the lowlands and the Alpine or Celtic stock which survives in the isolation of highland and peninsula, thus making talent an attribute of race. But the Po Valley of northern Italy, whose population contains a strong infusion of the supposedly stultifying Alpine blood, and the neighbouring lowlands and hill country of Tuscany show an enormous preponderance of intellectual and artistic power over the highlands of the peninsula. Hence the same contrast appears among different races under like geographic conditions. Moreover, in France, other social phenomena such as suicide, divorce, decreasing birth rate, and radicalism in politics show this same startling parallelism of geographic distribution, and these cannot be attributed to the stimulating or depressing effect of natural scenery upon the human mind. Mountain regions discourage the budding of genius because they are areas of isolation, confinement, remote from the great currents of men and ideas that move along the river valleys. They are regions of much labour and little leisure, of poverty today and anxiety of the morrow, of toil-cramped hands and toil-dulled brains. In the fertile alluvial plains are wealth, leisure, contact with many minds, large urban centers where commodities and ideas are exchanged. The two contrasted environments produce indirectly certain economic and social results, which in turn become the cause of secondary intellectual and artistic effects. The low mountains of central Germany, which von Churchill cites as home of poets and artists, owing to abundant and varied mineral wealth, are the seats of active industries and dense populations, while their low reliefs present no serious obstacle to the numerous highways across them. They therefore afford all conditions for culture. Indirect effects in differentiation of colonial peoples. Let us take a different example. The rapid modification in physical and mental constitution of the English transplanted to North America, South Africa, Australia and New Zealand has been the result of several geographic causes working through the economic and social media, but it has been ascribed by Darwin and others to the effect of climate, and prevailing energy and initiative of colonists have been explained by the stimulating atmosphere of their new homes. Even Natal has not escaped this soft impeachment, but the enterprise of colonials has cropped out under almost every condition of heat and cold, aridity and humidity, of a habitat at sea level and on high plateau. This blanket theory of climate cannot, therefore, cover the case. Careful analysis supersedes it by a whole group of geographic factors working directly and indirectly. The first of these was the dividing ocean, which, prior to the induction of cheap ocean transportation and bustling steerage agents, made a basis of artificial selection. Then it was the man of abundant energy who, cramped by the narrow environment of a Norwegian farm or Irish bog, came over to America to take up a quarter section of prairie land or rise to the eminence of Boston police sergeant. The Scotch immigrants in America who fought in the Civil War were nearly 2 inches taller than the average in the home country. But the ocean barrier called superior qualities of mind and character also, independence of political and religious conviction, and the courage of those convictions, whether found in Royalist or Puritan, Huguenot or English Catholic. Indirect effect through isolation. Such colonists in a remote country were necessarily few and could not be readily reinforced from home. Their new and isolated geographical environment favored variation. Heredity passed on the characteristics of a small, highly selected group. The race was kept pure from intermixture with the aborigines of the country, owing to the social and cultural abyss which separated them, and the steady withdrawal of the natives before the advance of the whites. The homogeneity of island peoples seems to indicate that individual variations are in time communicated by heredity to a whole population under conditions of isolation, and in this way modifications due to artificial selection and a changed environment become widely spread. Nor is this all. The modified type soon becomes established because the abundance of land at the disposal of the colonists and subsequent better conditions of living encourage a rapid increase in population. A second geographic factor of mere area here begins to operate. Ease in gaining subsistence, the greater independence of the individual and the family, emancipation from carking care, the hopeful attitude of mind engendered by the consciousness of an almost unlimited opportunity and capacity for expansion, the expectation of large returns upon labor, and, finally, the profound influence of this hopefulness upon the national character, all combined produce a social rejuvenation of the race. New conditions present new problems which call for prompt and original solution, make a demand upon the ingenuity and resourcefulness of the individual, and therefore work to the same end as his previous removal from the paralyzing effect of custom in the old home country. Activity is youth, and sluggishness or paralysis is age. Hence the energy, initiative, adaptability, and receptivity to new ideas, all youthful qualities, which characterize the Anglo-Saxon American as well as the English Afrikander, can be traced back to the stimulating influences not of a bracing of a rival climate, but of the abundant opportunities offered by a great, rich, unexploited country. Variation under new natural conditions, when safeguarded by isolation, tends to produce modification of the colonial type. This is the direct effect of a changed environment. But the new economic and social activities of a transplanted people become the vehicle of a mass of indirected geographic influence, which contribute to the differentiation of the national character. General importance of indirect effects. The tendency to overlook such links between conspicuous effects and their remote, less evident geographic causes has been common in geographic investigation. This direct, rather than indirect approach to the heart of the problem has led to false inferences or to the assumption that reliable conclusions were impossible. Environment influences the higher mental life of a people chiefly through the medium of their economic and social life. Hence its ultimate effects should be traced through the latter back to the underlying cause. But rarely has this been done. Even so astute a geographer as Strabo, though he recognizes the influence of geographic isolation in differentiating dialects and customs in Greece, ascribes some national characteristics to the nature of the country, especially to its climate, and the others to education and institutions. He thinks that the nature of their respective lands had nothing to do with making the Athenians cultured, the Spartans and Thebians ignorant, and the predilection for natural science in Babylon and Egypt was not a result of an environment, but of the institutions and education of those countries. But here arise the questions. How far custom and education in their turn depend upon environment? To what degree natural conditions moulding economic and political development may, through them, fundamentally affect social customs, education, culture, and the dominant intellectual aptitudes of a people? It is not difficult to see, back of the astronomy and mathematics and hydraulics of Egypt, the far-off sweep of the rain-laden monsoons against the mountains of the Abyssinia and the creeping of the tawny Nile flood over the river-borne oasis. Indirect political and moral effects. Plutarch states in his Solon that after the rebellion of Cylon in 612 BC, the Athenian people were divided into as many political factions as there were physical types of country in Attica. The mountaineers, who were the poorest party, wanted something like a democracy. The people of the plains, comprising the greatest number of rich families, were clamorous for an oligarchy. The coast population of the south, intermediate both in social position and wealth, wanted something between the two. The same threefold division appeared again in 564 BC on the usurpation of Peistratus. Here the connection between geographic condition and political opinion is clear enough, though the links are agriculture and commerce. New England's opposition to the War of 1812, culminating in the threat of succession of the Hartford Convention, can be traced back through the active maritime trade to the broken coastline and unproductive soil of that glaciated country. In all democratic or representative forms of government permitting free expansion of popular opinion, history shows that division into political parties tends to follow geographical lines of cleavage. In our own Civil War, the dividing line between North and South did not always run east and west. The mountain area of the southern Appalachians supported the Union and drove a wedge of disaffection into the heart of the South. Mountainous West Virginia was politically opposed to the tidewater plains of Old Virginia because slave labor did not pay on the barren, upright farms of the Cumberland Plateau, whereas it was remunerative to the wide, fertile plantations of the coastal lowland. The ethics of the question were obscured where conditions of soil and topography made the institution profitable. In the mountains, as also in New England, a law of diminishing financial returns had, for its corollary, a law of increasing moral insight. In this case, geographic conditions worked through the medium of direct economic effects to more important political and ethical results. The roots of geographic influence often run far underground before coming to the surface to sprout into some flowering growth, and to trace this back to its parent stem is the necessary but not easy task of the geographer. Time element. The complexity of this problem does not end here. The modification of human development by environment is a natural process. Like all other natural processes, it involves the cumulative effects of cause operating imperceptibly but persistently through vast periods of time. Slowly and deliberately does geography engrave the subtitles to a people's history. Neglect of this time element in the consideration of geographic influences accounts equally for many an exaggerated assertion and denial of their power. A critic undertakes to disprove modification through physical environment by showing that it has not produced tangible results in the last 50 or 500 years. This attitude recalls the early geologists whose imaginations could not conceive the vast ages necessary in a scientific explanation of geographic phenomena. The theory of evolution has taught us science to think in large terms of time, so that we no longer raise the question whether European colonists in Africa can turn into Negroes, though we do find the recent amazing statement that the Yankee, in his tall, gaunt figure, the colour of his skin and the formation of his hair, has begun to differentiate himself from his European kinsmen and approach the type of the Aboriginal Indians. Evolution tells a story of modification by a succession of infinitesimal changes, and emphasizes the permanence of a modification once produced long after the cause for it ceased to act. The mesas of Arizona, the earth sculpture of the Grand Canyon, remain as monuments to the erosive force which produced them. So a habitat leaves upon man no ephemeral impress. It affects him in one way at a low stage of its development, and differently at a later or higher stage, because the man himself and his relation to his environment have been modified in the earlier period, but traces of that earlier adaptation survive in his maturer life. Hence man's relation to his environment must be looked at through the perspective of historical development. It would be impossible to explain the history and national character of the contemporary English solely by their 20th century response to their environment, because with insular conservatism they carry and cherish vestiges of times when their islands represented different geographic relations from those of today. Witness the woolsack of the Lord Chancellor. We cannot understand the location of modern Athens, Rome or Berlin from the present-day relations of urban populations to their environment, because the original choice of these sites was dictated by far different considerations from those ruling today. In the history of these cities, a whole succession of geographic factors have in turn been active, and leaving its impress to which the cities become, as it were, repositories. Effect of a previous habitat. The importance of this time element for a solution of anthropo-geographic problems becomes plainer when a certain locality has received an entirely new population, or where a given people by migration change their habitat. The result in either case is the same: a new combination, new modifications superimposed on old modifications. And it's with this sort of case that Anthropo-Geography most often has to deal. So restless has mankind been, that the testimony of history and ethnology is all against the assumption that a social group has ever been subjected to but one type of environment during its long period of development from a primitive to a civilized society. Therefore, if we assert that a people is the product of the country which it inhabits at a given time, we forget that many different countries which its forebears occupied have left their mark on the present race in the form of inherited aptitudes and traditional customs acquired in those remote ancestral habitats. The Moors of Granada had passed through a wide range of ancestral experiences. They bore the impress of Asia, Africa, and Europe, and on their expulsion from Spain carried back with them to Morocco traces of their peninsular life. A race or tribe develops certain characteristics in a certain region, then moves on, leaving the old abode but not all the accretions of custom, social organization, and economic method there acquired. These travel on with the migrant people. Some are dropped, others are preserved because of utility, sentiment, or mere habit. For centuries after the settlement of the Jews in Palestine, traces of their pastoral life in the grasslands of Mesopotamia could be discerned in their social and political organization, in their ritual and literature. Survivals there in nomadic life in Asiatic steppes still persist among the Turks of Europe. After 6 centuries of sedentary life in the best agricultural land of the Balkan Peninsula, one of these appears in their choice of meat. They eat chiefly sheep and goats, beef very rarely, and swine not at all. The first 2 thrive on poor pastures and travel well, so they are admirably adapted to nomadic life in arid lands. The last 2, far less so, but on the other hand, are the regular comitant of agricultural life. The Turk's taste today, therefore, is determined by the flocks and herds which he once pastured on the Trans-Caspian plains. The Finnish terrace agriculture and methods of irrigation which the Saracens had learned on the mountain sides of Yemen through a schooling of 1,000 years or more facilitated their economic conquest of Spain. Their intelligent exploitation of the country's resources for the support of their growing numbers in the favourable climatic conditions which Spain offered was a light-hearted task, because of the severe training which they had had in their Arabian home. The origin of Roman political institutions is intimately connected with conditions of the naturally small territory where arose the greatness of Rome. But now, after 2,000 years, we see the political impress of this narrow origin spreading to the governments of an era of Europe immeasurably larger than the region that gave it birth. In the United States, Little New England has been the source of the strongest influences modifying the political, religious, and cultural life of half a continent. As far as Texas and California, these influences bear the stamp of that narrow, unproductive environment which gave to its sons energy of character and ideals. Transplanted regions. Ideas especially are light baggage, and travel with migrant peoples over many a long and rough road. They are wafted like winged seed by the wind, and strike root in regions where they could never have originated. Few classes of ideas bear so plainly the geographic stamp of their origin as religious ones, yet none have spread more widely. The abstract monotheism sprung from the bare grasslands of Western Asia made slow but final headway against the exuberant forest gods of the early Germans. Religious ideas travel far from their seedbeds along established lines of communication. We have the almost amusing periods of the brawny Burgundians of the 5th century, who received the Arian form of Christianity by way of the Danube highway from the schools of Athens and Alexandria, valiantly supporting the niceties of Greek religious thought against the Roman version of the faith which came up the Rhone Valley. If the sacred literature of Judaism and Christianity take weak hold upon the Western mind, this is largely because it is written in the symbolism of the pastoral nomad. Its figures of speech reflect life in deserts and grasslands. For these figures, the Western mind has few or vague corresponding ideas. It loses, therefore, half the import, for instance, of the 23rd Psalm, that picture of the nomad shepherd guiding his flock across parched and trackless plains that bring them at evening, weary, hungry, thirsty, to the fresh pastures and waving palms of some oasis, whose green tints stand out in vivid contrast to the tawny wastes of the encompassing sands. He leadeth me beside the still waters, not the noisy rushing stream of the rainy lands, but the quiet desert pool that reflects the stars. What real significance has the tropical reliance of the lotus flower, the sacred symbol of Buddhism, for the Magnolian Lama in the cold and arid borders of Gobi, or the windswept highlands of sterile Tibet? And yet these exotic ideas live on, even if they no longer bloom in the uncongenial soil. But to explain them in terms of their present environment would be indeed impossible. Partial response to environment. A people may present to any given time only a partial response to their environment, also for other reasons. This may be either because their arrival has been too recent for the new habitat to make its influence felt, or because even after long residence, one overpowering geographic factor has operated to the temporary exclusion of all others. Under these circumstances, suddenly acquired geographic advantages of a high order, or such advantages long possessed but tardily made available by the release of national powers from more pressing tasks, may institute a new trend of historical development, resulting more from stimulating geographic conditions than from the natural capacities or aptitudes of the people themselves. Such developments, though often brilliant, are likely to be short-lived and to end suddenly or disastrously, because not sustained by a deep-seated national impulse animating the whole mass of the people. They cease when the first enthusiasm spends itself, or when outside competition is intensified, or the material rewards decrease. The case of Spain. An illustration is found in the medieval history of Spain. The intercontinental location of the Iberian Peninsula exposed it to the Saracen conquest, and to the constant reinforcements to Islam power furnished by the Mohammedanized Berbers of North Africa. For 7 centuries this location was a dominant geographic factor in Spain's history. It made the expulsion of the Moors the sole object of all the Iberian states, converted the country into an armed camp, made the gentleman adventurer and Christian knight the national ideal. It placed the centre of political control high up on the barren plateau of Castile, far from the centers of population and culture in the river lowlands or along the coast. It excluded the industrial and commercial development which was giving bone and sinew to the other European states. The release of the national energies by the fall of Granada in 1492 and the now ingrained spirit of adventure enabled Spain and Portugal to utilize the unparalleled advantage of their geographical position at the junction of the Mediterranean and Atlantic highways, and by their great maritime explorations in the 15th and 16th centuries, to become foremost among European colonial powers. But the development was sporadic, not supported by any widespread national movement. In a few decades, the maritime preeminence of the Iberian Peninsula began to yield to the competition of the Dutch and English, who were, so to speak, saturated with their own maritime environment. Then followed the rapid decay of the sea power of Spain, followed by that of Portugal, till in 1648 even her coasting trade was in the hands of the Dutch, and Dutch vessels were employed to maintain communication with the West Indies. Sporadic response to a new environment. We have a latter instance of sporadic development under the stimulus of new and favorable geographic conditions, with a similar anticlimax. The expansion of the Russians across the lowlands of Siberia was quite in harmony with the genius of that land-bred people. But when they reached Bering Sea, the enclosed basin, the proximity of the American continent, the island stepping stones between them, and the lure of rich seal skins for the fur-hunting Cossacks determined a sudden maritime expansion, for which the Russian people were unfitted. Beginning in 1747, it swept the coast of Alaska, locating its American administrative center first on Kodiak, then on Baranof Island, and by 1812 placed its southern outposts on the California coast near San Francisco Bay and on the Farallone Islands. Russian convicts were employed to man the crazy boats built of green lumber on the shores of Bering Sea, and Aleutian hunters with their bidarkas were impressed to catch the seal. The movement was productive only of countless shipwrecks, many seal skins, and an opportunity to satisfy an old grudge against England. The territory gained was sold to the United States in 1867. This is the one instance in Russian history of any attempt at maritime expansion, and also of any withdrawal from territory to which the Muscovite power had once established its claim. This fact alone would indicate that only excessively tempting geographic conditions led the Russians into an economic and political venture which neither the previously developed aptitudes of the people nor the conditions of population and historical development on the Siberian seaboard were able to sustain. The larger conception of environment. The history and culture of a people embody the effects of previous habitats and of their final environment, but this environment means something more than local geographic conditions. It involves influences emanating from far beyond the borders. No country, no continent, no sea, mountain, nor river is restricted to itself in the influence which it either exercises or receives. The history of Austria cannot be understood merely from Austrian ground. Austrian territory is part of the Mediterranean hinterland, and therefore has been linked historically with Rome, Italy, and the Adriatic. It is a part of the Upper Danube Valley, and therefore shows much of its history with Bavaria and Germany, while the Lower Danube has linked it with the Black Sea, Greece, the Russian steppes, and Asia. The Asiatic Hungarians have pushed forward their ethnic boundary nearly to Vienna. The Austrian capital has seen the warring Turks beneath its walls, and shapes its foreign policy with a view to the relative strength of the Sultan and the Tsar. Unity of the Earth. The Earth is an inseparable whole. Each country or sea is physically and historically intelligible only as a portion of that whole. Currents and wind systems of the oceans modify the climate of the nearby continents and direct the first daring navigations of their peoples. The alternating monsoons of the Indian Ocean guided Arab merchantmen from ancient times back and forth between the Red Sea and the Malabar coast of India. The equatorial continent and the northeast trade wind carried the timid ships of Columbus across the Atlantic to America. The Gulf Stream and the prevailing westerlies later gave English vessels the advantage on the return voyage. Europe is a part of the Atlantic coast. This is a fact so significant that the North Atlantic has become a European sea. The United States also is a part of the Atlantic coast. This is the dominant fact of American history. China forms a section of the Pacific Rim. This is the fact back of the geographic distribution of Chinese immigration to Annam, Tonkin, Siam, Malacca, the Philippines, East Indies, Borneo, Austria, Hawaiian Islands, the Pacific Coast states, British Columbia, the Alaskan coast southward from Bristol Bay in Bering Sea, Ecuador, and Peru. As the Earth is one, so is humanity. Its unity of species points to some degree of communication through a long prehistoric past. Universal history is not entitled to the name unless it embraces all parts of the earth and all peoples, whether savage or civilized. To fill the gaps in the written record, it must turn to ethnology and geography, which by tracing the distribution and movements of primitive peoples can often reconstruct the most important features of their history. Anthropo-geographic problems are never simple. They must all be viewed with a long perspective of evolution and the historical past. They require allowance for the dominance of different geographic factors at different periods and for a possible range of geographic influences wide as the Earth itself. In the investigator, they call for painstaking analysis and, above all, an open mind. End of section 1. Section 2 of Influences of Geographic Environment by Ellen Churchill Semple. This LibriVox recording is a public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 2. Classes of Geographic Influences. Into almost every anthropo-geographical problem, the element of environment enters in different phases, with different modes of operation and varying degrees of importance. Since the casual conception of geography demands a detailed analysis of all the relations between environment and human development, it is advisable to distinguish the various classes of geographic influences. Physical effects. 4 fundamental classes of effects can be distinguished. 1. The first class includes direct physical effects of environment, similar to those exerted on plants and animals by their habitat. Certain geographic conditions, more conspicuously those of climate, apply certain stimuli to which man, like the lower animals, responds by an adaptation of his organism to his environment. Many physiological peculiarities of man are due to physical effects of environment, which doubtless operated very strongly in the earliest stages of human development, and in those shadowy ages contributed to the differentiation of races. The unity of the human species is as clearly established as the diversity of races and peoples, whose divergences must be interpreted chiefly as modifications in response to various habitats in long periods of time. Variation in natural conditions. Such modifications have probably been numerous in the persistent and unending movements, shiftings, and migrations which have made up the long prehistoric history of man. If the origin of species is found in variability and inheritance, variation is undoubtedly influenced by the change of natural conditions. To quote Darwin, in one sense the conditions of life may be said not only to cause variability either directly or indirectly, but likewise to include natural selection, for the conditions determine whether this or that variety shall survive. The variability of man does not mean that every external influence leaves its mark upon him, but that man as an organism, by the preservation of beneficent variations and elimination of deleterious ones, is gradually adapted to his environment, so that he can utilize most completely that which it contributes to his needs. This self-maintenance under outward influences is an essential part of the conception of life, which Herbert Spencer defines as a correspondence between internal conditions and external circumstances, or Auguste Comte, the harmony between living being and the surrounding medium or milieu. According to Virchow, the distinction of races rests upon hereditary variations, but heredity itself cannot become active till the characteristic or Zustand is produced which is to be handed down. But environment determines what variation shall become stable enough to be passed on by heredity. For instance, we can hardly err in attributing the great lung capacity, massive chests, and abnormally large torsos of the Quechua and Aymara Indians inhabiting the high Andean plateaus to the rarefied air found at an altitude of 10,000 or 15,000 feet above sea level. Whether these have been acquired by centuries of extreme lung expansion, or represent the survival of a chance variation of undoubted advantage, they are a product of the environment. They are a serious handicap when the Aymara Indian descends to the plains, where he either dies off or leaves descendants with diminishing chests. See map, page 101. Stature and environment. Darwin holds that many slight changes in animals and plants, such as size, color, thickness of skin and hair, have been produced through food supply and climate from the external conditions under which the forms lived. Paul Ehrenreich, while regarding the chief race distinctions as permanent forms, not to be explained by external conditions, nevertheless concedes the slight and slow variation of the sub-races under changing conditions of food and climate as beyond doubt. Stature is partially a matter of feeding and hence of geographic condition. In mountain regions, where the food resources are scant, the varieties of wild animals are characterized by smaller size in general than our corresponding species in the lowlands. It is a notable fact that dwarfed horses or ponies have originated in islands, in Iceland, the Shetlands, Corsica, and Sardinia. This is due either to scanty and unvaried food or to excessive inbreeding, or probably to both. The horses introduced into the Falkland Islands in 1764 have deteriorated so in size and strength in a few generations that they are a fair way to develop a Falkland variety of pony. On the other hand, Mr. Homer Davenport states that the purebred Arabian horses raised in his New Jersey stock farm are in the third generation, are a hand higher than their grandsires imported from Arabia, and of more angular build. The result is due to more abundant and nutritious food and the elimination of long desert journeys. The low stature of the natives prevailing in certain misery spots of Europe, as in the Auvergne plateau of southern France, is due in part to race, in part to a disastrous artificial selection by the emigration of the taller and more robust individuals, but in considerable part to the harsh climate and starvation food yield of the sterile soil, for the children of the region, if removed to the more fertile valleys of the Loire and Garonne, grow to average stature. The effect of a scant and uncertain food supply is especially clear in savages who have erected fewer buffers between themselves and the pressure of environment. The Bushmen of the Kalahari Desert are shorter than their Hottentot kindred who pasture their flocks and herds in the neighboring grasslands. Samoyeds, Lapps, and other Hyperborean races of Eurasia are shorter than their more southern neighbors, the physical record of an immemorial struggle against cold and hunger. The stunted forms and wretched aspect of the Snake Indians inhabiting the Rocky Mountain deserts distinguished these clans from the tall buffalo-hunting tribes of the plains. Any feature of geographic environment tending to affect directly the physical vigor and strength of a people cannot fail to prove a potent factor in their history. Physical effects of dominant activities. Oftentimes, environment modifies the physique of a people indirectly by imposing upon them certain predominant activities, which may develop one part of the body almost to the point of deformity. This is the effect of increased use or disuse which Darwin discusses. He attributes the thin legs and thick arms of the Payaguanas Indians living along the Paraguay River to generations of lives spent in canoes, with the lower extremities motionless and the arms and chest muscles in constant exercise. Livingstone found these same characteristics of broad chests and shoulders with ill-developed legs among the Barotse of the upper Zambezi, and they have been observed in pronounced form, coupled with distinctly impaired powers of locomotion, among the Tlingit, Dechichian, and Haida Indians of the southern Alaskan and British Columbia coast, where the geographic conditions of a mountainous and almost strandless shore interdicted agriculture and necessitated seafaring activities. An ideal environment has produced a like physical effect upon the canoemen of Tierra del Fuego and the Aleutian Islanders, who often sit in their boats 20 hours at a time. These special adaptations are temporary in their nature and tend to disappear with change of occupation, as for instance among the Tlingit Indians, who develop improved leg muscles when employed as laborers in the salmon canneries of British Columbia. Effects of climate. Both the direct and indirect physical effects of an environment, thus far instanced, are obvious in themselves and easily explained. Far different is it with the majority of physical effects, especially those of climate, whose mode of operation is much more obscure than was once supposed. The modern geographer does not indulge in the native hypothesis of the last century, which assumed a prompt direct effect of environment upon the form and features of man. Carl Ritter regarded the small slit eyes and swollen lids of the Turkoman as an obvious effect of the desert upon the organism. Stanhope Smith ascribed the high shoulders and short neck of the Tartars of Mongolia to their habit of raising their shoulders to protect the neck against the cold. Their small squinting eyes, overhanging brows, broad faces, and high cheekbones to the effect of the bitter driving winds and the glare of the snow, till, he says, every feature by the action of the cold is harsh and distorted. These profound influences of a severe climate upon physiognomy he finds also among the Lapps, Northern Mongolians, Samanids, and Eskimo. Most of these problems are only secondarily grist for the geographer's mill. For instance, when the Aryans descended to the enervating lowlands of tropical India, and in that debilitating climate lost the qualities which first gave them supremacy, the change which they underwent was primarily a physiological one. It can be scientifically ascribed and explained, therefore, only by physiologists and physicochemists. And upon their investigations, the geographer must wait before he approaches the problem from the standpoint of geographical distribution. Acclimatization. Into this subclass of physical effects came all questions of acclimatization. These are important to the Anthropo-Geographer, just as they are to colonial governments like England or France, because they affect the power of national or racial expansion and fix the historical fate of tropical lands. The present populations of the earth represent physical adaptation to their environments. The intense heat and humidity of the tropical lands prevent any permanent occupation by a native-born population of pure whites. The Catarrhal zone north of the 40th parallel in America soon exterminates the Negroes. The Indians of South America, though all fundamentally of the same ethnic stock, are variously acclimated to the warm, damp, forested plains of the Amazon, to the hot, dry, treeless coasts of Peru, and to the cold, arid heights of the Andes. The habitat that bred them tends to hold them, by restricting the range of climate which they can endure. In the zone of the Andean slope lying between 4,000 to 6,000 feet of altitude, which produces the best flavored coffee and which must be cultivated, the imported Indians from the high plateaus and from the low Amazon plains alike sicken and die after a short time, so that they take employment on these coffee plantations for only 3 or 5 months and then return to their own homes. Labor becomes nomadic on these slopes, and in the intervals these farm lands of intensive agriculture show the anomaly of a sparse population only of resident managers. Similarly, in the high, dry Himalayan valley of the upper Indus, over 10,000 feet above sea level, the natives of Ladakh are restricted to a habitat that yields them little margin of food for natural growth of population, but forbids them to emigrate in search of more. Applies at the same time the lash to drive and the leash to hold, for these highlanders soon die when they reach the plains. Here are two antagonistic geographic influences at work from the same environment, one physical and the other social-economic. The Ladakhi have reached interesting resolution of these two forces by the institution of polyandry, which keeps population practically stationary. Pigmentation and climate. The relation of pigmentation to climate has long interested geographers as a question of environment, but their speculations on the subject have been barren because the preliminary investigations of their physiologists, physicists, and chemists are still incomplete. The general fact of increasing negrescence from temperate towards equatorial regions is conspicuous enough, despite some irregularity of the shading. This fact points strongly to some direct relation between climate and pigmentation, but gives no hint how the pigmental processes are affected. The physiologist finds that, in the case of the Negro, the dark skin is associated with a dense cuticle, diminished perspiration, smaller chests, and less respiratory power, a lower temperature and more rapid pulse, all which variations may enter into the problem of the Negro's coloring. The question is therefore by no means simple. Yet it is generally conceded by scientists that pigment is a protective device of nature. The Negro skin is comparatively insensitive to a sun heat that blisters a white man. Livingstone found the bodies of albino Negroes in Bechuanaland always blistered on exposure to the sun, and a like effect has been observed among albino Polynesians and Melanesians of Fiji. Paul Ehrenreich finds that the degree of coloration depends less upon annual temperature than upon the direct effect of the sun's rays, and that therefore a people dwelling in a cool, dry climate, but exposed to the sun, may be darker than another in a hot, moist climate, but living in a dense forest. The forest-dwelling Botocudos of the upper San Francisco River in Brazil are fairer than their kindred Kayapo tribe, who inhabit the open campos, and the Arawak of the Peru's River forest are lighter than their fellows in the central Mato Grosso. Seafaring coast folk who are constantly exposed to the sun, especially in the tropics, show a deeper pigmentation than their kindred of the wooded interior. The coast Moros or western Mindanao are darker than the Sabanos, the Malay brethren of the back country, the lightness of whose colour may be explained by their forest life. So the dwellers of the Cameroon coast of Africa are darker than the Bakwiri inhabiting the forested mountains just behind them, though both tribes belong to the Bantu group of people. Here light, in contradistinction to heat, appears the dominant factor in pigmentation. A recent theory advanced by von Schmandl in 1895 rests upon the chemical power of light. It holds that the black pigment renders the Negro skin insensitive to the luminous or actinic effects of solar radiation, which are far more destructive to living protoplasm than the merely colorific effects. Pigmentation and altitude. Coloration responds to other more obscure influences of environment. A close connection between pigmentation and elevation above sea level has been established. A high altitude operates like a high latitude. Blondness increases appreciably on the higher slopes of the Black Forest, Vosges Mountains, and Swiss Alps, though these isolated highlands are the stronghold of the brunette alpine race. Livy, in his treatise on military anthropometry, deduced the special action of mountains upon pigmentation on observing a prevailing increase of blondness in Italy above the 400-metre line, a phenomenon which came out as strongly in Basilicata and Calabria, provinces of the south, as in Piedmont and Lombardy in the north. The dark Hamitic Berbers of northern Africa have developed an unmistakable blonde variant in high valleys of the Atlas Range, which in a subtropical region rises to the height of 12,000 feet. Here among the Kabyles, the population is fair. Grey, blue, or green eyes are frequent, or is also reddish, blonde, or chestnut hair. Waits long ago affirmed this tendency of mountaineers to lighter colouring from his study of primitive peoples. The modification cannot be attributed wholly to climatic contrast between mountain and plain. Some other factor, like the economic poverty of the environment and the poor food supply, as Livy suggests, has had a hand in the result, but just what it is or how it has operated cannot yet be defined. Difficulty of generalization. Enough has been said to show that the geographer can formulate no broad generalization as to the relation of pigmentation and climate from the occurrence of the darkest skins in the tropics, because this fact is weakened by the appearance also of lighter tints in the hottest districts, and of darker ones in Arctic and temperate regions. The geographer must investigate the questions when and where deeper shades develop in the skins of fair races. What is the significance of dark skins in the cold zones and the fair ones in hot zones? Its answer must be based largely on the conclusions of physiologists and physicists, and only when these have reached a satisfactory solution of each detail of the problem can the geographer summarize the influence of environment upon pigmentation. The rule can therefore safely be laid down that in all investigation of geographic influences upon the permanent physical characteristics of races, the geographic distribution of these should be left out of consideration till the last, since it so easily misleads. Moreover, owing to the ceaseless movements of mankind, these effects do not remain confined to the region that produced them, but pass on with the wandering throng, in whom they have once developed, and in whom they endure or vanish, according as they prove beneficial or deleterious in the new habitat. Psychical effects. 2. More varied and important are the psychical effects of geographic environment. As direct effects, they are doubtless bound up in many physiological modifications, and as influences of climate, they help differentiate peoples and races in point of temperament. They also reflect in man's religion and his literature, in his modes of thought and figures of speech. Blackstone states that, in the Isle of Man, to take away a horse or ox was no felony, but a trespass because of the difficulty in that little territory to conceal them or to carry them off, but to steal a pig or a fowl, which is easily done, was a capital misdemeanor, and the offender punished with death. The judges or deemsters in this island of fishermen swore to execute the laws as impartially as the herring's backbone doth lie in the middle of the fish. The whole mythology of the Polynesians is an echo of the encompassing ocean. The cosmography of every primitive people, their first crude effect in the science of the universe, bears the impress of their habitat. The Eskimos' hell is a place of darkness, storm, and intense cold. The Jews' is a place of eternal fire. Buddha, born in the steaming Himalayan piedmont, fighting the lassitude induced by heat and humidity, pictured his heaven as nirvana, the cessation of all activity and individual life. Indirect effect upon language. Intellectual effects of environment may appear in the enrichment of a language in one direction to a rare nicety of expression, but this may be combined with a meagre vocabulary in all other directions. The greatest cattle breeders among the native Africans, such as the Hereros of western Damamaland and the Dinkas of the upper White Nile, have an amazing choice of words for all colours describing their animals: brown, dun, red, white, dapple, and so on in every gradation of shade and hue. The Samoyeds of northern Russia have 11 or 12 terms to designate the various greys and browns of their reindeer, despite their otherwise low cultural development. The speech of nomads has an abundance of expressions for cattle in every relation of life. It includes different words for breeding, pregnancy, death, and slaughtering in relation to every different kind of domestic animal. The Magyars, among whom pastoral life still survives on the low plains of the Danube and Theiss, have a generic word for herd, kasorda, a special term for herds of cattle, horses, sheep, and swine. While the vocabulary of Malays and Polynesians is especially rich in nautical terms, the Kyrgyz shepherd tribes who wander over the highlands of Western Asia from the Tian Shan to the Hindu Kush have 4 different terms for 4 kinds of mountain passes. A damban is a difficult rocky defile. An art is very high and dangerous. A bell is a low, easy pass, and a kutal is a broad opening between low hills. To such influences, man is a passive subject, especially in the earlier days of his development, but there are more important influences emanating from his environment, which affect him as an active agent, challenge his will by furnishing the motives for its exercise, and give purpose to his activities, and determine the direction in which they shall take. These mold his mind and character through the media of his economic and social life, and produce effects none the less important because they are secondary. About these Anthropo-Geography can reach surer conclusions than regarding direct psychical effects, because it can trace their mode of operation as well as define the result. Direct psychical effects are more matters of conjecture whose causation is asserted rather than proved. They seem to float in the air, detached from the solid ground underfoot, and are therefore subject matter for the psychologist rather than the geographer. The great man in history. What of the great man in this geographical interpretation of history? It seems to take no account of him, or to put him into the melting pot with the masses. Both are to some extent true. As a science, Anthropo-Geography can deal only with large averages, and these exclude or minimize the exceptional individual. Moreover, geographic conditions which gave this or that bent to a nation's purpose and determine its aggregate activities have a similar effect upon the individual, but he may institute a far-seeing policy to whose wisdom only gradually is the people awakened. The acts of the great man are rarely arbitrary or artificial. He accelerates or retards a normal course of development, but cannot turn it counter to the channels of natural conditions. As a rule, he is a product of the same forces that make his people. He moves with them and is followed by them under a common impulse. Daniel Boone, that picturesque figure leading the van of the westward movement over the Allegheny Mountains, was born of his frontier environment and found a multitude of his kind in that region of backwoods farms to follow him into the wilderness. Thomas Jefferson of Virginia, in the Louisiana Purchase, carried out the policy of expansion adumbrated in government Spotswood's expedition with the Knights of the Golden Horseshoe over the Blue Bridge in 1712. Jefferson's daring consummation of the purchase without government authority showed his community the purpose with the majority of the people. Peter the Great's location of his capital, and St. Petersburg, usually stigmatized as the act of a despot, was made in response to natural conditions offering access to the Baltic nations. Just as certainly as 10 centuries before, similar conditions and identical advantages led the early Russian merchants to build up a town at nearby Novgorod in easy water connecting with the Baltic commerce. Economic and social effects. 3. Geographic conditions influence the economic and social development of a people by the abundance, paucity, or general character of the natural resources, by the local ease or difficulty of securing the necessities of life, and by the possibility of industry and commerce afforded by the environment. From the standpoint of production and exchange, these influences are primarily the subject matter of economic and commercial geography. But since they also permeate national life, determine or modify its social structure, condemn it to the dwarfing effects of national poverty, or open it to the cultural and political possibilities resident in national wealth, they are legitimate material also for Anthropo-Geography. Size of the social group. They are especially significant because they determine the size of the social group. This must be forever small in areas of limited resources or of limited extent, as in the little islands of the world and the yet smaller oases. The desert of Chinese Turkestan supports, in certain detached spots of riverborne fertility, populations like 60,000 of Kashgar, and from this size group, all the way down to the single families which young husband found living by a mere trickle of a stream flowing down the southern slope of the Tian Shan. Small islands, according to their size, fertility, and command of trade, may harbour a sparse and scant population, like the 500 souls struggling for an ill-fed existence on the barren Westman Islands of Iceland, or a compact, teeming, yet absolutely small social group like that crowding Malta or the Bermudas. Whether sparsely or compactly distributed, such groups suffer the limitations inherent in their small size. They are forever excluded from the historical significance attaching to the large continuously distributed populations of fertile continental lands. Effect upon movements of peoples. 4. The next class belongs exclusively to the domain of geography, because it embraces the influence of the features of the Earth's surface in directing the movements and ultimate distribution of mankind. It includes the effect of natural barriers, like mountains, deserts, swamps, and seas, in obstructing or deflecting the course of migrating people and in giving direction to national expansion. It considers the tendency of river valleys and treeless plains to facilitate such movements, the power of rivers, lakes, bays, and oceans either to block the path or open a highway, according as navigation is in a primitive or advanced stage, and finally the influence of all these natural features in determining the territory which a people is likely to occupy, and the boundaries which shall separate from their neighbours. River routes. The lines of expansion followed by the French and English in the settlement of America, and also the extent of territory covered by each, were powerfully influenced by geographic conditions. The early French explorers entered the great east-west waterway on the St. Lawrence River and the Great Lakes, which carried them around the northern end of the Appalachian Barrier into the heart of the continent, planted them on the low, swampy, often navigable watershed of the Mississippi, and started them on another river voyage to nearly 2,000 miles to the Gulf of Mexico. Here were the conditions and temptation for almost unlimited expansion. Hence French Canada reached to the head of Lake Superior, and French Louisiana to the sources of the Missouri. To the lot of the English fell a series of short rivers with fertile valleys, nearly barreled at their not distant sources by a wall of forested mountains. but separated from one another by low watersheds which facilitated lateral expansion over a narrow belt between mountains and sea. Here a region of mild climate and fertile soil suited to agriculture, enclosed by strong natural boundaries, made for compact settlement, in contrast to the wild diffusion of the French. Later, when a growing population pressed against the western barrier, mountain gates opened at Cumberland Gap and the Mohawk Valley. The Ohio River and the Great Lakes became interior thoroughfares, and the northwestern prairies lines of least resistance to the western settler. Rivers played the same part in directing and expediting this forward movement, as did the Lena and the Amur in the Russian advance into Siberia, the Humber and the Trent in the progress of the Angles into the heart of Britain, the Rhone and Danube in the march of the Romans into Central Europe. Segregation and accessibility. The geographic environment of a people may be such as to segregate them from others, and thereby to preserve or even intensify their natural characteristics, or it may expose them to extraneous influences, to an infusion of new blood and new ideas, till their peculiarities are toned down, their distinctive features of dialect or national dress, or provincial customs eliminated, and the people as a whole approach to the composite type of civilized humanity. A land shut off by mountains or sea from the rest of the world tends to develop a homogeneous people, since it limits or prevents the intrusion of foreign elements. When one of these are introduced, it encourages their rapid assimilation by the strongly interactive life of a confined locality. Therefore, large or remote islands are, as a rule, distinguished by the unity of their inhabitants, in point of civilization and race characteristics. Witness Great Britain, Ireland, Japan, Iceland, and also Australia and New Zealand at the time of their discovery. The highlands of the southern Appalachians, which form the mountain backyards of Kentucky, Tennessee, and North Carolina, are peopled by the purest English stock in the United States, descendants of the backwoodsmen of the late 18th century. Difficulty of access and lack of arable land have combined to discourage immigration. In consequence, foreign elements, including the elsewhere ubiquitous Negro, are wanting, except along the few railroads which in recent years have penetrated this country. Here arrive an 18th century English Christmas celebrated on Twelfth Night, the spinning wheel, and a belief in Joshua's power to arrest the course of the sun. An easily accessible land is geographically hospitable to all newcomers, facilitates the mingling of peoples, the exchange of commodities and ideas. The amalgamation of races in such regions depends upon the similarity or diversity of the ethnic elements and the duration of the common occupation. The broad open valley of the Danube from the Black Sea to Vienna contains a bizarre mixture of several stocks: Turks, Bulgarians, various families of pure Slavs, Romanians, Hungarians, and Germans. These elements are too diverse in their occupation of the valley, too recent for amalgamation to have advanced very far as yet. The maritime plain and open river valleys of northern France show a complete fusion of the native Celts with the Saxons, Franks, and Normans, who have successively drifted into the region, just as the Teutonic and scanter Slav elements have blended in the Baltic plains from the Elbe to the Vistula. Change of habitat. Here are 4 different classes of geographic influences, all of which may become active in modifying a people when it changes its habitat. Many of the characteristics acquired in the old home still live on, or at best yield slowly to the new environment. This is especially true of the different physical and psychical effects. But a country may work a prompt and radical change in a social organization of an immigrant people by the totally new conditions of economic life which it presents. These may be either greater wealth or poverty of natural resources than the race has previously known, new stimulants or deterrents in commerce and intercourse, and new conditions of climate which affect the efficiency of the workman and the general character of production. From these, a whole complex mass of secondary effects may follow. The Aryans and Mongols, leaving their homes in the cool, barren highlands of Central Asia, where nature dispensed her gifts with a miserly hand, and coming down to the hot, low, fertile plains of the Indian rivers, underwent several fundamental changes in the process of adaptation to the new environment. An enervating climate did its work in slaking their energies, But more radical still was a change wrought by the contrast of poverty and abundance, enforced asceticism and luxury presented by the old and new home. The restless, tireless shepherds became a sedentary agricultural people. The abstemious nomads, spare, sinewy strangers to indulgence, became a race of rulers reveling in luxury, lording it over countless subjects. Finally, their numbers increased rapidly, no longer kept down by the scant subsistence of arid grasslands and scattered oases. In a similar way, the Arab of the desert became transformed into the sedentary lord of Spain. In the luxuriance of field and orchard, which his skillful methods of irrigation and tillage produced, in the growing predominance of the intellectual over the nomadic military life, of the complex affairs of city and mart over the simple tasks of herdsman and cultivator, he lost the breadth of the early harsh training, and therewith his hold upon his Iberian empire. Biblical history gives us the picture of the Sheikh Abraham, accompanied by his nephew Lot, moving up from the rainless plains of Mesopotamia with his flocks and herds into the better world of Palestine. Their descendants in the garden land of Canaan became an agricultural people, and the problem of Moses and the judges was to prevent their assimilation in religion and accustom to the settled Semitic peoples about them, and to make them preserve the ideals born in the starry solitudes of the desert. Retrogression in new habitat. The changes from the nomadic to the sedentary life represents an economic advance. Sometimes removals to strongly contrasted geographic conditions necessitates a reversion to a lower economic type of existence. The French colonists who came to Lower Canaan in the 17th and 18th centuries found themselves located in a region of intense cold, where arable soil was inferior in quality and limited in amount, producing no staple like the tobacco of Virginia, or the wheat of Maryland, or the cotton of South Carolina, or the sugar of the West Indies, by which a young colony might secure a place in European trade. But the snow-wrapped forests of Canada yielded an abundance of fur-bearing animals, the fineness and thickness of whose pelts were born of this frozen north. Into their remotest haunts, at the head of the Lake Superior or of Hudson Bay, long lines of rivers and lakes opened level water roads 1,000 miles or more from the crude little colonial capital of Quebec, and over in Europe, beaver hats and fur-trimmed garments were all the style. So the plodding farmer from Normandy and the fisherman from Poitou transferred to Canadian soil, were irresistibly drawn into the adventurous life of the trapper and fur trader. The fur trade became the accepted basis of colonial life. The voyageur and courtier de bois, clad in skins, paddling up ice-rimmed streams in their birch-bark canoes, fraternizing with Indians, who were their only companions in that bleak interior, and married often the dusky squaws, became assimilated to the savage life about them, and reverted to the lower harder stage of civilization. The Boers of South Africa. Another pronounced instance of rapid retrogression under new unfavourable geographic conditions is afforded by the South African Boer. The transfer from the busy commercial cities of the Rhine mouths to the faraway periphery of the world's trade, from the intensive agriculture of small deltaic gardens and the scientific dairy farming of the moist Netherlands to the semi-arid pastures of the high treeless veldt, where they were barred from contact with the vivifying sea and ship-borne commerce, has changed the enterprising 17th century Hollander into the conservative pastoral Boer. Dutch cleanliness has necessarily become a tradition to a people who can scarcely find water for their cattle. The comfort and solid bourgeois elegance of the Dutch home lost its material equipment in the Great Trek, when the long wagon journey reduced household furniture to its lowest terms. Housewifery habits and order vanished in the semi-nomadic life which followed. The gregarious instinct, bred by the closely packed population of Little Holland, was transformed to a love of solitude, which in all lands characterized the people of a remote and sparsely inhabited frontier. It is a common saying that the Boer cannot bear to see another man smoke from his stoep, just as the early trans-Allegheny pioneer was always on the move westward, because he could not bear to hear his neighbour's watchdog bark. Even the Boer language has deteriorated under the effects of isolation and a lower status of civilization. The native taal differs widely from the polished speech of Holland. It preserves some features of the High Dutch of 2 centuries ago, but has lost inflections and borrowed words for new phenomena. from the English Kaffirs and Hottentots, can express no abstract ideas, only the concrete ideas of a dull, workaday world. The new habitat may eliminate many previously acquired characteristics and hence transform a people, as in the case of the Boers, or it may intensify tribal and national traits, as in the seafaring propensities of the Angles and Saxons when transferred to Britain, and of the 17th century English when transplanted to the indented coasts of New England, or it may tolerate mere survival, or the slow desuetude of qualities which escape any particular pressure in the new environment, and which neither benefit nor handicap the modified struggle for existence. End of section 2. Section 3 of Influences of Geographic Environment by Ellen Churchill Semple. Recorded by Harvey for LibriVox.org. Chapter 3. Society and State in Relation to the Land. People and Land. Every clan, tribe, state or nation includes two ideas, a people and its land. The first unthinkable without the other. History, sociology, ethnology touch only the inhabited areas of the earth. These areas gain their final significance because of the people who occupy them. Their local conditions of climate, soil, natural resources, physical features, and geographic situation are important primarily as factors in the development of actual or possible inhabitants. A land is fully comprehended only when studied in the light of its influence upon its people, and a people cannot be understood apart from the field of its activities. More than this, human activities are fully intelligible only in relation to the various geographic conditions which have stimulated them in different parts of the world. The principles of the evolution of navigation, of agriculture, of trade, as also the theory of population, can never reach their correct and final statement, unless the data for the conclusions are drawn from every part of the world, and each fact interpreted in the light of the local conditions whence it sprang. Therefore, anthropology, sociology, and history should be permeated by geography. Political geography and history. In history, the question of territory, by which is meant mere area in contrast to specific geographic conditions, has constantly come to the front, because a state obviously involved land and boundaries, and assumed as its chief function the defense and extension of these. Therefore, political geography developed early as an offshoot of history. Political science has often formulated its principles without regard to the geographic conditions of states, but as a matter of fact, the most fruitful political policies of nations have almost invariably had a geographic core. Witness the colonial policy of Holland, England, France, and Portugal, the free trade policy of England, the militarism of Germany, the whole complex question of European balance of power and the Bosporus, and the Monroe Doctrine of the United States. Dividing lines between political parties tend to follow approximately geographic lines of cleavage, and these make themselves apparent at recurring intervals of national upheaval, perhaps with centuries between, like a submarine volcanic rift. In England, the southeastern plain and the northwestern uplands have been repeatedly arrayed against each other, from the Roman conquest which embraced the lowlands up to about the 500-foot contour line, through the War of the Roses and the Civil War to the struggle of the repeal of the Corn Laws and the Great Reform Bill of 1832, though the boundary lines have been only roughly the same and each district has contained opponents of the dominant local party. Nevertheless, the geographic core has been plain enough. Political versus social geography. The land is a more conspicuous factor in the history of states than in the history of society, but not more necessary and potent. Wars, which constitute so large a part of political history, have usually aimed more or less directly at acquisition or retention of territory. They have made every petty quarrel the pretext for mulcting the weaker nation of part of its land. Political maps are therefore subject to sudden and radical alterations, as when France's name was wiped off the North American continent in 1763, or when recently Spain's sovereignty in the Western Hemisphere was obliterated. But the race stocks, languages, customs, and institutions of both France and Spain remained after the flags had departed. The reason is that society is far more deeply rooted in the land than is a state, does not expand or contract its area so readily. Society is always, in a sense, ad scripta glebe. An expanding state which incorporates a new piece of territory invariably incorporates its inhabitants, unless it exterminates or expels them. Yet because racial and social geography change slowly, quietly, and imperceptibly, like all those fundamental processes which we call growth, it is not so easy and obvious a task to formulate a natural law for the territorial relations of the various hunter, pastoral, nomadic, agricultural, and industrial types of society as for those of the growing state. Land basis of society. Most systems of sociology treat man as if he were in some way detached from the Earth's surface. They ignore the land basis of society. The Anthropo-Geographer recognizes the various social forces, economic and psychologic, which sociologists regard as a cement of societies. But he has something to add. He sees in the land occupied by a primitive tribe or a highly organized state the underlying material bond holding society together, the ultimate basis of their fundamental social activities, which are therefore derivatives from the land. He sees a common territory exercising an integrating force, weak in primitive communities, where the group has established only a few slight and temporary relations with its soil, so that this low social complex breaks up readily like its organic counterpart, the low animal organism found in the amoeba. He sees it growing stronger with every advance in civilization involving more complex relations to the land, with settled habitations, with increased density of population, with a discriminating and highly differentiated use of the soil, with the exploitation of mineral resources, and finally with that far-reaching exchange of commodities and ideas which means the establishment of varied extraterritorial relations. Finally, the modern society or state has grown into every foot of its own soil, exploited its every geographic advantage, utilized its geographic location to enrich itself by international trade, and when possible, to absorb outlying territories by means of colonies. The broader this geographic base, the richer and more varied its resources, and the more favorable its climate to their exploitation, the more numerous and complex are the connections which the members of a societal group can establish with it, and through it with each other, or in other words, the greater may be its ultimate historical significance. The polar regions and the subtropical deserts, on the other hand, permit man to form only a few and intermittent relations with any one spot. Restrict economic methods to the lowest stages of development produce only the small, weak, loosely organized horde, which never evolves into a state so long as it remains in that retarding environment. Morgan's Societas. Man and his larger activities, as opposed to his mere physiological or psychological processes, cannot be studied apart from the land which he inhabits. Whether we consider him singly or in a group, family, clan, tribe, or state, we must always consider him or his group in relation to a piece of land. The ancient Irish sept, Highland clan, Russian mere, Cherokee hill town, Bedouin tribe, and the ancient Helvetian canton, like the political state of history, have meant always a group of people and a bit of land. The first presupposes the second. In all cases, the form and size of the social group, the nature of its activities, the trend and limit of its development will be strongly influenced by the size and nature of its habitat. The land basis is always present, in spite of Morgan's artificial distinction between a theoretically landless societas, held together only by the bond of common blood, and the political civitas based upon land. Though primitive society found its conscious bond in common blood, nevertheless, the land bond was always there, and it gradually asserted its fundamental character with the evolution of society. The savage and barbarous groups which in Morgan's classification would fall under the head of societas have nevertheless a clear conception of their ownership of the tribal lands which they use in common. The idea is probably of very primitive origin, arising from the association of a group with its habitat, whose food supply they regard as a monopoly. This is true even of migratory hunting tribes. They claim a certain area whose boundaries, however often ill-defined and subject to fluctuations, because the lands are not held by permanent occupancy and cultivation. An exceptional case is that of the Shoshone Indians, inhabiting the barren Utah Basin and the upper valleys of the Snake and Salmon rivers, who are accredited with no sense of ownership of the soil. In their natural state, they roved about in small, totally unorganized bands or single families, and changed their locations so widely that they seemed to lay no claim to any particular portion. The hopeless sterility of the region and its poverty of game kept its destitute inhabitants constantly on the move to gather in the meagre food supply and often restricted the societal group to the family. Here the bond between the land and tribe, and hence between the members of the tribe, was the weakest possible. A map is displayed on the previous page. Linguistic Stocks of American Indians, North of Mexico by J.W. Powell. Land Bond and Hunter Tribes. The usual type of tribal ownership was presented by the Comanches, nomadic hordes Indians who occupied the grassy plains of northern Texas. They held their territory and the game upon it as the common property of the tribe and jealously guarded the integrity of their domain. The chief Algonquin tribes, who occupied the territory between the Ohio River and the Great Lakes, had each its separate domain, within which it shifted its villages every few years. But its size depended upon the power of the tribe to repel encroachment upon its hunting grounds. Relying mainly on the chase and fishing, little on agriculture, for their subsistence, their relations to their soil were superficial and transitory, their tribal organization in a high degree unstable. Students of American ethnology generally agree that most of the Indian tribes east of the Mississippi were occupying definite areas at the time of their discovery, and were, to a considerable extent, sedentary and agricultural. Though nomadic within the tribal territory, as they moved with the season in pursuit of game, they returned to their villages which were shifted only at relatively long intervals. The political organization of the native Australians, low as they were in the societal scale, seems to have been based chiefly on the claim of each wretched wandering tribe to a definite territory. In north-central Australia, where even a very sparse population has sufficed to saturate the sterile soil, tribal boundaries have become fixed and inviolable, so that even war brings no transfer of territory. Land and people are identified. The bond is cemented by their primitive religion, for the tribe's spirit ancestors occupied this special territory. In a like manner, a very definite conception of tribal ownership of land prevails among the Bushmen and Bechuanas of South Africa, and to the pastoral Hereros, the alienation of their land is inconceivable. See map page 105. A tribe of hunters can never be more than a small horde, because the simple, monotonous, savage economy permits no concentration of population, no division of labor except that between the sexes, and hence no evolution of classes. The common economic level of all is reflected in the simple societal organization, which necessarily has little cohesion, because the group must be prepared to break up and scatter in smaller divisions when its members increase or its savage supplies decrease even a little. Such primitive groups cannot grow into larger units because these would demand more roots sent down into the sustaining soil, but they multiply by fission, like the infusional nomads, and thereafter lead independent existences remote from each other. This is the explanation of multiplication of dialects among the savage tribes. Land bond and fisher tribes. Fishing tribes have their chief occupation determined by their habitats, which are found along well-stocked rivers, lakes, or coastal fishing grounds. Conditions here encourage an early adaptation of sedentary life, discourage wandering except for short periods, and facilitate the introduction of agriculture wherever conditions of climate and soil permit. Hence these fisherfolk develop relatively large and permanent societal groups, as testified by the ancient lake villages of Switzerland, based upon a concentrated food supply resulting from a systematic and often varied exploitation of the local resources. The cooperation and submission to a leader necessary in pelagic fishing often gives the preliminary training for higher political organization. All the primitive stocks of the Brazilian Indians, except the mountain geese, are fishermen and agriculturalists. Hence their annual migrations are kept within narrow limits. Each linguistic group occupies a fixed and relatively well-defined district. Stanley found along the Congo large permanent villages of the natives who were engaged in fishing and tilling the fruitful soil, but knew little about the country 10 miles back from the river. These two generous types of subsistence are everywhere combined in Polynesia, Micronesia, and Melanesia. There they are associated with dense populations and often with advanced political organization, as we find it in the feudal monarchy of Tonga and the savage Fiji lands. Fisher tribes, therefore, get an early impulse forward in civilization. And even where conditions do not permit the upward step to agriculture, these tribes have permanent relations with their land, form stable societal groups, and often utilize the location on a natural highway to develop systematic trade. For instance, on the northwest coast of British Columbia and southern Alaska, the Haida, Tlingit, and Tamashean Indians have portioned out all the land about their seaboard villages among the separate families or households as hunting, fishing, and burying grounds. These are regarded as private property and are handed down from generation to generation. If they are used by anyone other than the owner, the privilege must be paid for. Every salmon stream has its proprietor, whose summer camp can be seen set up at the point where the run of the fish is greatest. Combined with this private property in land, there is a brisk trade up and down the coast, and a tendency toward feudalism in the village communities, owing to the association of power and societal distinction with wealth and property in land. Land bond in pastoral societies. Among pastoral nomads, among whom a systematic use of their territory begins to appear, and therefore a more definite relation between land and people, we find a more distinct notion than among wandering hunters of territorial ownership, the right of communal use, and the distinct obligation of common defense. Here the social bond is drawn closer. The nomad identifies himself with a certain district which belongs to his tribe by tradition or conquest, and has its clearly defined boundaries. Here he roams between its summer and winter pastures, possibly 150 miles apart, visits the small arable patches in the spring for its limited agricultural ventures, and returns to them in the fall to reap their meagre harvest. Its springs, streams, or wells assume enhanced value, are things to be fought for, owing to the prevailing aridity of summer, while ownership of a certain tract of desert or grassland carries with it a certain right in the bordering settled district of an area of plunder. The Karagigiz stock, who have been located since the 16th century on Lake Isikkul, long ago portioned out the land among the separate families and determined their limits by natural features of the landscape. Sven Hedin found on the Tarim River poles set up to mark the boundary between the Sahiyar and Kuchar tribal pastures. John D. Plano Karapini, travelling over southern Russia in 1246, immediately after the Tatar conquest, found that the Dnieper, Don, Volga, and Ural rivers were all boundaries into the various millionaries or thousands into which the Tatar horde was organized. The population of this vast country was distributed according to the different degrees of fertility and the size of the pastoral groups. Foley observed the same distinction in the distribution of the Bedouins of Syria. He found that barren cantons held by small, widely separated tribes, as in the desert of Suez, but the cultivatable cantons, like the Huran and Pachalik of Aleppo, closely dotted by the encampments of the pastoral owners. The large range of territory held by a nomadic tribe is all successfully occupied in the course of a year, but each part only for a short period of time. A pastoral use of even a good district necessitates a move of 5 or 10 miles every few weeks. The whole, large as it may be, is absolutely necessary for the annual support of the tribe. Hence any outside encroachment upon their territory calls for the united resistance of the tribe. This joint or small action is dictated by their common interest in pastures and herds. The social administration embodied in the apportionment of pastures among the families or clans grows out of the systematic view of their territory, which represents a closer relation between land and people than is found among purely hunting tribes. Overcrowding by men or livestock, on the other hand, puts a strain upon the social bond. When Abraham and Lot, typical nomads, returned from Egypt to Canaan with their large flocks and herds, rivalry for the pastures occasioned conflicts among their shepherds, so that two sheets decided to separate. Abraham took the hill pastures of Judea, and Lot the plains of Jordan near the settled districts of Sodom. Geographical mark of low-type societies. The larger the amount of territory necessary for the support of a given number of people, whether the proportion be due to permanent poverty or natural resources, as in the Eskimo country, or to retarded economic development, as among the Indians of primitive America, or the present Sudanese. The looser is the connection between land and people, and the lower the type of social organization. For such groups, the organic theory of society finds an apt description. To quote Spencer, the original clusters, animal and societal, are not only small, but they lack density. Creatures of low type occupy large spaces, considering the small quantity of animal substances they contain. The low type society is spread over areas that are wide relatively to the number of their component individuals. In a common language, this means small tribes or even detached families sparsely scattered over wide areas, living in temporary huts or encampments of teepees and tents shifted from place to place, making no effort to modify the surface of the land beyond scratching the soil to raise a niggardly crop of grain or tubers, and no investment of labour that might attach to one spot the sparse and migrant population. See Density Maps, pages 8 and 9. Land and State. The superiority over the societal type of the civilized state lies in the highly organized utilization of its whole geographic basis by the mature community, and the development of government that has followed the increasing density of population and multiplication of activities growing out of this manifold use of the land. Sedentary agriculture, which forms its initial economic basis, is followed by industrialism and commerce. The migratory life presents only limited accumulation of capital and restricts narrowly its forms. Permanent settlement encourages accumulation in every form, and under growing pressure of population, slowly reveals the possibilities of every foot of ground, of every geographic advantage. These are the fibres of the land which become woven into the whole fabric of the nation's life. These are the geographic elements constituting the soil in which empires are rooted. They rise in the sap of the nation. Strength of the land bond in the state. The geographic basis of a state embodies a whole complex of physical conditions which may influence its historical development. The most potent of these are its size and zonal location, its situation, whether continental, insular, inland or maritime, in the open ocean or an enclosed sea, its boundaries, whether drawn by sea, mountain, desert, or the faint demarking of a river, its forested mountains, grassy plains, and arable lowlands, its climate and drainage system, finally its equipment with plant and animal life, whether indigenous or imported, and its mineral resources. When a state has taken advantage of all its natural conditions, the land becomes a constituent part of the state, modifying the people which inhabit it, modified by them in turn, till the connection between the two becomes so strong, by reciprocal interaction, that the people cannot be understood apart from their land. Any attempt to divide them theoretically reduces this social or political body to a cadaver, valuable for the study of structural anatomy after the method of Herbert Spencer, but throwing little light upon the vital processes. Weak land tenure of hunting and pastoral tribes. A people who make only a transitory or superficial use of its land has upon it no permanent or secure hold. The power to hold is measured by the power to use, hence the weak tenure of hunting and pastoral tribes. Between their scattered encampments at any given time are wide interstices, inviting occupation by any settlers who know how to make better use of the soil. This explains the easy intrusion of the English colonists into the sparsely tenanted territory of the Indians, and the agricultural Chinese into the pastoral lands of the Mongols beyond the Great Wall, of the American pioneers into hunting grounds of the Hudson Bay Company in the disputed Oregon country. The frail bonds which unite these lower societies to their soil are easily ruptured and the people themselves dislodged, while their land is appropriated by the intruder. But who could ever conceive of dislodging the Chinese or the close-packed millions of India? A modern state with a given population in a wide area is more vulnerable than another of like population, more closely distributed, but the former has the advantage of a reserved territory for future growth. This was a case of Cushason and Brandenburg in the 16th century and of the United States throughout its history. But beside the danger of inherited weakness before attack, a condition of relative underpopulation always threatens a retardation of development. Easygoing man needs the prod of a pressing population. Compare maps 8 and 103 for examples. Land and food supply. Food is the urgent and recurrent need of individuals and of society. It dictates their activities in relation to their land at every stage of economic development, fixes the locality of the encampment or village, and determines the size of the territory from which sustenance is drawn. The length of residence in one place depends upon whether the springs of its food supply are perennial or intermittent, while the abundance of their flow determines how large a population a given piece of land can support. Advance from natural to artificial basis of subsistence. Hunter and fisher folk, relying almost exclusively upon what their land produces of itself, need a large area and derive from it only an irregular food supply, which in winter diminishes to the verge of famine. The transition to the pastoral stage has meant the substitution of an artificial for natural basis of subsistence, and therewith a change which more than any other one thing has inaugurated the advance from savagery to civilization. From the standpoint of economics, the forward stride has consisted in the application of capital in the form of flocks and herds to the task of feeding the wandering horde. From the standpoint of alimentation, to the guarantee of a more reliable and generally more nutritious food supply, which enables populations to grow more steadily and rapidly. From the standpoint of geography, in the marked reduction in the per capita amount of land necessary to yield an adequate and stable food supply. Pastoral nomadism can support in a given district of average quality from 10 to 20 times as many souls as can the chase, but in this respect it is surpassed from 20 to 30-fold by the more productive agriculture. While the subsistence of a nomad requires 100 to 200 acres of land, for that a skillful farmer from 1 to 2 acres suffice. In contrast, the land of the Indians living in the Hudson Bay Territory in 1857 averaged 10 square miles per capita. That of the Indians in the United States in 1825, subsidized moreover by the government, 1 1/4 square miles. Land in relation to agriculture. With transition to the sedentary life of agriculture, society makes a further gain over nomadism in the closer integration of its social units, due to permanent residence in larger, more complex groups, in the continuous release of labor from the task of mere food-getting for higher activities, resulting especially in the rapid evolution of the home, and finally in the more elaborate organization in the use of the land, leading to economic differentiation of different localities, and to a rapid increase in the population supported by a given area, so that the land becomes the dominant cohesive force in society. See maps pages 8 and 9. Migratory agriculture. Agriculture is adopted at first on a small scale as an adjunct to the chase or herding. It tends therefore to partake of the same extensive and nomadic character as these or their methods of gaining subsistence, and only gradually becomes sedentary and intensive. Such was the superficial migratory tillage of most American Indians, shifting with the village in the wake of the retreating game or in search of fresh, unexhausted soil. Such is the agriculture of the primitive Gurkhas in the Mohadeo hills in central India. They clear a forest slope by burning, rake over the ashes in which they sow their grain, and reap a fairly good crop in the fertilized soil. The second year the clearing yields a reduced product, and the third year is abandoned. When the hamlet of 5 or 6 families has exhausted all the land about it, it moves to a new spot to repeat the process. The same superficial extensive tillage, with abandonment of fields every few years, prevails in the Tatar districts of the Russian steppes, as it did among the cattle-raising Germans at the beginning of their history. Tacitus says of them, "Ava per annos mutant et superes tager," commenting at the same time upon their abundance of land and their reluctance to till. Where nomadism is made imperative by aridity, the agriculture which accompanies it tends to become fixed, owing to the few localities blessed with an irrigating stream to moisten the soil. These spots generally selected for the winter residence have their soil enriched, moreover, by the long stay of the herd, and thus avoid exhaustion. Often, however, in enclosed basins, the salinity of the irrigating streams in their lower course ruins the fields after 1 or 2 crops, and necessitates a constant shifting of the cultivated patches. Hence agriculture remains subsidiary to the yield of the pastures. This condition and effect is conspicuous among the termini of the streams draining the northern slope of the Kuen Lun into the Tarim Basin. Geographic checks to progress. The desultory, intermittent, extensive use of the land practiced by hunters and nomads tends, under the growing pressure of population, to pass into the systematic, continuous, intensive use practiced by the farmer, except where nature presents positive checks to the transition. The most obvious checks consists in adverse conditions of climate and soil, where agriculture meets insurmountable obstacles like the intense cold of Arctic Siberia and Lapland, or the alkaline soils of Nevada and the Caspian Depression, or the inadequate rainfall of Mongolia and Central Arabia. The land can produce no higher economic and social groups than pastoral hordes. Hence shepherd folk are found in their purest types in deserts and steppes, where conditions early crystallize the social form and checked development. Rainfall, Map, Chapter 14. Native animal and plant life as factors. Adverse conditions of climate and soil are not the only factors in this retardation. The very unequal native equipment of the several continents with plant and animal forms likely to accelerate the advance of nomadism and agriculture also enters into the equation. In Australia, the lack of a single indigenous mammal fit for domestication, and of all cereals blocked from the start the pastoral and agricultural development of the natives. Hence, at the arrival of the Europeans, Australia represented the unique spectacle of a whole continent with its population still held in the vise of nature. The Americas have a limited variety of animals susceptible to domestication, but were more meagerly equipped than the Old World. Yet the Eskimo failed to tame and herd the reindeer, though their precarious food supply furnished a motive for the transition. Moreover, an abundance of grass and reindeer moss, Cladonia rangifernia, and congenial climatic conditions favored especially for the Alaskan Eskimo, who had, besides their nearby example of the Siberian Chukchis as reindeer herders. The buffalo, whose domesticability has been proved, was never utilized in this way by the Indians, though the Spaniard Gomorra writes of one tribe living in the 16th century in the southwestern part of what is now United States territory, whose chief wealth consisted in herds of tame buffalo. North America, at the time of the discovery, saw only the dog hanging about the lodges of the Indians, but in South America, the llama and alpaca, confined to the higher levels of the Andes, 10,000 to 15,000 feet elevation, were used in domestic herds only in the mountain-rimmed valleys of ancient Peru, where, owing to the restricted areas of these intermontane basins, stock raised early became stationary, as we find it in the Alps. Moreover, the high ridges of the Andes support a species of grass called ichu, growing up to the snow line from the equator to the southern extremity of Patagonia. Its geographical distribution coincided with that of the llama and alpacas, whose chief pasturage is furnished. In contrast, the absence of any wild fodder plants in Japan, and the exclusion of all foreign forms by the successful competition of the native bamboo grass, altogether eliminated pastoral life from the economic history of the island. The Old World, on the other hand, furnished an abundant supply of indigenous animals susceptible to domestication, and especially those fitted for nomadic life, such as the camel, horse, ass, sheep, and goat. Hence it produced in the widespread grasslands and deserts of Europe, Asia, and Africa the most perfect types of pastoral development in its natural or nomadic form. Moreover, the early history of the civilized agricultural peoples of these three continents revealed their previous pastoral mode of life. North and South America offered over most of their area conditions of climate and soil highly favorable to agriculture, and a fair list of indigenous cereals, tubers, and pulses, yielding goodly crops even to superficial tillage. Maize especially was admirably suited for a race of semi-migratory hunters. It could be sown without ploughing, ripened in a warm season, even in 90 days, could be harvested without a sickle and at the pleasure of the cultivator, and needed no preparation beyond roasting before it was ready for food. The beans and pumpkins which the Indians raised also needed only a short season. Hence many Indian tribes, while showing no trace of pastoral development, combined with the class of semi-nomadic agriculture, and in a few districts where geographic conditions had applied peculiar pressure, they had accomplished the transition to sedentary agriculture. Land per capita under the various cultural and geographic conditions. Every advance to a higher state of civilization has meant a progressive decrease in the amount of land necessary for the support of the individual, and a progressive increase in the relations between man and his habitat. The stage of social development remaining the same, the per capita amount of land decreases also from poorer to better endowed geographical districts, and with every invention which brings into use some natural resource. The following classification illustrates the relation of density of population to various geographic and socio-economic conditions. Hunter tribes on the outskirts of the habitable area, as in Arctic America and Siberia, require from 70 to 200 square miles per capita. In arid lands like the Kalahari Desert and Patagonia, 40 to 200 square miles per capita. In choice districts and combining with the chase some primitive agriculture, as did the Cherokee, Shawnee, and Iroquois Indians, the Dayaks of Borneo, and the Papuans of New Guinea, 1/2 to 2 square miles per capita. Pastoral nomads show a density of from 2 to 5 to the square mile, practicing some agriculture, as in Kordofan and Sennar districts of eastern Sudan, 10 to 15 to the square mile. Agriculture, undeveloped but combined with some trade and industry as in Equatorial Africa, Borneo and most of the Central American states, supports 5 to 15 to the square mile, practiced with European methods in young or colonial lands, as in Arkansas, Texas, Minnesota, Hawaii, Canada, and Argentine, or in European lands with unfavorable climate, up to 25 to the square mile. Pure agricultural lands of Eastern Europe support 100 to the square mile, and those of Southern Europe 200, when combining some industry from 250 to 300. But these figures rise to 500 or more in lowland India and China. Industrial districts of modern Europe, such as England, Belgium, Saxony, departments of Nord and Rhone in France, show a density of 500 to 800 to the square mile. See maps pages 8 and 9. Density of population and government. With every increase of the population inhabiting a given area, and with the consequent multiplication and constriction of the bonds uniting society with its land, comes a growing necessity for a more highly organized government, both to reduce friction within and secure to the people the land on which and by which they live. Therefore, protection becomes a prime function of the state. It wards off outside attack which may aim at acquisition of its territory, or an invasion of the rights, or curtailment of its geographic sphere of activity. The modern industrial state, furthermore, with the purpose of strengthening the nation, assists or itself undertakes the construction of highways, canals, and railroads, and the maintenance of steamship lines. These encourage the development of natural resources and of commerce, and hence lay the foundation for an increased population by multiplying the relations between man and people. Territorial expansion of the state. A like object is attained by territorial expansion, which often follows in the wake of commercial expansion. This strengthens the nation positively by enlarging its geographic base, and negatively by forcing back the boundaries of its neighbors. The expansion of the 13 colonies from the Atlantic slope to the Mississippi River and the Great Lakes by the treaty concluding the Revolution was a strong guarantee of the survival of the young republic against future aggressions either of England or Spain, that exchanged the scientific or protecting boundary of the Appalachian Mountains for the unscientific and enclosed boundary of a river. The expansion to the Rocky Mountains by the Louisiana Purchase not only gave wider play to national energies, stimulated natural increase of population, and attracted immigration, but it eliminated a dangerous neighbor in the French, and placed a wide buffer of untenanted land between the United States and the petty aggressions of the Spanish in Mexico. Rome's expansion to the valley of the Po, as later into Transalpine Gaul and Germany, had for its purpose the protection of the peninsula against barbarian inroads. Japan's recent aggression against the Russians in the Far East was actuated by the realization that she had to expand into Korea at the cost of Muscovite ascendancy, or contract later at the cost of her own independence. Checks to population. If a state lacks the energy and national purpose, like Italy, or the possibility, like Switzerland, for territorial expansion, and accepts its boundaries as final, the natural increase of population upon a fixed area produces an increased density, unless certain social forces counteract it. Without these forces, the relation of men to the land would have tended to modify everywhere in the same way. Increasing numbers would have been attended by a corresponding decrease in the amount of land at the disposal of each individual. Those states which, like Norway and Switzerland, cannot expand and which have exploited their natural resources to the utmost must resign themselves to the emigration of their reluctant population. But those which have remained within their own boundaries and have adopted a policy of isolation, like China, feudal Japan during its 2.5 centuries of seclusion, and numerous Polynesian islands, have been forced to war with nature itself by checking the operation of the law of natural increase. All the repulsive devices contributing to this end, whether infanticide, abortion, cannibalism, the sanctioned murder of the aged and infirm, honourable suicide, polyandry, or persistent war, are the social deformities consequent upon suppressed growth. Such artificial checks upon population are more conspicuous in natural regions with sharply defined boundaries, like islands and oases, as Malthus observed. But they are visible also among savage tribes whose boundaries are fixed not by natural features, but by the mutual repulsion and rivalry characterizing the stage of development, and whose limit of population is reduced by their low economic status. Extraterritorial relations. There is a great difference between those states whose inhabitants subsist exclusively from the products of their own country and those which rely more or less upon other lands. Great industrial states like England and Germany, which derive only a portion of their food and raw material from their own territory, supply their dense populations through international trade. Interruption of such foreign commerce is disastrous to the population at home. Hence, the state by a navy protects the lines of communication with those faraway lands of wheat fields and cattle rich. There is no purely modern development. Athens in the time of Pericles used her navy not only to secure her political domination in the Aegean, but also her connections with the colonial wheat lands about the Euxine. The modern state strives to render this circle of trade both large and permanent by means of commercial treaties, customs unions, trading ports and colonies. Thus, while society at home is multiplying its relation with its own land, the state is enabling it to multiply also its relations with the whole producing world. While at home the nation is becoming more closely knit together through the common bond of the fatherland, in the world at large humanity is evolving a brotherhood of man by the union of each with all through the common growing bond of the earth. Hence we cannot avoid the question, are we in process of evolving a social idea vaster than the underlying nationality? Do the socialists hint to us the geographic basis of this new development when they describe themselves as an international political party? Geography in the philosophy of history. It is natural that the old philosophy of history should have fixed its attention upon the geographic basis of historical events. Searching for the permanent and common in the outwardly mutable, it found always at the bottom of changing events the same solid earth. Biology has had the same experience. The history of the life forms of the world leads always back to the land on which that life arose, spread, and struggled for existence. The philosophy of history was superior to early sociology in that its method is one of historical comparison, which inevitably guided it back to the land as a material for the first generalization. Thus it happens that the importance of the land factor in history was approached first from the philosophical side. Montesquieu and Herder had no intention of solving sociological and geographical problems when they considered the relation of peoples and states to their soil. They wished to understand the purpose and destiny of man as an inhabitant of the earth. Theory of progress from the standpoint of geography. The study of history is always, from one standpoint, a study of progress. Yet after all the century-long investigation of the history of every people working out its destiny in its given environment, struggling against the difficulties of its habitat, progressing when it overcame them, and retrograding when it failed, advancing when it made the most of its opportunities and declining when it made less or succumbed to an invader armed with better economic and political methods to exploit the land. It is amazing how little the land, in which all activities finally root, has been taken into account in the discussion of progress. Nevertheless, for a theory of progress, it offers a solid basis. From the standpoint of the land, social and political organizations in successive stages of development embrace ever-increasing areas and make them support ever-denser populations. And this concentration of population and intensification of economic development they assume ever higher forms. It does not suffice that a people, in order to progress, should extend and multiply only its local relations to its land. This would eventuate in arrested development, such as Japan showed at the time of Perry's visit. The ideal basis of progress in the expansion of the world relations of a people, the extension of its field activity and sphere of influence far beyond the limits of its own territory, by which it exchanges commodities and ideas with various countries of the world. Universal history shows thus that, as the geographical horizon of the known world has widened from grey antiquity to the present, societies and states have expanded their territorial and economic scope, that they have grown not only in the number of their square miles, but in the geographical range of their international intercourse, but in national efficiency, power, and permanence, and especially in that intellectual force which feeds upon the nutritious food of wide comparisons. Every great movement which has widened the geographical outlook of a people, such as the Crusaders in the Middle Ages or the colonization of the Americas, has applied an intellectual and economic stimulus. The expanding field of advancing history has therefore been an essential commitment, and at the same time a driving force in the progress of every people and of the world. Man's increasing dependence upon nature. Since progress in civilization involves an increasing exploitation of natural advantages and the development of closer relations between a land and its people, it is an erroneous idea that man tends to emancipate himself more and more from the control of the natural conditions forming at once the foundation and environment of his activities. On the contrary, he multiplies his dependencies upon nature, but while increasing their sum total, he diminishes the force of each. There lies the gist of the matter. All his bonds become more numerous. They become also more elastic. Civilization has lengthened his leash and padded his collar, so that it does not gore, but the leash has never slipped. The Delaware Indians depended upon the forest alone for fuel. A citizen of Pennsylvania occupying the former Delaware tract has the choice of wood, hard or soft coal, coke, petroleum, natural gas, or manufactured gas. Does this mean emancipation? By no means, for while fuel was a necessity to the Indian only for warmth and cooking, and incidentally for the pleasurable excitement of burning an enemy at the stake, it enters into the manufacture of almost every article that the Pennsylvanian uses in his daily life. His dependence upon nature has become more far-reaching, the less conspicuous and especially less arbitrary. Increase in kind and amount. These dependencies increase enormously both in variety and amount. Great Britain, with its 20,000 merchant ships aggregating over 10 million tons, and its immense import and export trade, finds its harbours vastly more important today for the national welfare than in Cromwell's time when they were used by a scanty mercantile fleet. Since the generation of electricity by water power and its application to industry, the plunging falls of the Scandinavian mountains, of the Alps of Switzerland, France and Italy, of the southern Appalachians and the Cascade Range are geographical features representing new and unsuspected forms of national capital, and therefore new bonds between land and people in these localities. Russia since 1844 has built 35,572 miles, 57,374 kilometers of railroad in her European territory, and thereby derived a new benefit from her level plains, which so facilitate the construction and cheap operation of railroads that they have become, on this aspect alone, a new feature in her national economy. On the other hand, the galling restrictions of Russia's meagre and strategically confined coasts, which tie her hand in any wide maritime policy, work a greater hardship today than they did 100 years ago, since her growing population creates a more insistent demand for international trade. In contrast to Russia, Norway, with its paucity of arable soil and of other natural resources, finds its long-intended coastline and the coast-bred seamanship of its people a progressively important national asset. Hence, as ocean carriers, the Norwegians have developed a merchant maritime nearly half as large again as that of Russia and Finland combined, 1,569,646 tons, as against 1,084,165 tons. This growing dependence of a civilized people upon its land is characterized by intelligence and self-help. Man forms a partnership with nature, contributing brains and labor, while she provides the capital or raw material in ever more abundant and varied forms. As a result of this cooperation, helped by the terms of the contract, he secures a better living than the savage who, like a mendicant, accepts what nature is pleased to dole out, and lives under the tyranny of her caprices. End of section 3. Section 4 of Influences of Geographic Environment by Ellen Churchill Semple. Recorded by Leon Harvey for LibriVox.org. Chapter 4. The Movements of Peoples in Their Geographical Significance. Part 1. Universality of these movements. The ethical and political boundaries of Europe today are the residuum of countless racial, national, tribal, and individual movements reaching back into an unrecorded past. The very names of Turkey, Bulgaria, England, Scotland, and France are borrowed from intruding peoples. New England, New France, New Scotland, or Nova Scotia, and many more on the American continents register the transatlantic nativity of their first white settlers. The provinces of Galicia in Spain, Lombardy in Italy, Brittany in France, Essex and Sussex in England record in their names streams of humanity diverted from the great currents of the Volkerwanderung. The Romance groups of languages, from Portugal to Romania, testify to the sweep of expanding Rome, just as the wide distribution of the Aryan linguistic family points to many roads and long migrations from some unplaced birthplace. Names like Cisalpine and Transalpine Gaul in the Roman Empire, Transcaucasia, Transcaspia, and Transbaikalia in the Russian Empire. The Transvaal and Transkei in South Africa indicate the direction whence the advancing people have come. Stratification of races. Ethnology reveals an east and west stratification of linguistic groups in Europe, a north and south stratification of races, and another stratification by altitude, which reappears in all parts of the world and allows certain invading dominant races occupying the lowlands and other displaced ones the highlands. This definite arrangement points to successive arrivals, a crowding forward, an intrusion of the strong into fertile accessible valleys and plains, and a dislodgement of the weak into the rough but safe keeping of mountain range or barren peninsula, where they are brought to bay. Ethnic fragments, linguistic survivals, or merely place names, dropped like discarded baggage along the march of a retreating army, bear witness everywhere to tragic recessionals. The name historical movement. Every country whose history we examine proves the recipient of successive streams of humanity. Even secret England, as it received various intruding peoples from the Roman occupation to the recent influx of Russian Jews. In prehistoric times, it combined several elements in its population, as the discovery of the Long Barrow men and Round Barrow men by archaeologists, and the identification of a surviving Iberian or Mediterranean strain by ethnologists go to prove. Egypt, Mesopotamia, and India tell the same story, whether in their recorded or unrecorded history. Tropical Africa lacks a history, but all that has been pieced together by ethnologists and anthropologists in an effort to reconstruct its past shows incessant movement, growth, expansion, and short-lived conquest, followed by shrinkage, expulsion, or absorption by another invader. To this constant shifting of races and peoples, the name of historical movement has been given because it underlies most of written history and constitutes the major part of unwritten history, especially that of savage and nomadic tribes. Two things are vital in the history of every people: its ethnic composition and the wars it wages in defense or extension of its boundaries. Both rest upon historical movements, intrusions, whether peaceful or hostile, into its own land, and encroachments upon neighboring territory necessitated by growth. Back of all such movements is natural increase of population beyond local means of subsistence, and the development of the war spirit in the effort to secure more abundant subsistence either by raid or conquest of territory. Evolution of the historical movement. Among primitive peoples, this movement is simple and monotonous. It involves all members of the tribe, either in pursuit of game or following the herd over the tribal territory, or in migration seeking more and better land. Among civilized peoples it assumes various forms, and especially is differentiated for different members of the social group. The civilized state develops specialized frontiersmen, armies, explorers, maritime traders, colonists, and missionaries, who keep a part of the people constantly moving and directing external expansion, while the mass of the population converts the force, once expended in the migrant food quest, into internal activity. Here we come upon a paradox. The nation as a whole, with the development of sedentary life, increases its population and therewith its need for external movements. It widens its national area and its circle of contact with other lands, enlarges its geographical horizon, and improves its internal communication over a growing territory. It evolves a greater mobility within and without, which attaches, however, to certain classes of society, not to the entire social group. This mobility becomes the outward expression of a whole complex of economic wants, intellectual needs, and political ambitions. It is embodied in the conquests which build up empires, in the colonization which develops new lands, in the worldwide exchange of commodities and ideas which lifts the level of civilization to the movement of peoples, becomes a fundamental fact of history. Nature of primitive movements. This movement is, as being universal and varied. When most unobtrusive in its operation, it has produced its greatest effects. To seize upon a few conspicuous migrations, like the Volkwanderung, and the irruption of the Turks into Europe, made dramatic by their relation to the declining empires of Rome and Constantinople, and to ignore the vast sum of lesser but more normal movements, which by slow increments produce greater and more lasting results, leads to wrong conclusions both in ethnology and history. Here, as in geology, great effects do not necessarily presuppose vast forces, but rather the steady operation of small ones. It is often assumed that the world was peopled by a series of migrations, whereas everything indicates that humanity spread over the earth little by little, much as the imported gypsy moth is gradually occupying New England, or the water hyacinth the rivers of Florida. Louis Agassiz observed in 1853 that the boundaries within which the different natural combinations of animals are known to be circumscribed upon the surface of the earth coincides with the natural range of distinct types of man. The close parallelism between Australian race and flora, Eskimo race and Arctic fauna, points to a similar manner of dispersion. Wallace, in describing how the Russian frontier of settlement slowly creeps forward along the Volga, encroaching upon the Finnish and Tatar areas, and permeating them with Slav blood and civilization, adds that this is probably the normal method of expansion. Thucydides described the same process of encroachment, displacement, and migration in ancient Hellas. Strabo quotes Posidonius as saying that the emigration of the Cimbrians and other kindred tribes from their native seats was gradual and by no means sudden. The traditions of the Delaware Indians show their advance from their early home in central Canada southward to the Delaware River and Chesapeake Bay to have been a slow zigzag movement, interrupted by frequent long halts, leaving behind one laggard group here and setting out an offshoot there, who formed new tribes and thereby diversified the stock. It was an aimless wandering, without destination and purpose other than to find a pleasanter habitat. The Vandals appear first as a loose aggregation of restless tribes who must not be too definitely assigned to any precise district on the map, somewhere in central or eastern Prussia. Far-reaching migrations aiming at a distant goal, like the Gothic and Hunnish conquests of Italy, demand both the geographical knowledge and an organization too high for primitive peoples, and therefore belong to a latter period of development. Number and range. The long list of recorded migrations has been supplemented by the researches of ethnologists, which have revealed a multitude of prehistoric movements. These are disclosed in greater numbers and range with successive investigation. The prehistoric wanderings of the Polynesians assume far more significance today than 100 years ago, when their scope was supposed to have its western limit at Fiji and the Ellice group. They have now been traced to almost every island of Melanesia. Vestiges of their influence have been detected in the languages of Australia and the culture of the distant coasts of Alaska and British Columbia. The western pioneers of America knew the Shoshone Indians as small bands of savages, constantly moving about in search of food in the barren region west of the Rocky Mountains, and occasionally ventured eastward to hunt buffalo on the plains. Recent investigation has identified, as offshoots of this retarded Shoshonean stock, the sedentary agriculturalists of the Mogoy Pueblo, and the advanced populations of ancient Mexico and Central America. Here was a great human current, which, through the centuries, slowly drifted from the present frontier of Canada to the shores of Lake Nicaragua. Powell's map of the distribution of the linguistic stocks of American Indians is intelligible only in the light of constant mobility. Haebler's map of the South American stocks reveals the same restless past. The cartographical presentation of the facts, giving only the final results, suggests tribal excursions of the nature of migrations, but ethnologists see them as a sum total of countless small movements which are more or less part of the normal activity of an uprooted savage people. Map, page 101. Otis Mason finds that the life of a social group involves a variety of movements characterized by different ranges or scopes. 1. The daily round from bed to bed. 2. The annual round from year to year, like that of the Tungese Orochon of Siberia, who in pursuit of various fish and game change their residence within their territory from month to month, or the pastoral nomads who move with the seasons from pasture to pasture. 3. Less systematic outside movements covering the tribal sphere of influence, such as journeys or voyages to remote hunting or fishing grounds, forays or piratical descents upon neighboring lands, eventuating usually in conquest, expansion at border regions for occasional occupation or colonization. 4. Participation in streams of barter or commerce. 5. And at a higher stage in the great currents of human intercourse, experience and ideas, which finally compass the world. In all this series, the narrower movement prepares for the broader, of which it constitutes at once an impulse and a part. Importance of such movements in history. The real character and importance of these movements have been appreciated by broad-minded historians. Thucydides elucidates the conditions leading up to the Peloponnesian War by a description of the semi-migratory populations of Hellas, the exposure of the more fertile districts to incursions, and the influence of these movements in differentiating Dorian from Ionian Greece. Johannes von Müller, in the introduction to the History of Switzerland, assigns to federations and migrations a conspicuous role in historical development. Edward A. Ross sees in such movements a thoroughgoing selective process which weeds out the unfit, or rather spares only the highly fit. He lays down the principle that repeated migrations tend to the creation of energetic races of men. He adds this principle may account for the fact that those branches of a race achieve the most brilliant success which have wandered the farthest from their ancestral home. The Arabs and Moors that skirted Africa and won a home in faraway Spain developed the most brilliant of their Saracen civilizations. Hebrews, Dorians, Quirites, Rajputs, Hovas were far invaders. No communities in classic times flourished like the cities of Asia created by the overflow from Greece. Nowhere under the Tsar are such vigorous progressive communities as in Siberia. Brighton distinguishes the associative and dispersive elements in ethnology. The latter is favored by the physical adaptability of the human race to all climates and external conditions. It is stimulated by the food quest, the pressure of foes, and the resultant restlessness of an unstable primitive society. The Earth's surface is at once factor and basis in these movements. In an active way it directs them, but they in turn clothe the passive Earth with a mantle of humanity. This mantle is of varied weave and thickness, showing here the simple pattern of a primitive society, there an intricate design of advanced civilization, here a closely woven or a gauzy texture, there disclosing a great rent where a rocky peak or the ice-wrapped poles protrude through the warm human covering. This is the magical web whereof man is at once woof and weaver, and the flying shuttle that never rests. Given a region, what is its living envelope? Asks Anthropo-Geography. Whence and how did it get there? What is the material of warp and woof? Will new threads enter to vary the color and design? If so, from what source? Or will the local pattern repeat itself over and over with dull uniformity? Geographical interpretation of historical movement. It was the great intellectual service of Copernicus that he conceived of a world in motion inside of a world at rest. So Anthropo-Geography must see its world in motion, whether it is considering English colonization or the westward expansion of the southern slave power in search of unexhausted land, or the counter-expansion of the free soil movement, or the early advance of the trappers westward to the Rockies after the retreating game, or the withdrawal thither of the declining Indian tribes before the protruding line of white settlement, and their ultimate confinement to ever-shrinking reservations. In studying the increase of population, it sees in Switzerland chalet and farm creeping higher up the Alp, as a lapping of a rising tide of humanity below. It sees movement in the projection of a new dike in Holland to reclaim from the sea the land for another 1,000 inhabitants. Movement in Japan's doubling of its territory by conquest in order to house and feed its redundant millions. The whole complex relation to unresting man to the earth is a subject matter of Anthropo-Geography. The science traces his movements on the earth's surface, measures their velocity, range, and recurrence, determines their nature by the way they utilize the land, notes their transformation at different stages of economic development and under different environments. Just as an understanding of animal and plant geography requires previous knowledge of the various means of dispersal, active and passive, possessed by these lower forms of life, so Anthropo-Geography must start with the study of the movements of mankind. Mobility of primitive peoples. First of all is to be noted an evolution in the mobility of peoples. In the lowest stages of culture, mobility is great. It is favored by the persistent food quest over wide areas incident to retarded economic methods, and by the loose attachment of society to the soil. The small social groups peculiar to these stages and their innate tendency to fission help the movements to ramify. The consequent scattered distribution of the population offers wide interstices between encampments or villages, and in these vacant spaces other wandering tribes easily penetrate. The rapid decline of the Indian race in America before the advancing whites was due chiefly to the division of the savages into small groups, scattered sparsely over a wide territory. Hunter and pastoral peoples need far more land than they can occupy at any one time, hence the temporary vacant spots invite incursion. Moreover, the slight impedimenta carried by primitive folk minimize the natural physical obstacles which they meet when on the march. The lightly equipped war parties of the Shawnee Indians used gorges and gaps for the passage of the Allegheny Mountains, which were prohibitive to all white pioneers except the lonely trapper. Finally, this mobility gets into the primitive mind. The wanderlust is strong. Long residence in one territory is irksome. Attachment is weak. Therefore, a small cause suffices to start the whole or part of the social body moving. A temporary failure of the food supply, cruelty or excessive extraction of tribute on the part of the chief occasions an exodus. The history of every Negro tribe in Africa gives instances of such successions, which often leave whole districts empty and exposed to the next wandering occupant. Methods of preventing such withdrawals, and therewith the diminution of his treasury receipts and his fighting force, belong to the policy of every Negro chieftain. Natural barriers to movement. The checks to this native mobility of primitive peoples are two, physical and mental. In addition to the usual barriers of mountains, deserts, and seas before the invention of boats, primeval forests have always offered serious obstacles to man, armed only with stone or bronze axe, and they rebuffed even man of the Iron Age. War and hunting parties had to move along the natural clearings of the rivers, the tracks of animals, or a few trails beaten out in time by the natives themselves. Primitive agriculture has never battled successfully against the phalanx of the trees. Forests bulk the expansion of the Inca civilization on the rainy slope of the Andes, and in Central Africa the Negro invaded only their edge for his yam fields and plantation groves. The earliest settlements in ancient Britain were confined to the natural clearings of the chalk downs and oolitic uplands, and here population was chiefly concentrated even at the close of the Roman occupation. Only gradually, as the valley woodlands were cleared, did the richer soil of the alluvial basins attract men from the high, poor ground where tillage required no preliminary work. But after 4 centuries of Roman rule and Roman roads, the clearings along the river valleys were still mere strips of culture mid an encompassing wilderness of woods. When the Germanic invaders came, they too appropriated the treeless downs and were blocked by the forests. On the other hand, grasslands and savannas have developed the most mobile people whom we know, steppe hunters like the Sioux Indians and Patagonians. Thus, while the forest dweller, confined to the highway of the stream, devised only canoe and dugout boat in various forms for purposes of transportation, steppe peoples of the Old World introduced the use of draft and pack animals, and invented the sledge and cart. Effect of geographical horizon. Primitive peoples carry a drag upon their migrations in their restricted geographical outlook. Ignorance robs them of definite goals. The evolution of the historical movement is accelerated by every expansion of the geographical horizon. It progresses most rapidly where the knowledge of outlying or remote lands travels fastest, as along rivers and thalassic coasts. Rome's location as toll gatekeeper of the Tiber gave her knowledge of the upstream country and directed her conquest of its valley. The movement thus gathered momentum as it advanced. Caesar's occupation of Gaul meant to his generation simply the command of the roads leading from the Mediterranean to the northern sources of tin and amber, and establishment of frontier outposts to protect the land boundaries of Italy. This represented a bold policy of inland expansion for that day. The modern historian sees in that step the momentous advance of history beyond the narrow limits of the Mediterranean basin, and its gradual inclusion of all the Atlantic countries of Europe, through whose maritime enterprises the historical horizon was stretched to include America. In the same way, medieval trade with the Orient, which had familiarized Europe with distant India and Cathay, developed its full historico-geographical importance when it started the maritime discoveries of the 15th century. The expansion of the geographical horizon in 1512 to embrace the earth inaugurated a widespread historical movement, which has resulted in the Europeanization of the world. Civilization and mobility. Civilized man is at once more and less mobile than his primitive brother. Every advance in civilization multiplies and tightens the bonds uniting him with his soil, makes him a sedentary instead of a migratory being. On the other hand, every advance in civilization is attended by the rapid clearing of the forests, by the construction of bridges and interlacing roads, and invention of more effective vehicles for transportation, whereby intercourse increases, and the improvement of navigation to the same end. Civilized man progressively modifies the land which he occupies, removes or reduces obstacles to intercourse, and thereby approximates it to the open plain. Thus far he facilitates movements. But while doing this, he also places upon the land a dense population, closely attached to the soil, strong to resist incursion, and for economic reasons inhospitable to any marked accession of population from without. Herein lies the great difference between migration in empty or sparsely inhabited regions, such as predominated when the world was young, and in the densely populated countries of our era. As the earth grew old and humanity multiplied, peoples themselves became the greatest barriers to any massive migrations, till in certain countries of Europe and Asia the historical movement has been reduced to a continual pressure, resulting in compression of population here, repression there. Hence, though political boundaries may shift, ethnic boundaries scarcely budge. The greatest wars of modern Europe have hardly left a trace upon the distribution of its peoples. Only in the Balkan Peninsula, as the frontiers of the Turkish Empire have been forced back from the Danube, the alien Turks have withdrawn to the shrinking territory of the Sultan, and especially to Asia Minor. Diffusion of culture. Where a population too great to be dislodged occupies a land, conquest results in the eventual absorption of the victors and their civilization by the native folk, as happened to the Lombards in Italy, the Vandals in Africa, and the Normans in England, where the invaders are markedly superior in culture though numerically weak. Conquest results in the gradual permeation of the conquered with the religion, economic methods, language, and customs of the newcomers. The latter process too is always attended by some intermixture of blood, where no race repulsion exists, but this is small in comparison to the diffusion of civilization. This was a method by which Greek traders and colonists Hellenized the countries about the eastern Mediterranean, and spread their culture far back from their shores, which their settlements had appropriated. In this way, Saracen armies, soon after the death of Muhammad, Arabized the whole eastern and southern sides of the Mediterranean from Syria to Spain, and Arab merchants set the stamp of their language and religion on the coast of East Africa as far as Mozambique. The handful of Spanish adventurers who came upon the relatively dense populations of Mexico and Peru left among them a civilization essentially European, but only a thin strain of Castilian blood. Thus the immigration of small bands of people sufficed to influence the culture of that big territory known as Latin America. Ethnic intermixture. That vast sum of migrants, great and small, which we group under the general term of historical movements, has involved an endless mingling of races and cultures. As Professor Petrie has remarked, the prevalent notion that in prehistoric times races were pure and unmixed is without foundation. An examination of the various forms of the historical movement reveals the extent of complexity of this mingling process. In the first place, no migration is ever simple. It involves a number of secondary movements, each of which in turn occasions a new combination of tribal or racial elements. The transference of a whole population from its native or adopted seat to a new habitat, as in the Volkerwanderung, empties the original district, which then becomes a catchment basin for various streams of people about its rim, and the new territory it dislodges a few or all of the occupants, and thereby starts up a fresh movement as the original one comes to rest. Nor is this all. A torrent that issues from its sources in the mountains is not the river which reaches the sea. On its long journey from highland to lowland it receives now the milky waters of a glacier-fed stream, now a muddy tributary from agricultural lands, now the clear waters from a limestone plateau, while all the time its racing current bears a burden of soil torn from its own banks. Now it rests in a lake, where it lays down its weight of silt, then goes on, perhaps across an arid stretch where its water is sucked up by the thirsty air or diverted to irrigate fields of grain. So with these rivers of men which we call migrations, the ethnic stream may start comparatively pure, but it becomes mixed on the way. From time to time it leaves behind laggard elements which in turn make a new racial blend where they stop. Such were the 6,000 Aduatiki whom Caesar found in Belgian Gaul. These were a detachment of the migrating Cimbri, left there in charge of surplus cattle and baggage, while the main body went on to Italy. The complex currents of migration. A migration rarely involves a single people, even at the start. It becomes contagious either by example or by the subjection of several neighbouring tribes to the same impelling force, by reason of which all start at or near the same time. We find the Cimbri and Teutons combined with Celts from the island of Batavia in the first Germanic invasion of the Roman Empire. Jutes, Saxon and Angles started in close succession for Britain, and the Saxon group included Frisians. An unavoidable concomitant of great migrations, especially those of nomads, is a tendency to sweep into the vortex of their movement any people whom they brush on the way. Both individuals and tribes are thus caught up by the current. The general convergence of the Central German tribes towards the Danube River of the Roman Empire during the Marcomannic War drew in its train the Lombards from the lower Elbe down to the middle Danube and Theiss. The force of the Lombards invading Italy in 568 included 20,000 Saxons from Swabia, Gepidae from the middle Danube, Bulgarians, Slavs from the Russian Ukraine, together with various tribes from the Alpine district of Noricum and the fluvial plains of Pannonia. 2 centuries later, the names of these non-Lombard tribes still survived in certain villages of Italy which had formed their centres. The army which Attila the Hun brought into Gaul was a motley crowd, comprising peoples of probable Slav origin from the Russian steppes, Teutonic, Ostrogoths, and Gepidae, and numerous German tribes, besides the Huns themselves. When this horde withdrew after the death of Attila, Gepidae and Ostrogoths settled along the middle Danube, and the Slavonic continent along the Alpine courses of the Drave and Slav rivers. The Vandal migration which in 409 invaded Spain included the Turanian Alans and the German Suevi. The Alans found a temporary home in Portugal, which they later abandoned to join the Vandal invasion of North Africa, while the Suevi settled permanently in the northwestern mountains of Spain. The Vandals occupied in Spain two widely separated districts, one in the mountain region of Galicia next to the Suevi, and the other in the fertile valley of Andalusia in the south, while the northeastern part of the peninsula was occupied by intruding Visigoths. Add to these the original Iberian and Celtic stocks of the peninsula, and the Roman strain previously introduced, and the various elements which have entered into the Spanish people become apparent. Cultural modification during migration. The absorption of foreign elements is not confined to large groups whose names come down in history, nor is the ensuing modification one of blood alone. Every land migration or expansion of a people passes by or through the territories of other peoples. By these it is inevitably influenced in point of civilization, and from them individuals absorbed into the wandering throng by marriage or adoption or by a score of ways. This assimilation of blood and local culture is facilitated by the fact that the vast majority of historical movements are slow, a leisurely drift. Even the great Volkerwanderung, which history has shown us generally in the movement of swift final descent upon the imperial city, in reality consisted of a succession of advances with long halts between. The Vandals, whose original seats were probably in central or eastern Prussia, drifted southward with the general movement of the German barbarians toward the borders of the empire late in the 2nd century, and after the Marcomannic War, 175 AD, settled in Dacia north of the lower Danube under the Roman sway. In 271 they were located in the middle Danube, and 60 years afterwards in Moravia. Later they settled for 70 years in Pannonia within the empire, where they assimilated Roman civilization and adopted the Arian form of Christianity from their Gothic neighbours. In Spain, as we have seen, they occupied Galicia and Andalusia for a time before passing over into Africa in 429. Here the migration lasting 2 centuries and a half, reaching from the Baltic to the southern shores of the Mediterranean, starting on the bleak sterile plains of the north amid barbarous neighbours, ending in the sunny grain fields and rich cities of Rome and Africa. The picture which we get of the victorious Vandals parcelling out the estates of Roman nobles, and from the standpoint of their more liberal faith, profiting by the dissensions of the two Catholic sets of Africa, shows us a people greatly modified by their long sweep through the civilized outskirts of the empire. So it was with the Lombards and the Goths who invaded Italy. Among the primitive tribes, who move in smaller groups and must conform closely to the dictates of their environment, the modifying effects of people and land through which they pass are conspicuous. Ratzel describes the gradual withdrawal of a Hottentot people from Western Cape Colony far into the arid interior before the advance of Kaffirs and Europeans by saying, "The stock and name of the Namaquas wandered northward, acquiring new elements and in course of time filling the old mould of new contents." This is the typical result of such primitive movements. The migration of the Delaware Indians from an early home somewhere northwest of the Great Lakes to their historical habitat between the Hudson and Potomac rivers was a slow progress, which somewhere brought them into contact with maize-growing tribes and gave them their start in agriculture. The transit lands through which these great race journeys pass exercise a modifying effect chiefly through their culture and their peoples, less through their physical features and climate. For that, the stay of the visitants is generally too brief. Effect of early maritime migration. Even early maritime migrants did not keep their strains pure. The untried navigators sailing from island to headland, hugging the coast and putting ashore for water, came into contact with the natives. Cross currents of migration can be traced in Polynesian waters, where certain islands are nodal points, which have given and received of races and culture through centuries of movement. The original white population of Uruguay differed widely from that of the other Spanish republics of South America. Its nucleus was a large immigration of Canary Islanders. These were descendants of Spaniards, and the native Guanches of the Canaries mingled also with Norman, Flemish, and Moorish blood. The Norse on their way to Iceland may have picked up a Celtic element in the islands north of Scotland, but from the Faroe group onward they found only empty Iceland and Greenland. This was an exceptional experience. Early navigation, owing to its limitations, purposely restricted itself to the known. Men voyaged where men had voyaged before and were known to be found. Journeys into the untenanted parts of the world were rare. However, the probable eastward expansion of the Eskimo along the Arctic rim of North America belongs in this class, so that this northern folk has suffered no modification from contact with others, except where Alaska approaches Asia. The transit land. The land traversed by a migrating horde is not to be pictured as a dead road beneath their feet, but rather as a wide region of transit and transition, potent to influence them by its geography and people, and to modify them in the course of their passage. The route which they follow is a succession of habitats, in which they linger and domicile themselves for a while, though not long enough to lose wholly the habits of life and thought acquired in their previous dwelling place. Although nature in many places, by means of valleys, low plains, mountain passes, or oasis lines, points out the way of these race movements, it is safe to think and speak of this way as a transit land, not as a path or road, even where the district of migration has been the sea, as among the Caribs of the Antilles Islands, the Moros of the Philippines, and the Polynesians of the Pacific. Man sends his roots like a water plant down into the restless element beneath, and reflects its influence in all his thought and activities. Or as a form of historical movement. Every aggressive historical movement, whether bold migration or forcible extension of the home territory, involves displacement or passive movement of other peoples, except in those rare occupations of vacant lands, who in turn are forced to encroach upon the lands of others. These conditions involve war, which is an important form of the historical movement, contributing to new social contacts and fusion of racial stocks. Raids and piratical descents are often the preliminary of great historical movements. They first expanded the geographical horizon and end in permanent settlements, which involve finally considerable transfers of population, summoned to strengthen the position of the interloper. Such was the history of the Germanic invasions of Britain, the Scandinavian settlements on the shores of Iceland, Britain, and France, and the incursions of Saharan tribes into the Sudanese states. Among pastoral nomads, war is the rule. The tribe, a mobilized nation, is always on a war footing with its neighbors. The scant supply of wells and pasturage, inadequate in the dry season, involves rivalry and conflict for their possession, as agricultural lands do not. Failure of water or grass is followed by the decline of the herds, and then by marauding expeditions into the river valleys to supply the temporary want of food. When population increases beyond the limits of subsistence in the needy steppes, such raids become the rule and end in the conquest of the more favoured lands, with resulting amalgamation of race and culture. Primitive war. The wars of savage and pastoral peoples affect the whole tribe. All the able-bodied men are combatants, and all the women and children constitute the spoils of war in case of defeat. This fact is important, since the purpose of primitive conflicts is to enslave and pillage rather than to acquire land. The result is that a whole district may be laid waste, but when the devastators withdraw, it is gradually repopulated by bordering tribes who make new ethnic combinations. After the destruction of the Eries by the Iroquois in 1655, Ohio was left practically uninhabited for 150 years. When the Iroquois and Wyandots extended their settlements into northwestern Ohio from their base in southern Michigan, while the Miami Confederacy along the southern shore of Lake Michigan pushed their borders into the western part. The Muskingum Valley in the eastern portion was occupied about 1750 by Delawares from eastern Pennsylvania, the Scioto by Shawnees, and the northeast corner of the territory by detachments of Iroquois, chiefly Senecas. The long wars between the Algonquin Indians of the north and the Appalachian tribes of the south kept the district of Kentucky a no-man's land, inconvenient vacancy for occupation by the white settlers when they began the westward movement. Map page 156. Slavery as a form of historical movement. This desolation is produced partially by killing, but chiefly by enslavement of prisoners and the flight of the conquered. Both constitute compulsory migrations of far-reaching effect in the fusion of races and the blending of civilizations. The thousands of Greek slaves who were brought to ancient Rome contributed to its refinement and polish. All the nations of the known world, from Britain to Syrian and Jew, were represented in the slave markets of the imperial capital. and contributed their elements to the final composition of the Roman people. When we read of 97,000 Hebrews whom Titus sold into bondage after the fall of Jerusalem, of 40,000 Greeks sold by Lucullus after one victory, and the auction sub corona of whole tribes in Gaul by Caesar, the scale of this forcible transfer becomes apparent, and its power as an agent of race amalgamation. Senator Sam Houston of Texas, speaking of the Comanche Indians in the United States Senate, December 31st, 1854, said, "There are not less than 2,000 prisoners, whites, in the hands of the Comanches, 401 band in my own state. They take no prisoners but women and boys. It was customary among the Indians to use captured women as concubines and to adopt them into the tribe, such boys as survived the cruel treatment to which they were subjected. Since the Comanches in 1847 were variously eliminated to number from 9 to 12,000, so large a proportion of captives would modify the native stock. In Africa, slavery has been intimately associated with agriculture as a source of wealth, and therefore has lent motive to intertribal wars. Captives were enslaved and then gradually absorbed into the tribe of their masters. Thus war and slavery contributed greatly to that widespread blending of races which characterizes Negro Africa. Slaves became a medium of exchange and an article of commerce with other continents. The Negro slave trade had its chief importance in the eyes of ethnologists and historians because, in distributing the black races in white continents, it has given a Negro question to the United States, superseded the native Indian stock of the Antilles by Negroes, and left a band of Negro strain in the blood of Colombia, Venezuela, and Brazil. This particular historical movement, which during the 2 centuries of its greatest activity involved larger numbers than the Tartar invasion of Russia or the Turkish invasion of Europe, for a long period gave to black Africa the only historical importance which it possessed for the rest of the world. Fusion by deported and military colonies. In higher stages of political development, war aiming at the subjugation of large territories finds another means to fuse subjects to peoples and assimilate them to a common standard of civilization. The purpose is unification and the obliteration of local differences. These are also the unconscious ends of evolution by historical movement. With this object, conquerors the world over have used a system of tribal and racial exchanges. It was the policy of the Incas of ancient Peru to remove conquered tribes to distant parts of the realm and supply their places with colonists from other districts who had long been subjected and were more or less assimilated. In 722 BC, the Assyrian king Sargon overran Samaria, carried away the 10 tribes of Israel beyond the Tigris, and scattered them among the cities of Media, where they probably merged with the local population. To the country left vacant by their wholesale deportation, he transplanted people from Babylon and other Mesopotamian cities. The descendants of these, mingled with the poorer class of Jews still left there, formed the despised Samaritans of the time of Christ. The kingdom of Judah later was despoiled by Nebuchadnezzar of much of its population, which was carried off to Babylon. This plan of partial deportation and colonization characterized the Roman method of Romanization. Removal of the conquered from their native environment facilitated the process, while it weakened the spirit and power of revolt. The Romans met bitter opposition from the mountain tribes when trying to open up the northern passes of the Apennines. Consequently, they removed the Ligurian tribe of the Apuanians, 47,000 in number, far south to Samnium, when in 15 BC the region of the Rhaetian Alps was joined to the empire. 40,000 of the inhabitants were then transplanted from the mountains to the plain. The same myth was used with the Scordisci and Dacians of the Danube. More often the mortality of war so thinned the population that the settlement of Roman military colonies among them sufficed to keep down revolt and to Romanize the surviving fragment. The large area of Romance speech found in Romania and eastern Hungary, despite the controversy about its origin, seems to have had its chief source in the extensive Roman colonies planted by the Emperor Trajan in conquered Dacia. In Iberian Spain, which bitterly resisted Romanization, the process was facilitated by the presence of large garrisons of soldiers. Between 196 and 169 BC, the troops amounted to 150,000, and many of them remained in the country as colonists. Compare the settlement of Scotch troops in French Canada by land grants after 1763, resulting in the survival today of sandy hair, blue eyes, and highland names among the French-speaking inhabitants of Murray Bay and other districts. The Turks in the 15th century brought large bodies of Muslim converts from Asia Minor to garrison Macedonia and Thessaly, thereby robbing the Anatolian plateau of half its original population. Into the vacuum thus formed, a current of nomads from Inner Asia has poured ever since. Withdrawal and flight. Every active historical movement which enters an already populated country gives rise to passive movements, either compression of the native folk followed by amalgamations, or displacement and withdrawal. The latter in some degree attends every territorial encroachment. Only where there is an abundance of free land can a people retire as a whole before the onslaught and maintain their national or racial solidarity. Thus the Slavs seem largely to have withdrawn before the Germans in the Baltic plains of Europe. The Indians of North and South America retired westward before the advance of the whites from the Atlantic coast. The Cherokee Nation, which once had a broad belt of country extending from the Tennessee Valley through South Carolina to the ocean, first retracted their frontier to the Appalachian Mountains. In 1816 they were confined to an ever-shrinking territory on the middle of Tennessee and the southern end of the highlands. In 1818 they began to retire beyond the Mississippi, and in 1828 beyond the western boundary of Arkansas. The story of the Shawnees and Delawares is a replica of this. In the same way, Hottentots and Kaffirs in South Africa are withdrawing northward and westward into the desert before the protruding frontier of white settlement, as the Boers before the English trekked further into the veldt. See map page 105. Where the people attacked or displaced in small or a broken remnant, it often takes refuge among a neighbouring or kindred tribe. The small Sayudian tribes of the Carolinas, reduced to fragments by repeated Iroquois raids, combined with their Sayudian kinsmen, the Catawbas, who consequently in 1743 included 20 dialects among their little band. The Iroquoian Tuscaroras of North Carolina, defeated and weakened by the whites in 1711, fled north to the Iroquois of New York, where they formed the sixth nation of the Confederation. The Yamese Indians, who shifted back and forth between the borders of Florida and South Carolina, defeated first by the whites and then by the Creeks, found a refuge for the remnants of their tribe among the Seminoles, in whom they merged and disappeared as a distinct tribe. The fate of most of these fragmentary peoples. See map page 54. Dispersal and flight. When the fugitive body is large, it is forced to split up in order to escape. Hence every fugitive movement tends to assume the character of a dispersal, all the more as organization and leadership vanish in the catastrophe. The fissile character of primitive societies especially contributes to this end, so that almost every story of Indian and native African warfare tells of shattered remnants fleeing in several directions. Among civilized peoples, the dispersal is that of individuals and has far-reaching historical effects. After the destruction of Jerusalem, the Jews were scattered over the earth, the debris of a nation. The religious wars of France during the 16th and 17th centuries caused Huguenots to flee to Switzerland, Germany, Holland, England, and South Carolina. They even tried to establish a colony on the coast of Brazil. Everywhere they contributed a valuable element to the economic and social life of the community which they joined. The Great Schism in the Russian Church became an agent of emigration and colonization. It helped to spread the Russian nationality over remote frontier regions of the empire, which previously had been almost exclusively Asiatic, and distributed groups of dissenters in the neighboring provinces of Turkey, Romania, Austria, Poland, and Prussia. Natural regions of retreat. The hope of safety from pursuit drives fugitive peoples into isolated and barren places that are scarcely accessible or habitable, and thereby extends the inhabited area of the earth long before mere pressure of population would have stretched it to such limits. We find these refugee folk living in pile villages built over the water, in deserts, in swamps, mangrove thickets, very high mountains, marshy deltas, and remote or barren islands, all which can be classified as regions of retreat. Fugitives try to place between themselves and their pursuers a barrier of sea or desert or mountains, and in doing this have themselves surmounted some of the greatest obstacles to the spread of the human race. Districts of refuge located centrally to several natural regions of migration receive immigrants from many sides and are therefore often characterized by a bizarre grouping of populations. The cluster of marshy islands at the head of the Adriatic received fugitives from a long semicircle of North Italian cities during the barbarian invasions. Each refugee colony occupied its separate island, and finally all coalesced to form the city of Venice. Central mountain districts like the Alps and Caucasus contain the sweepings of the plains. The Caucasus, particularly on the border between Europe and Asia, contain every physical type and representative of every linguistic family of Eurasia except pure Aryan. Nowhere else in the world probably is there such a heterogeneous lot of peoples, languages, and religions. Ripley calls the Caucasus a grave of peoples, of languages, of customs, and physical types. Its base, north and south, and the longitudinal growth through its center, from east to west, have been swept by various racial currents, which have cast up their flotsam into its valleys. The pueblos of arid southwest, essentially an area of asylum, are inhabited by Indians of 4 distinct stocks, and only one of them, the Moquis, show clearly kinship to another tribe outside this territory, so that they are survivals. The 28 different Indian stocks huddled together in small and diverse linguistic groups between the Pacific Ocean and the eastern slope of the Sierra Nevada and Cascade Range leave the impression that these protected valleys, similar to the Caucasus in their ethnic diversity, were an asylum for remnants of depleted stocks who had fled to the western highlands before the great Indian migrations of the interior. Making their way painfully and at great cost of life through a region of mountain and desert, they came out in diminished bands to survive in the protection of the Great Barrier. Of the 21 Indian linguistic stocks which have become extinct since the arrival of the white man, 15 belong to this trans-mountain strip of the Pacific slope. Evidence of the fragmentary character of these stocks and their consequently small power of resistance. See map, page 54. Immigration and colonization. Advance to a completely sedentary life, as we see it among modern civilized nations, prohibits the migration of whole peoples or even of large groups when maintaining their political organization. On the other hand, however, sedentary life and advanced civilization bring rapid increase of population, improved methods of communication, and a large geographical horizon. These conditions encourage and facilitate immigration and colonization, forms of historical movement which have characterized the great commercial peoples of antiquity and the overcrowded nations of modern times. These forms do not involve a whole population, but only individuals and small groups, though in time the total result may represent a considerable proportion of the original population. The United States in 1890 contained 980,938 immigrants from Canada and Newfoundland, or just 1/5 the total population of the Dominion in that same year. Germany, since 1820, has contributed at least 5 million citizens to non-European lands. Ireland, since 1841, has seen nearly 4 millions of its inhabitants drawn off to other countries, an amount only a little less than its present population. It is estimated that since 1851, emigration has carried off from County Clare and Kerry 72% of the average population, and yet these counties are still crowded. Among those who abandon their homes in search of easier conditions of living, certain ages and certain social and industrial classes predominate. A typical immigrant group to America represents largely the lower walks of life, includes an abnormal proportion of men and adults, and about 3/4 of it are unskilled laborers and agriculturalists. Colonization, the most potent instrument of organized expansion, has in recent centuries changed the relative significance of the great colonial nations of Europe. It raised England from a small insular country to the center of a world power. It gave sudden though temporary preeminence to Spain and Portugal, a new lease of life to Little Holland, and ominous importance to Russia. Germany, who entered the colonial field only in 1880, found little desirable land left, and yet it was especially Germany who needed an outlet for her redundant population. With all these states, as with ancient Phoenicia, Greece, and Yemen, the initial purpose was commerce, or in some form of exploitation of the new territory. Colonies were originally trading stations established as safe termini for trade routes. Colonial government, as administered by the mother country, originally had an eye single for the profits of trade. Witness the experience of the 13 colonies with Great Britain. Colonial wars have largely meant the rivalry of competing nations seeking the same markets, as the history of the Portuguese and Dutch in the East Indies and the English and French in America prove. The First Punic War had a like commercial origin, rivalry for the trade of Magna Graecia between Rome and Carthage, the dominant colonial powers of the Western Mediterranean. Such wars result in expansion for the victor. Commerce. Commerce, which so largely underlies colonization, is itself a form of historical movement. It both causes and stimulates great movements of peoples, yet it differs from these fundamentally in its relation to the land. Commerce traverses the land to reach its destination, but takes account of natural features only as these affect transportation and travel. It has to do with systems of routes and goals, which it aims to reach as quickly as possible. It reduces the cortege to essentials, eliminates women and children. Therefore, it surmounts natural barriers which block the advance of other forms of the historical movement. Merchant caravans are constantly crossing the desert, but not so peoples. Traders of loaded yaks or ponies push across the Karakura mountains by passes where a migrating horde would starve and freeze. The northern limit of the Mediterranean race in Spain lies sharply defined along the crest of the Pyrenees, whose long unbroken wall forms one of the most pronounced boundaries in Europe. Yet traders and smugglers have pushed their way through from time immemorial. Long after Etruscan merchants had crossed northward over the Alps, Roman expansion and colonization made a detour around the mountains westward into Gaul, with the result that the Germans received Roman civilization not straight from the south, but second-hand through the Gaelic neighbours west of the Rhine. End of section 4. Section 5 of Influences of Geographic Environment on the basis of Ratzel's system of Anthropo-Geography by Ellen Churchill Semple. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Harvey. Chapter 4. The Movements of Peoples in Their Geographical Significance. Part 2. Commerce, a Guide to Various Movements. Commerce, though differing from other historical movements, may give to these direction and destination. The trader is frequently the herald of soldier and settler. He becomes their guide, takes them along the trail which he has blazed, and gives them his own definiteness of aim. The earliest Roman conquest of the Alpine tribes was made for the purpose of opening the passes for traders and abolishing the heavy transit duties imposed by the mountaineers. Fur traders inaugurated French expansion to the far west of Canada and the Russian advance into Siberia. The ancient amber route across Russia from the Baltic to the Euxine probably guided the Goths in their migration from their northern seats to the fertile lands in southern Russia, where they first appear in history as the Ostrogoths. The caravan trade across the Sahara from the Niger to the Mediterranean coast as a self-embodied and historical movement by bringing out enough Negro slaves appreciably to modify the ethnic composition of the population in many parts of North Africa. It was this trade which also suggested to Prince Henry of Portugal in 1415, when campaigning in Morocco, the plan of reaching the Guinea coast by sea and diverting its gold dust and slaves to the port of Lisbon, a movement which resulted in the Portuguese circumnavigation of Africa. Every staple place and trading station is a centre of geographical information. It therefore gives an impulse to expansion by widening the geographical horizon. The Lewis and Clark expedition found the Mandan villages at the northern bend of the Missouri River the centre of trade which extended west to the Pacific, through the agency of the Crow and Paunch Indians of the upper Yellowstone, and as far to the Assiniboine and Saskatchewan rivers. Here, in conversation with British and French fur traders of the Northwest Company's posts, they secured information about the western country they were to explore. Similarly, the trade of the early Jesuit missions at La Pionte, near the west end of Lake Superior, annually drew the Indians from a wide circle sweeping from Green Bay and the Fox River in the south, across the Mississippi around to the Lake of the Woods and far north of Lake Superior. Here Marquette first held of the great river destined to carry French dominion to the Gulf of Mexico. Movements due to religion. Trade often finds in religion an associate and conjugator in directing and stimulating the historical movement. China regards modern Christian missions as effective European agencies for the spread of commercial and political power. Jesuit and fur trader plunged together into the wilds of colonial Canada, Spanish priest and gold seeker into Mexico and Peru. American missionary pressed close upon the heels of fur trader into the Oregon country. Jason Lee, having established a Methodist mission on the Willamette in 1834, himself experienced sudden conversion from religionist to colonizer. He undertook a temporary mission back to the settled states, where he preached a stirring propaganda for the settlement and appropriation of the disputed Oregon country before the British should fasten their grip upon it. The United States owes Hawaii to the expansionist spirit of American missionaries. 30 years after their arrival in the islands, they held all the important offices under the native government, and had secured valuable tracts of land, laying the foundation of the landed aristocracy of planters established there today. Their sons and grandsons took the lead in the Revolution of 1893 and the movement for annexation to the United States. Thus sometimes do the meek inherit the earth. Religious pilgrimages. The famous pilgrimages of the world, in which the commercial element has been more or less conspicuous, have contributed greatly to the circulation of peoples and ideas, especially as they involve multitudes and draw from a large circle of lands. Their economic, intellectual, and political effects take them as one phase of the historical movement. Herodotus tells of 700,000 Egyptians flocking to the city of Bubastis from all parts of Egypt for the festival of Diana. The worship of Astoreth in Bambi in Syria drew votaries from all the Semitic peoples except the Jews. As early as 386 AD, Christian pilgrimages flocked to Jerusalem from Armenia, Persia, India, Ethiopia, and even from Gaul and Britain. Jerusalem gave rise to those armed pilgrimages, the Crusades, with all their far-reaching results. The pilgrimages to Rome, which in the Jubilee of 1300 brought 200,000 worshippers to the sacred city, did much to consolidate papal supremacy over Latin Christendom. As the roads to Rome took the pious wayfarers through Milan, Venice, Genoa, Florence, Bologna, and other great cities of Italy, they were so many channels for the distribution of Italian art and culture over the more untutored lands of Western Europe. Though Mecca is visited annually by only 70 or 80,000 pilgrims, it puts into motion a far greater number over the whole Mohammedan world, from westernmost Africa to Chinese Turkestan. Yearly a great pilgrimage numbering in 1905 80,000 souls moves across Africa eastward through the Sudan on its way to the Red Sea and Mecca. Many traders join the caravans of the devout, both for protection and profit, and the devout themselves travel with herds of cattle to trade in on the way. The merchants are prone to drop out and settle in any attractive country, and few get beyond the populous markets of the Wadai. The British and French governments in the Sudan aid and protect these pilgrimages. They recognize them as a political force because they spread the story of the security and order of European rule. The markets of Western Tibet, recently opened to Indian merchants by the British expedition to Lhasa, promote intercourse between the two countries, especially because of the sacred lakes and mountains in their vicinity, which are goals of pilgrimage alike to Hindu and Tibetan Buddhist. They offer an opportunity to acquire merit and profit at the same time, an irresistible combination to the needy, pious Hindu. Therefore, across the rugged passes of the Himalayas, he drives his yaks laden with English merchandise, an unconscious instrument for the spread of English influence, English civilization, and the extension of English market, as a colonial office well understands. Historical movement and race distribution. The forms which have been assumed by the historical movement are varied, but all have contributed to the spread of man over the habitable globe. The yellow, white, and red races have become adapted to every zone. The black race, whether in Africa, Australia, or Melanesia, is confined chiefly to the tropics. Alike conservatism as to the habitat tends to characterize all sub-races, peoples, and tribes of the human family. The fact which strikes one in studying the migrations of these smaller groups is their adherence each to a certain zone or heat belt defined by certain isothermal lines. See map chapter 17. Their reluctance to protrude beyond its limits, and the restricted range and small numerical strength of such protrusions as occur. This seems to be the conservatism of the mature race type, which has lost some of its plasticity and shuns or succumbs to the ideal of adaptation to contrasted climatic conditions, except when civilization enables it partially to neutralize their effects. Migrations in relation to zones and heat belts. In South America, Caribs and Arawaks showed a strictly tropical distribution from Haiti to the southern watershed of the Amazon. The Tupis, moving down the Parana-La Plata system, made a short excursion beyond the Tropic of Capricorn, though not beyond the hot belt, then turned equatorward again along the coast. In North America, we find some exceptions to the rule. For instance, though the main area of the Athapascan stock is found in the frigid belt of Canada and Alaska, north of its annual isotherm of 0 degrees centigrade, 32 degrees Fahrenheit, small residual fragments of these people are scattered also along the Pacific coast of Oregon and California, marking the old line of march of a large group which drifted southward into Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, and the northern part of Mexico. The Shoshone stock, which originally occupied the Great Basin and western Intermontane Plateau up to the borders of Canada, sent off shoots which developed into the ancient civilized tribes of tropical Mexico and Central America. Both these emigrations to more southern zones were part of the great southward trend characterizing all movements on the Pacific side of the continent, probably from an original ethnic point of entry near Bering Strait, and part also of the general southward drift in search of more genial climate, which landed the van of northern Siouan, Algonquin, and Iroquoian stock in the present area of South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana, while the base of their territory stretched out to its greatest width in southern Canada and contiguous parts of the United States. See map, page 54. A map is displayed on the previous page, Primitive Indian Stocks of South America, from Humboldt's History of the World, by permission of Dodd, Mead, and Co. A map is displayed on the following page, Ethno-Geographical Map of India from the Indian Census of 1901. A map is displayed on the following page, Ethno-Geographical Map of Asia, vertical shading in the north is Slav. Range of movements in Asia. If we turn to the Eastern Hemisphere, we find the Malays and Malayo-Polynesians differentiated offshoots of the Mongolian stock restricted to the tropics, except where Polynesians have spread to outlying New Zealand. The Chinese draw their political boundary nearly along the Tropic of Cancer, but they have freely leapt over this frontier into Indochina as far as Singapore. Combined with this explanation was the early infiltration of the Chinese into the Philippines, Borneo, and the western Sunda Isles, all distinctly tropical. The fact that the Chinese show a physical capacity for acclimatization found in no other race explains in part their presence into the tropics. In contrast, the Aryan folk of India, whether in their pure type as found in the Punjab and Rajputana desert, or mingled with the earlier Dravidian race, belonged to the hot belt but scarcely reached the Tropic of Cancer, though their language has far overshot this line both in the Deccan and the Ganges Delta. One sport of Aryan stock, in about 450 BC, moved by sea from the Bay of Cambay to Ceylon, mingled there with the Tamil natives. They became the progenitors of the Sinhalese, forming a hybrid tropical offshoot. Europe, except for its small subarctic area, has received immigrants, according to the testimony of history and ethnology, only from the temperate parts of Asia and Africa, with the one exception of the Saracens of Arabia, whose original home lay wholly within the hot climate belt of 20 degrees centigrade, 68 degrees Fahrenheit. Saracen expansion in covering Paris, Syria, and Egypt still kept to this hot belt. Only in the Barbary coast of Africa and in Spain did it protrude into the temperate belt. Though this last territory was extratropical, it was essentially semi-arid and subtropical in temperature, like the dry trade wind belt whence the Saracens had sprung. Range of movements in Africa. The Semitic folk of Arabia and the desert Hamites of northern Africa, bred by their hot, dry environment to a nomadic life, have been drawn southward over the Sahara across the tropic into the grasslands of the Sudan, permeating a wide zone of Negro folk with the political control, religion, civilization, and blood of the Mediterranean North. Here, similar, though better conditions of life, a climate hotter, though less arid, attracted Hamitic invasion, while the relatively dense native population in a lower stage of economic development presented to the commercial Semites the attraction of lucrative trade. South of the equator, the native Bantu Kafirs, essentially a tropical people, spread beyond their zonal border to the south coast of Africa at 33 degrees SL, and displaced the yellow Hottentots before the arrival of the Dutch in 1602. While in the early 19th century we hear of the Makololo, a division of the same Kaffir stock, leaving their native seats near the southern sources of the Vaal River at 20 degrees SL, and moving some 900 miles northward to the Barotse territory in the upper Zambesi at 15 degrees SL. This again was a movement of a pastoral people across a tropic to other grasslands, to climatic conditions scarcely different from those which they had left. A map is displayed on the previous page, Ethno-Geographical Map of Africa and Arabia. Colonization and latitude. The modern colonial movements, which have been genuine race expansions, have shown a tendency not only to adhere to their zone, but to follow parallels of latitude or isotherms. The stratification of European peoples into the Americas, excepting Spanish and Portuguese, coincides with heat zones. Internal colonization in the United States reveals the same principle. Russian settlements in Asia stretch over Siberia chiefly between the 15th and 55th parallels. These same lines include the ancient Slav territory in Germany between the Vistula and Weser. The great afflux of home seekers as opposed to the smaller contingent of mere conquerors and exploiters which have poured forth from Europe since the 15th century, has found its destinations largely in the temperate parts of the Americas, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa. Even the Spanish overlords in Mexico and Peru domiciled themselves chiefly in the highlands, where altitude, in part, counteracts tropical latitude. European immigration to South America today greatly predominates in the temperate portions. In Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay, southern Brazil, and southern Chile, while Argentina's population includes over 1 million white foreigners, who comprise 20% of the total. Venezuela has no genuine white immigration. Its population, which comprises only 1% of pure whites, consists chiefly of Negroes, Mulattoes, and Sambos, hybrids of Negro and Indian race. In British Guiana, Negroes and East Indian coolies, both importations from other tropical lands, comprise 81% of the population. The movement of Europeans into the tropical regions of Asia, Australasia, Africa, and America, like the American advance into the Philippines, represents commercial and political, not genuine ethnic expansion. Except where it resorts to hybridization, it seeks not new homelands, but the profits of tropical trade and the markets for European manufacturers found in retarded populations. These it secures either by a small but permanently domiciled ruling class, as formerly in Spanish and Portuguese America, or by a body of European officials, clerks, agents, and soldiers sent out for a term of years. Such are the 76,000 Britishers who manage the affairs of commerce and state in British India, and the smaller number of Dutch who perform the same functions in the Dutch East India Islands. The basis of this system is exploitation. It represents neither a high economic, ethical, nor social ideal, and therefore lacks the stamp of geographic finality. Movement to like geographic conditions. A migrating or expanding people, when free to choose, is prone to seek a new home with like geographic conditions to the old. Hence the stamp once given by an environment tends to perpetuate itself. All people, especially those in the lower stages of culture, are conservative in their fundamental activities. Agriculture is intolerable to pastoral nomads. Hunting has little attraction for a genuine fisher folk. Therefore, such peoples in expansion seek an environment in which the national aptitudes, slowly evolved in their native seats, find a ready field. Thus arise natural provinces of distribution, whose location, climate, physical features, and size reflect the social and economic adaptation of the inhabitants to a certain type of environment. A shepherd folk, when breaking off from its parent stock, like Abraham's family from their Mesopotamian kinsmen, seeks a land rich in open pastures and large enough to support its wasteful nomadic economy. A seafaring people absorb an ever longer strip of seaboard, like the Eskimo of Arctic America, or throw out their settlements from inlet to inlet or island to island, as did Malays and Polynesians in the Pacific, ancient Greeks and Phoenicians in the subtropical Mediterranean, and the Norse in the northern seas. The Dutch, bred to the national profession of diking and draining, appear in their element in the waterlogged coast of Sumatra and Guyana, where they cultivate lands reclaimed from the sea, or as colonists in the Vistula lowlands, whither Prussia imported them to do their ancestral task, just as the English employed their Dutch prisoners after the wars with Holland in the 17th century to dike and drain the fens of Cambridgeshire and Lincolnshire. Moreover, the commercial talent of the Dutch, trained by their advantageous situation on the North Sea about the Rhine mouths, guide their early traders to similar locations elsewhere, like the Hudson and Delaware rivers, or planted them on islands either furnishing or commanding extensive trade, such as Ceylon, Mauritius, the East Indies, or the Dutch holdings in the Antilles. Much farther down in the cultural scale, we find the fisher tribes of Central Africa extending their villages from point to point along the equatorial streams, and the river Indians of South America gradually spreading from headwaters to estuary, and thence to the related environment of the coast. The Tupis, essentially a water race, have left traces of their occupation only where river or coast enable them to live by their inherited aptitudes. The distribution of the ancient mounds in North America shows their builders to have sought, with few exceptions, protected sites near alluvial lowlands, commanding rich soil for cultivation and the fish supply from the nearby river. Mountaineer folk often move from one upland district to another, as did the Lombards of Alpine Pannonia in their conquest of Lombardy and Apennine Italy, where all their four duchies were restricted to the highlands of the peninsula. The conquest of the ancient Incas and the spread of their race covered one Andean valley after another for a stretch of 1,500 miles, wherever climatic and physical conditions were favourable to their irrigated tillage and highland herds of llamas. They found it easier to climb pass after pass and mount to ever higher altitudes, rather than descend to the suffocating coasts where neither man nor beast could long survive, though they pushed the political boundary finally to the seaboard. Map, page 101. Movement to better geographic conditions. The search for better land, milder climate, and easier conditions of living starts many a movement of peoples which, in view of their purpose, necessarily leads them into an environment sharply contrasted to their original habitat, such as being the radial outflow of the Mongoloid tribes down from the rugged highlands of Central Asia to the fertile river lowlands of the peripheral lands, the descent of the Iran pastors upon the agricultural folk of the Indus, Ganges, and Mesopotamian valleys, and the swoop of desert-born conquerors upon the unresisting tillers of well-watered fields in all times, from the ancient Hyksos of the Nile to the modern Fulbe of the Niger Valley. Southward and westward drifts in the northern hemisphere. The attraction of a milder climate has caused, in the northern hemisphere, a constantly recurring migration from north to south. In primitive North America, along the whole broad Atlantic slope, the predominant direction of Indian migrations was from north to south, accompanied by a drift from west to east. On the Pacific side of the continent also, the trend was southward. This is generally conceded, regardless of theory, as to whether the Indians first found entrance to the continent at its northeast or northwest corner. It was a movement towards milder climates. Study of the Volkerwanderung in Europe reveals two currents or drifts in varied combination, one from north to south and the other from east to west, but both of them aimed at regions of better climate, for the milder temperature and more abundant rainfall of Western Europe made a country as alluring to the Goths, Huns, Alans, Slavs, Bulgars, and Tatars of Asiatic deserts and Russian steppes, as were the sunny Mediterranean peninsulas to the dwellers of the bleak Baltic coasts. This is one geographic fact back of the conspicuous westward movement formulated into an historical principle. Westward the star of empire takes its course. The establishment of European colonies on the western side of the Atlantic, their extension thence to the Pacific, and ever westward, till the European culture was translated to the Philippines by Spain, and more recently by the United States, constitute the most remarkable sustained movement made by any one race. Eastward movements. But westward movements are not the only ones. On the Pacific slope of Asia, the star has moved eastward. From highland Mongolia issued the throng which originally populated the lowlands of China, and ever since, one nomad conqueror after the other has descended thence to rule the fruitful plains of Chile and the teeming populations of the Yangtze Valley. Russia, blocked in its hope for expansion to the west by the strong powers of Central Europe, stretched its dominion eastward to the Pacific and for a short time over to Alaska. The chief expansion of the German people and the German Empire in historical times has also been from west to east, but this eastward advance is probably only retracting the steps taken by many primitive Teutonic tribes as they drifted windward from their earlier habitat along the Vistula. Return movements. Since the world is small, it frequently happens that people, after an interval of generations, armed with a higher civilization, will re-enter a region which it once left when too crude and untutored to develop the possibilities of the land, but which its better equipment later enables it to exploit. Thus we find a backward expansion of the Chinese westward to the foot of the Pamir, and an internal colonization of the empire to the Ili feeder of Lake Balkhash. The expansion of the Japanese into Korea and Sakhalin is undoubtedly such a return current, after an interval long enough to work a complete transformation in the primitive Mongolians who found their way to that island home. Sometimes the return represents the ebbing of the tide rather than the backwater of a stream in flood. Such was the retreat of the Moors from Spain to the Berber districts of North Africa, whither they carried echoes of the brilliant Saracen civilization in the Iberian Peninsula. Such has been the gradual withdrawal of the Turks from Europe back to their native Asia, and slow expansion of the Tatar tribes from Russia to the barren Asiatic limits of their former territory. See map, page 225. Regions at attraction of repulsion. Voluntary historical movements seeking congenial or choice regions of the earth have left its less favoured spots undisturbed. Paucity of resources and isolation have generally ensured to a region a peaceful history. Natural wealth has always brought the conqueror. In ancient Greece, the fruitful plains of Thessaly, Boeotia, Elis, and Laconia had a fatal attraction for every migrating horde. Attica's rugged surface, poor-soiled, and side-tracked location off the main line of travel between Hellas and the Peloponnesus saved it from many a rough visitant, and hence left the Athenians, according to Thucydides, an indigenous race. The fertility of the Rhine Valley has always attracted invasion. The barren Black Forest range has repelled and obstructed it. The security of such unproductive highlands lies more in their failure to attract than in their power to resist conquest. When to abundant natural resources, a single spot adds a reputation for wealth, magnificence, and exceptional position for the control of territorial commerce, it becomes a geographical magnet. Such was Delphi for the Gauls of the Balkan Peninsula in the 3rd century, Rome for the Germani and Hunnish tribes of the Volkwanderung, Constantinople for the Normans, Turks and Russians, Venice for landlocked Austria, the Mississippi Highway and the outlet at New Orleans for the Trans-Allegheny pioneers. Psychical influences and certain movements. Sometimes the goal is fabulous or mythical, but potent to lure, like the land of El Dorado, abounding in gold and jewels, which for 2 centuries spurred on Spanish exploration in America. Other than purely material motives may initiate or maintain such a movement. An ideal or a dream of good, like the fountain of eternal youth which brought Ponce de Leon to Florida in search for the islands of the blessed, or the spirit of religious propaganda which stimulated the spread of the Spanish in Mexico and the French in Canada, or the hope of religious toleration which has drawn Quaker, Puritan, Huguenot, and Jew to America. It was an idea of purely spiritual import which directed the century-long movement of the Crusades towards Jerusalem, half Latinized the Levant, and widened the intellectual horizon of Europe. A national or racial sentiment which enhalos a certain spot may be pregnant with historical results, because at any moment it may start some band of enthusiasts on a part of migration or conquest. The Zionist agitation for the return of oppressed Jews to Palestine and the establishment of the Iberian Republic for the Negroes in Africa rest upon such a sentiment. The reverence of the Christian world for Rome as a goal of pilgrimages materially enhances the influence of Italy as a school of culture during the Middle Ages. The spiritual and ethnic association of the Mohammedan world with Mecca is always fraught with possible political results. The dominant tribes of the Sudan, followers of Islam, who proudly trace back a fictitious line of ancestry to the Arabs of Yemen, are rarely elicited to support a new prophet sprung from the race of Mecca. The pilgrimages which the Buddhists of the Asiatic islands make to the sacred city of Lhasa ensure China's control over the restless nomads through the instrumentality of the Grand Lama of Tibet. Results of historical movement. Historical movements are varied as to motive, direction, numerical strength, and character, but their final results are two: differentiation and assimilation. Both are important phases of the process of evolution, but the latter gains force with the progress of history and the increase of the world's population. Differentiation and area. A people or race which, in its process of numerical growth, spreads over a large territory, subjects itself to a widening range of geographic conditions, and therefore of differentiation. The broad expansion of the Teutonic race in Europe, America, and Australia, and South Africa has brought it into every variety of habitat. If the territory has a monotonous relief like Russia, nevertheless, its mere extent involves diversity of climate and location. The diversity of climate incident to a large area involves in turn different animal and plant life, different crops, different economic activities. Even in lowlands, the relief, geologic structure, and soil are prone to vary over wide districts. The monotonous surface of Holland shows such contrasts. So do the North German lowlands. Here the sandy barren flats of the Geest alternates with stretches of fertile silt deposited by the rivers or the sea, and support different types of communities, which have been admirably described by Gustav Frenssen in his great novel of John Ull. The flat surface of southern Illinois shows in small compass the teeming fertility of the famous American bottom, the poor clay soil of Egypt with its backward population, and the rich prairie land just to the north with its prosperous and progressive farmer class. When the relief includes mountains, the character not only of the land, but of the climatic changes, and therewith the type of community. Hence neighboring districts may produce strongly contrasted types of society. Madison County of Kentucky, lying on the eastern margin of the Bluegrass region, contains a rich landed estates, Negro laboring class and aristocratic society characteristic of the planter communities of the Old South. And only 20 miles southeast of Richmond, the center of this wealth and refinement, it includes also the rough barren hill country of the Cumberland Plateau, where are found one-room cabins, moonshine stills, feuds, and a backward population sprung from the same pure English stocks as the bluegrass people. Contrasted environments. Here is differentiation due to the immediate influences of environment. The phenomenon reappears in every part of the world, in every race and every age. The contrast between the ancient Greeks of the mountains, coasts, and alluvial valleys shows the power of environment to direct economic activities and to modify culture and social organization. So does the differences between the coast, steppe, and forest Indians of Guyana, the Kyrgyz of the Pamir pastures and the Irtysh River Valley, the agricultural Berbers and the Atlas Mountains and the Berber nomads of the Sahara, the Swiss, the high, lonely Engadine, and those of the crowded Ahr Valley. Contrasted environments affect natural selection in another way, and thereby greatly stimulate differentiation, wherever an intruding people contest the ownership of the territory with the inhabitants. The struggle for land means a struggle also for the best land, which therefore falls to the share of the strongest peoples. Weaklings must content themselves with poor soils, inaccessible regions of mountain, swamp, or desert. There they deteriorate, or best strike a slow pace of increase or progress. The difference between the peoples of the highlands and plains of Great Britain or of France is therefore in part a distinction of race due to the geographical selection, in part a distinction of economic development and culture due to geographic influences. Therefore, the Piedmont belts of the world, except in Arab lands, are cultural, ethnic, and often political lines of cleavage, showing marked differentiation on either side. Isotherms are other such cleavage lines, marking the limits beyond which an aggressive people did not desire to expand because of an uncongenial climate. The distinction between the Anglo-Saxon and Latin America is one of zone as well as race. Everywhere in North America, the English stock has dominated or displaced French and Spanish competitors down to the Mexican frontier. As a great process of European colonization has permeated the earth and multiplied its population, not only the best land but the amount of this has commenced to differentiate the history of various European nations, and that in a way whose end cannot yet be definitely predicted. The best lands have fallen to the first comers, strong enough to hold them. People who early develop powers of expansion, like the English, or who, like the French and Russians, formulate and execute vast territorial policies, secure for their future growth a wide base, which will for all time distinguish them from latecomers into the colonial field like Germany and Italy. These countries see the fecundity of their people redoubling to the benefit of alien colonial lands, which have been acquired by enterprising rivals in their choice selection of the temperate zone. German and Italian colonies in torrid, unhealthy, or barren tropical lands fail to attract emigrants from the mother country, and therefore to enhance national growth. Two-type populations. When colonizers or conquerors appropriate the land of a lower race, we find a territory occupied at least for a time by two types of population, constituting an ethnic, social, and often economic differentiation. The separation may be made geographical also. The Indians of the United States have been confined to reservations, like the Hottentots to the 20 or more locations in Cape Colony. This is the simplest arrangement. Whether the second or lower type survives depends upon their economic and social utility, into which again geographic conditions enter. The Indians of Canada are a distinct economic factor in that country as trappers for the Hudson Bay Company, and they will so remain till the hunting grounds of their far north are exhausted. The native agriculturalists in the tropics are indispensable to the unacclimated whites. The Negroes of the South, introduced for an economic purpose, find their natural habitat in the Black Belt. Here we have an ethnic division of labour for geographical reasons. Castes or social castes, often distinguished by shades of colour, as in Brahmin India, survive as differentiations indicating old lines of race cleavage. There is abundant evidence that the upper classes in Germany, France, Austria, and the British Isles are distinctly lighter of hair and eyes than the peasantry. The high-class Japanese are taller and fairer than the masses. Nearly all the African tribes of the Sudan and bordering Sahara include two distinct classes, one of lighter and one of darker shade. Many Philip tribes distinguish these classes by the names of blacks and whites. The two type people are the result of historical movements. Differentiation and isolation. Differentiation results not only from contrasted geographic conditions, but also from segregation. A moving or expanding throng in search of more and better lands drops off one group to occupy a fertile valley or plain, while the main body goes on its way till it reaches a satisfactory destination or destinations. The tendency to split and divide, characteristic of primitive peoples, is thus stimulated by migration and expansion. Each offshoot, detached from the main body, tends to diverge from the stock type. If it reaches a naturally isolated region where its contact without is practically cut off, it grows from its own loins, emphasizes its group characteristic by close inbreeding, and tends to show it development related to biological divergence under conditions of isolation. Since man is essentially a gregarious animal, the size of every such migrating band will always prevent the evolution of any sharply defined variety, according to the standard of biology. Nevertheless, the divergent types of men and societies developed in segregated regions are an echo to the formation of new species under conditions of isolation, which is now generally acknowledged by biological science. Isolation was recognized by Darwin as an occasional factor in the origin of species, and especially of divergence. In combination with migration, it was made the basis of a theory of evolution by Moritz Wagner in 1873, and in recent years it has come to be regarded as an essential in the explanation of divergence of types, as opposed to differentiation. Differentiation and digression. The traditions of the Delaware Indians and Sioux in the north of the United States territory, and of the Creeks in the south, commenced with each stock group as a united body, which, as it migrates, splits into tribes and sends out offshoots developing different dialects. Here was tribal differentiation after entry into the general stock area. the process going on during the migration as well as after the tribes had become established in their respective habitats. Culture, however, made little progress till after they became sedentary, and took up agriculture to supplement the chase. Tribes sometimes wander far beyond the limits of their stock, like the Iroquois and Cherokees of East Tennessee and North Carolina, or the Athapascan Navajos, and the Apaches of arid New Mexico and Arizona, who had placed 20 or 30 degrees of latitude between themselves and their brethren in the basins of the Yukon and Mackenzie rivers. Such inevitably comes into contrast climatic conditions, which further modify the immigrants. See map page 54. Wide digressions differentiate them still further from the parent stock by landing them amid different ethnic and social groups, by contact with whom they are inevitably modified. The Namaqua Hottentots, living on the southern margin of the Hottentot country, near the frontier of the European settlements in Cape Colony, acquired some elements of civilization, together with a strain of Boer and English blood, and in some cases even the Dutch vernacular. They were therefore differentiated from their nomadic and warlike kinsmen in the grasslands north of the Orange River, which formed the centre of the Hottentot area. A view of the ancient Germans during the first 5 or 6 centuries after Christ reveals differentiation by various contacts in process along all the ragged borders of the Germanic area. The offshoots who pushed westward across the Rhine into Belgian Gaul were rapidly Celticized, abandoning their semi-nomadic life for sedentary agriculture, assimilating the superior civilization which they found there, and steadily merging with their native population. They became Belgae, though still conscious of their Teutonic origin. The Batavians, an offshoot of the ancient Chatti living near the Thuringian forest, appropriated the river island between the Rhine and the Waal. There, in the seclusion of their swamps, they became a distinct national unit, retaining their backward German culture and primitive types of German speech, which the Chatti themselves lost by contact with the High Germans. Far away on the southeastern margin of the Teutonic area, the same process of assimilation to a foreign civilization went on a little later with the Visigoths, after a century of residence on the lower Danube in contact with the Eastern Empire, adopted the Aryan form of Christianity which had arisen in the Greek peninsula. The border regions of the world showed the typical results of the historical movement: differentiation from the core ethnic group through assimilation to a new group which meets the blend with it along the frontier. Geographic conditions of heterogeneity and homogeneity. Entrance into a naturally isolated district, from which subsequent incursions are debarred, gives conditions for divergence and the creation of a new type. On the other hand, where a few physical barriers are present to form these natural pockets, the process of assimilation goes on over a wide field. Europe is peculiar among the family of continents for its much divided geography, commented upon by Strabo. Hence its islands, peninsula, and mountain-rimmed basins have produced a variegated assemblage of peoples, languages, and culture. Only where it runs off into the monotonous immensity of Russia do we find a people who in their physical traits, language, and civilization reflect the uniformity of their environment. Africa's smooth outline, its plateaus surface rimmed with mountains which echoes but fail to divide, and its monotonous configuration have produced a racial and cultural uniformity as striking as Europe's heterogeneity. Constant movements and commixture, migration and conquest have been the history of the black races, varied by victorious incursions of the Hamitic and Semitic whites from the north, which, however, have resulted in the amalgamation of the two races after conquest. Constant fusion has levelled also the social and political relations of the people to one type. It has eliminated primordial groups, except where the dwarf hunters have taken refuge in the equatorial forests, and the bushmen in the southwestern deserts, just as it has thwarted the development of higher social groups by failure to segregate and protect. It has sown the Bantu speech broadcast over the immense area of Central Africa, and is disseminating the Hausa language throughout the agency of a highly mixed commercial folk over a wide tract of the western Sudan. The long east and west stretch of the Sudan grasslands presents an unobstructed zone between the 1,000-mile belt of desert to the north and the dense equatorial forests to the south, between hunger and thirst on one side, heat and fever and impenetrable forests on the other. Hence the Sudan in all history has been the crowded Broadway of Africa. Here pass commercial caravans, hybrid merchant tribes like the Hausa, throngs of pilgrims, streams of peoples, herds of cattle moving to busy markets, rude incursive shoppers or looters from the desert, coming to buy or rob or rule in this highway belt. See map, page 105. Differentiation versus assimilation. Historical development advances by means of differentiation and assimilation. A change of environment stimulates variation. Primitive culture is left to change, its inertia is deep-seated. Only a sharp prompt will start in moving or accelerated speed. Such a prompt is found in new geographic conditions or new social contexts. Divergence in a segregated spot may be overdone. Progress crawls among a people too long isolated, though incipient civilization thrives for a time in seclusion. But in general, accessibility, exposure to some measure of ethnic amalgamation, and social contact is essential to sustain progress. As the world has become more closely populated and means of communication have improved, geographical segregation is increasingly rare. The earth has lost its corners. All parts are being drawn into the circle of intercourse. Therefore, differentiation, the first effect of the historical movement, abates. The second effect, assimilation, takes the lead. Elimination by historical movement. The ceaseless human movements making for new combinations have stimulated development. They have lifted the level of culture and worked towards homogeneity of race and civilization on a higher plane. Since the period of the great discoveries inaugurated by Columbus enabled the historical movement to compass the world, whole continents, like North America and Australia, have been reclaimed to civilization by colonization. The process of assimilation is often ruthless in its method. Hence it has been attended by a marked reduction in the number of different ethnic stocks, tribes, languages, dialects, social and cultural types through widespread elimination of the weak, backward, or unfit. These have been wiped out either by extermination or the slower process of absorption. The Indian linguistic stocks in the United States have been reduced from 53 to 32, and of these 32 many survive as a single tribe or the shrinking remnant of one. In Africa, the slave trade has caused the annihilation of many small tribes. The history of the Hottentots, who have been passive before the active advance of the English, Dutch, and Kaffirs about them, shows a race undergoing a widespread process of hybridization and extermination. Strong people, like the English, French, Russians, and Chinese, occupy ever larger areas, whereas an adverse climate precludes genuine colonization, as it did for the Spanish in Central and South America, and for the English and Dutch in the Indies. They make their civilization, if not their race, permeate the acquired territory, and gradually impose on it their language and economic methods. The Poles, who once boasted a large and distinguished nationality, are being Germanized and Russified to their final national extinction. The Finns, whose Scandinavian offshoot has been almost absorbed in Sweden, are being forcibly dissolved in the Muscovite dominion by powerful reagents, by Russian schoolmasters, a Russian priesthood, Russian military service. No new ethnic type. No new types of races have been developed either by amalgamation or by transfer to new climatic and economic conditions in historic times. Contrasted geographic conditions long ago lost their power to work radical physical changes in the race type, because man, even with the beginnings of civilization, learned to protect himself against the extremes of climate. He therefore preserved his race type, which consequently in the course of ages lost much of its plasticity and therewith its capacity to evolve new varieties. Where ethnic amalgamations on a large scale have occurred as a result of the historical movement, as in Mexico, the Sudan, and Central Africa, the local race, being numerically stronger than the intruders and better adapted to the environment, has succeeded in maintaining its type, though slightly modified side by side with the intruders. The great historical movements of modern times, however, have been the expansion of European peoples over the retarded regions of the world. These peoples, coming into contact with inferior races and armed generally with a race pride which was antagonistic to hybrid marriages, preserved their blood from extensive intermixture. Hybridism, where it existed, was an ephemeral feature restricted to pioneer days, when white women were scarce, or to regions of extreme heat or cold, where white women and children could with difficulty survive. Even in Spanish America, where ethnic blendings were most extensive, something of the old Spanish pride of race has reasserted itself. Checks to differentiation. Improved communication maintains or increases the ranks of the intruders from the home supply. The Negroes in North America, imported as they were en masse, then steadily recruited by 2 centuries of the slave trade, while their race integrity was somewhat protected by social ostracism, have not been seriously modified physically by severe generations of resistance in a temperate land. Their changes have been chiefly cultural. The Englishman has altered only superficially in the various British colonial lands. Constant intercourse with the progress of inventions have enabled him to maintain in diverse regions approximate uniformity of physical well-being, similar social and political ideas. The changed environment modifies him in details of thought, manner, and speech, but not in fundamentals. Moreover, civilized man spreading everywhere and turning all parts of the earth's surface to his uses has succeeded to some extent in reducing its physical differences. The earth as modified by human action is a conspicuous fact of historical development. Irrigation, drainage, fertilization of soils, terrace agriculture, denudation of forests, and forestation of prairies have all combined to diminish the contrast between diverse environments, while the acclimatization of plants, animals, and men works even more plainly to the same end of uniformity. The unity of the human race, varied only by superficial differences, reflects the unity of the spherical earth, whose diversities of geographical feature nowhere depart greatly from the mean except in point of climate. Differentiation to geography therefore early reached its limits. For assimilation, no limit can be foreseen. Geographical origins. In view of this constant differentiation, on the one hand, and assimilation on the other, the historical movement has made it difficult to trace race types to their origin, and yet this is a task in which geography must have a hand. Borrowed civilizations and purloined languages are often so many disguises which conceal the truth of ethnic relationships. A long migration to a radically different habitat, into an outskirt or detached location, protected from the swamping effects of crossbreeding, results eventually in a divergence great enough to obliterate almost every cue to the ancient kinship. The long-headed Teutonic race of northern Europe is regarded now by ethnologists as an offshoot of the long-headed brunette Mediterranean race of African origin, which became bleached out under the pale suns of Scandinavian skies. The present distribution of the various Teutonic stocks is a geographical fact. Their supposed cradle in the Mediterranean basin is a geographical hypothesis. The connecting links must also be geographical. They must prove the former presence of the migrating folk in the intervening territory. A dolichocephalic substratum of population with a negroid type of skull has in fact been traced by archaeologists all over Europe through the early and late Stone Ages. The remains of these aboriginal inhabitants are marked in France, even in sparsely tenanted districts like the Auvergne Plateau, which is now occupied by the broad-headed alpine race, and they are found to underlie, in point of time, other brachiocephalic areas, like the Po Valley, Bavaria, and Russia. The origin of a people can be investigated and stated only in terms of geography. The problem of origin can be solved only by tracing a people from its present habitat, through the country over which it has migrated, back to its original seat. Here are 3 geographical entities which can be laid down upon a map, though seldom with sharply defined boundaries. They represent 3 successive geographic locations, all embodying geographic conditions potent to influence the people and their movement. Hence the geographical element emerges in every investigation as to origins, whether in ethnology, history, philology, mythology, or religion. The transit land, the course between start and finish, is of supreme importance. Especially is this true for religion, which is transformed by travel. Christianity did not conquer the world in the form in which it issued from the cramped and isolated environment of Palestine, but only after it had been remodeled in Asia Minor, Egypt, Greece, and Rome, and cosmopolized in the wide contact of the Mediterranean basin. The Roman speech and civilization which spread through the Romance-speaking peoples of Europe were variously diluted and alloyed before being transplanted by French, Spaniard, and Portuguese to American shores, there to be further transformed. Large centers of dispersion. In view of the countless springs and tributaries that combine to swell the current of every historical movement, Anthropo-Geography looks for the origin of a people not in a narrowly defined area, but in a broad, ill-defined centre of dispersion, from which many streams simultaneously and successively flow out as from a low-rimmed basin, and which has been filled from many remoter sources. Autochthons, aborigines, are therefore merely scientific tropes, indicating the limit beyond which the movement of people cannot be traced in the grey light of an uncertain dawn. The vaguer and more complex these movements on account of their historical remoteness, the wider their probable range. The question as to the geographical origin of the Aryan linguistic family of peoples brings us to speculative sources, more or less scientifically based, reaching from Scandinavia and Lithuania to the Hindu Kush Mountains and northern Africa. The sum total of all these conjectural cradles, amounting to a large geographical area, would more nearly approximate the truth as to Aryan origins. For the study of the historical movement makes it clear that a large, highly differentiated ethnic or linguistic family presupposes a big center and a long period of dispersion, protracted wanderings, and a diversified area both for their migrations and successive settlements. Small centers. The slighter and inner differences in an ethnic stock, whether in culture, language, or physical traits, the smaller was their center of distribution and the more rapid their dispersal. The small initial habitat restricts the chances of variation through isolation and contrasted geographic conditions, as does also the short duration of their subsequent separation. The amazing uniformity of the Eskimo type from Bering Strait to eastern Greenland can only thus be explained, even after making allowance for the monotony of their geographic conditions and remoteness from outside influences. The distribution of the Bantu dialects over so wide a region in Central Africa, and with such slight divergences, presupposes narrow limits both to space and time for their origin, and a short period since their dispersal. Small centers of dispersion are generally natural districts with fixed boundaries, favored by their geographical location or natural resources, or by both for the development of a relatively dense population. When this increases beyond the local limits of subsistence, there follows an emigration in point of number and duration, out of all proportion to the small area whence it issues. Ancient Phoenicia, Crete, Samos, medieval Norway, Venice, Yemen, modern Malta, Gilbert Islands, England and Japan furnish examples. Such small favoured areas, when they embody also strong political power, may get the start of the occupation of colonial lands. This gives them a permanent advantage, if their colonies are chosen with a view to settlement in congenial climates, as were those of the English, rather than the more ephemeral advantage of trade, as were those of the Dutch and Portuguese in the tropics. It seems also essential to these centres of dispersion that, to be effective, they must command the wide choice of outlet and destination afforded by the mighty common of the seas. Only the Inca Empire of South America gives us an example of the extensive political expansion of a small mountain state. Tests of origin. The question arises whether any single rule can as yet be formulated for identifying the original seats of existing peoples. By some ethnologists and historians, such homes have been sought where the people are distributed in the largest area, as the Athapascan and Algonquin Indians are assigned to a northern source, because their territories attained their greatest continuous extent in Canada, but were intermitted or attenuated farther south. The fact that colonial peoples often multiply inordinately in new lands, and their occupied territory vastly greater than that of the mother country, points to the danger in such a generalization. Of the 10 millions of Jews in the world, only a handful remain in the ancient center of dispersion in Palestine, while about 8 million are found in Poland and the contiguous territories of Western Russia, Romania, Austria-Hungary, and Eastern Germany. Moreover, history and the German element in the Yiddish speech of the Russian Jews point to a secondary center of dispersion in the Rhine cities and Franconia, whither the Jews are drawn by the trade route up the Rhone Valley in the 3rd century. A more scientific procedure is to look for the early home of a race in the locality around which its people or family of people centers in modern times. Therefore, we place the cradle of the Negro race in Africa rather than Melanesia. Density often supplies a test, because colonial lands are generally more sparsely inhabited than the mother country. But even this conclusion fails always to apply, as in the case of Samos, which has a population vastly more dense than any section of the Grecian mainland. The largest compact area, including at once the greatest density of population and the greatest purity of race, would more nearly indicate the center of dispersion, because purity of race is incompatible with long migrations. As we have seen, though in the native seat it may be affected by intrusive elements. When this purity of race is combined with archaic forms of language and culture, as among the Lithuanian Savarian speech among the Baltic swamps, it may indicate that the locality formed a segregated corner of the early center of dispersion. It seems essential to such an original seat that, whether large or small, it should be marked by some degree of isolation, as a condition for development of specific racial characteristics. The complexity of this question of ethnic origins is typical of anthropo-geographic problems, typical also in the warning which it gives against any rigidly systematic method of solution. The whole science of anthropo-geography is as yet too young for hard and fast rules, and its subject matter too complex for formulas. End of section 5. Section 6 of Influences of Geographic Environment, on the basis of Ratzel's system of Anthropo-Geography, by Ellen Churchill Semple. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 5. Geographical Location. Part 1. Importance of geographical location. The location of a country or people is always the supreme geographical fact in its history. It outweighs every other single geographic force. All that has been said of Russia's vast area, of her steppes and tundra wastes, of her impotent seaboard on landlocked basins or icebound coasts, of her poverty of mountains and wealth of rivers, fades into the background before her location on the border of Asia. From her defeat by the Tatar hordes in 1224 to her attack upon the Mongolian rulers of the Bosphorus in 1877 and her recent struggle with Japan, most of her wars have been waged against Asiatics. Location made her the bulwark of Central Europe against Asiatic invasion and the apostle of Western civilization into the heart of Asia. If this position on the outskirts of Europe, remote from its great centers of development, has made Russia only partially accessible to European culture, and furthermore has subjected her to the retarding ethnic and social influences emanating from her Asiatic neighbors, and if the rough task imposed by her frontier situation have hampered her progress, these are all the limitations of her geographical location, limitations which not even the advantage of her vast area has been able to outweigh. Area itself, important as it is, must yield to location. Location may mean only a single spot, yet from this spot powerful influences may radiate. No one thinks of size when mention is made of Rome or Athens, of Jerusalem or Mecca, of Gibraltar or Port Arthur. Iceland and Greenland guided early Norse ships to the continent of America, as the Canaries and Antilles did those of Spain. But the location of the smaller islands in subtropical latitudes and the course of the northeast trade winds made them determine the first permanent path across the western seas. The historical significance of many small peoples and the historical insignificance of many big ones, even to the nil point, is merely the expression of the preponderant importance of location over area. The Phoenicians, from the narrow strip of coast at the foot of Mount Lebanon, were disseminators of culture over the whole Mediterranean. Holland owed her commercial and maritime supremacy from the 13th to the middle of the 17th century to her exceptional position at the mouth of the Great Rhine Highway and at the southern angle of the North Sea near the entrance to the unexploited regions of the Baltic. The Iroquois tribes, located where the Mohawk Valley opened a way through the Appalachian Barrier between the Hudson River and Lake Ontario, occupied both in the French Wars and in the Revolution a strategic position which gave them a power and importance out of all proportion to their numbers. Location often assumes a fictitious political value due to a combination of political interests. The Turkish power owes its survival to the soil of Europe, today wholly to its position on the Bosphorus. Holland owes the integrity of her kingdom, and Romania that of hers, to their respective locations at the mouths of the Rhine and the Danube, because the interests of Western Europe demands that these two important arteries of commerce should be held by powers too weak ever to tie them up. The same principle has guided the neutrality of Switzerland, whose position puts it in control of the passes of the Central Alps from Savoy to the Tyrol, and more recently that of the young state of Panama, through which the Isthmian Canal is to pass. Content of the term location. Geographical location necessarily includes the idea of the size and form of the country. Even the most general statements of the zonal and interoceanic situation of Canada, the United States, Mexico, and the Russian Empire indicates the area and contour of their territories. This is still more conspicuously the case with naturally defined regions, such as island and peninsular countries, but the location includes a complex of yet larger and more potent relations which go with mere attachment to this or that continent, or to one or another side of a continent. Every part of the world gives to its lands and its people some of its own qualities, and so again every part of this part. Arabia, India, and Farther India, spurs of the Asiatic landmass, have had, and will always have, a radically different ethnic and political history from Greece, Italy, and Spain, the corresponding peninsulas of Europe, because the histories of these three groups are bound up in their respective continents. The idea of a European state has a different content from that of an Asiatic, or North American or African state. It includes a different race or combination of races, different social and economic development, different political ideals. Location, therefore, means climate and plant life at one end of the scale, civilization and political status at the other. Intercontinental location. This larger conception of the location brings a correspondingly larger conception of environment, which affords the solution of many otherwise hopeless problems of Anthropo-Geography. It is embodied in the law that the influences of a land upon its people spring not only from the physical features of the land itself, but also from a wide circle of lands into which it has been grouped by virtue of its location. Almost every geographical interpretation of the ancient and modern history of Greece has been inadequate, since it has failed sufficiently to emphasize the most essential factor in this history, namely Greece's location at the threshold of the Orient. This location has given to Greek history a strong Asiatic color. It comes out in the accessibility of Greece to ancient Oriental civilization and commerce, and is conspicuously in every period from the Argonautic expansion to the achievement of independence in 1832 and the recent efforts for the liberation of Crete. This outpost location before the Mediterranean portals of the vast and arid plains of southwestern Asia, exposed to every tide of migration or conquest sent out by those hungry lands, had always an element of weakness. In comparison with the shadow of Asia, which constantly overhung the Greek people and from 1401 to 1832 enveloped them, only secondary importance can be attributed to advantageous local conditions as factors in Greek history. It is a similar intercontinental location in the Isthmian region between the Mediterranean on the west and the ancient maritime routes of the Red Sea and Persian Gulf on the east, which gave the Phoenicia the office of a middleman between the Orient and the Occident, and predestined its conquest, now by the various Asiatic powers of Mesopotamia, now by the pharaohs of Egypt, now by European Greeks and Romans, now by a succession of Asiatic peoples, till today we find it incorporated in the Asiatic European Empire of Turkey. Proximity to Africa has closely allied Spain to the southern continent in flora, fauna, and ethnic stock. The long-headed, brunette Mediterranean race occupies the Iberian Peninsula and the Berber territory of northwest Africa. This community of race is also reflected in the political union of the two districts for long periods. First are the Carthaginians, then the Romans, who secured Hispania by a victory on African soil, and finally by the Saracens. This same African note in Spanish history recurs today in Spain's interest in Morocco, and the influence in Moroccan affairs yielded her by France and Germany at the Algeciras Convention in 1905, and in her ownership of Ceuta and 5 smaller presidios on the Moroccan coast. Compare Portugal's former ownership of Tangier. In contradiction to continental and intercontinental location, the Anthropo-Geography recognizes 2 other narrow meanings of the term. The innate mobility of the human race, due primarily to the eternal food quest and increase of numbers, leads a people to spread out over a territory till they reach the barriers which nature has set up, or meet the frontiers of other tribes and nations. Their habitat or their specific geographic location is thus defined by natural features of mountain, desert, and sea, or by the neighbors whom they are unable to displace, or more often by both. Natural versus vicinal locations. A people has, therefore, a twofold location, an immediate one based upon their actual territory, and a mediate or vicinal one, growing out of its relations to the countries nearest them. The first is a question of the land under their feet, the other of the neighbors about them. The first, or natural location, embodies the complex of local geographic conditions which furnish the basis for their tribal or national existence. This basis may be a peninsula, island, archipelago, an oasis, an arid steppe, a mountain system, or a fertile lowland. The stronger the vicinal location, the more dependent is the people upon the neighboring states, but the more potent the influence which it can, under certain circumstances, exert upon them. Witness Germany in relation to Holland, France, Austria, and Poland. The stronger the natural location, on the other hand, the more independent is the people, and the more strongly marked is the national character. This is exemplified in the people of mountain lands like Switzerland, Abyssinia, and Nepal, of peninsulas like Korea, Spain, and Scandinavia, and of islands like England and Japan. Today we stand amazed at that strong primordial brand of the Japanese character which nothing can blur or erase. Naturally defined location. Clearly defined natural locations in which barriers of mountains and sea draw the boundaries and guarantee some degree of isolation, tend to hold their people in a calm embrace, to guard them against outside interference and infusion of foreign blood, and thus make them develop the natural genius in such direction as their local geographic conditions permit. In the unceasing movements which have made up most of the historic and prehistoric life of the human race, in the migrations and counter-migrations, their incursions, retreats, and expansions over the face of the earth, vast unfenced areas, like the open lowlands of Russia and the grasslands of Africa, present the picture of a great thoroughfare swept by pressing throngs. Other regions, more secluded, appear as quiet nooks made for a temporary halt or a permanent rest. Here some part of the passing human flow is caught, as in a vessel, and held till it crystallizes into a nation. These are the conspicuous areas of race characterization. The development of various ethnic and political offspring of the Roman Empire in the naturally defined areas of Italy, the Iberian Peninsula, and France illustrates the process of national differentiation which goes on in such secluded locations. A marked influence upon this development is generally ascribed to the protection afforded by such segregated districts, but protection alone is only a negative force in the life of a people. It leaves them free to develop in their own way, but does not say what that way shall be. On the other hand, the fact that such a district embraces a certain number of geographic features and encompasses them by obstructive boundaries is of immense historical importance, because this restriction leads to the concentration of the national powers, to the more thorough utilization of natural advantages, both racial and geographical, and thereby to the growth of an historic individuality. Nothing robs the historical process of so much of its greatness or weakness, so much its effects, as its dispersion over a wide, boundless area. This was the disintegrating force which sapped the strength of the French colonies in America. The endless valleys of the St. Lawrence and the Mississippi and the alluring fur trade tempted them to an expansion that was their political and economic undoing. Russia's history illustrates the curse of a distant horizon. On the other hand, out of a restricted geographical base, with its power concentrate and intensify, the national forces grew Rome and Greece, England and Japan, ancient Peru, and the 13 colonies of America. Vicinal location. If even the most detached and isolated of these natural locations be examined, its people will, nevertheless, reveal a transitional character, intermediate between those of its neighbours, because from these it has borrowed both ethnic stock and culture. Great Britain is an island, but its vicinal location groups it with the North Sea family of people. Even in historic times, it has derived ancient Belgian stock, Roman, Anglo-Saxon, Danish, and Scandinavian from the long semicircle of nearby continental lands, which have likewise contributed so much to the civilization of the island. Similarly, Japan traces the source of its population to the north of Asia by way of the island of Sakhalin, to the west through Korea, and to the Malay district of the south, whence the Kuroshima has swept stragglers to the shores of Kyushu. Like England, Japan also has drawn its civilization from its neighbors, and then, under the isolating influence of its local environment, has individualized both race and culture. Here we have the interplay of the forces of natural and vicinal location. A people situated between two other peoples form an ethnic and cultural link between the two. The transitional type is as familiar in Anthropo-Geography as in biology. The only exception is found in the young intrusion of a migrating or conquering people, like that of the Hungarians and Turks in southeastern Europe, or of the Berger, Tuaregs, and Fulbs among the Negroes of western Sudan, or of a colonizing people, like that of the Russians in Mongolia and Serbia, and of Europeans among the Aborigines of South Africa. Even in these instances, race amalgamation tends to take place along the frontiers, as was the case in Latin America, and as occurs today in Alaska and northern Canada, where the squaw man is no rarity. The assimilation of culture, at least in a superficial sense, may be yet more rapid, especially where hard climatic conditions force the interloper to imitate the life of the native. The industrial and commercial Hollander, when transplanted to the dry grasslands of South Africa, became pastoral like the native Kaffirs. The French voyager of Canada could scarcely be distinguished from the Indian trapper. Occupation, food, dress, and spouse were all the same. Only a lighter tint of skin distinguished the half-breed children of the Frenchmen. The settlers of the early trans-Allegheny Commonwealth, at least for a generation or two, showed little outward difference in mode of life from that of the savage community among which they dwelt. Vicinal groups of similar or diverse race and culture. The more alike the components of such a vicinal group of people, the easier, freer, and more effective will be the mediating function of the central one. Germany has demonstrated this in her long history as intermediary between the nations of southeastern and western Europe. The people of Poland, occupying a portion of the Baltic slope of northern Europe, fended by no natural barriers from their eastern and western neighbours, long constituted a transition form between the two. Though affiliated with Russia in point of language, the Poles are Occidental in their religion, and their head form resembles that of northern Germany rather than that of Russia. The country belongs to Western Europe in the density of its population, 74 to the square kilometre or 190 to the square mile, which is quadruple that of remaining European Russia, and also in its industrial and social development. The partition of Poland among the three neighbouring powers was a final expression of its intermediate location and character. One part was joined politely to the Slav-German western border of Russia, and another to the German-Slav border of Germany, while the portion that fell to the Austrian Empire simply extended the northern Slav area to that country found in Bohemia, Moravia, and the Slovak border of Hungary. Map, page 223. If the intermediate people greatly differs in race or civilization from both neighbours, it exercises and receives slight influence. The Mongols of Central Asia, between China on one side and Persia and India on the other, have been poorer vehicles for the exchange of culture between these two great districts. The Hungarians, located between the Romanians and Germans on the east and west, Slovaks and Croatians on the north and south, have helped little to reconcile race differences in the great empire of the Danube. The Lassic vicinal location. The unifying effect of vicinal location is greatly enhanced if the neighbouring people are grouped about an enclosed area which affords an easy highway for communication. The integrating force of such a basin will often overcome the disintegrating force of race antagonisms. The Roman Empire in the Mediterranean was able to evolve an effective centralized government and to spread one culture over the neighbouring shores, despite great variety of nationality and language and every degree of cultural development. A certain similarity of natural conditions, climatic and otherwise, formed the Iberian Peninsula to the borders of the Syrian desert, also aided by the process of amalgamation. Where similarity of race already forms a basis for congeniality, circumthalassic groups display the highest degree of interactive influence. These contribute to a further blending of population and unification of culture, by which the whole circle of the enclosing lands tends to approach one standard of civilization. This was a history of the Baltic coast from the 13th to the 16th centuries, when the German Hansa distributed the material products of Europe's highest civilization from Russian Novgorod to Norway. The North Sea Group, first under the leadership of Holland, later under England's guidance, became a single community of advancing culture, which was a later reflection of the early community of race stretching from the Faroe and Shetland Islands to the Rhine and the Elbe. This same process has been going on for ages about the marginal basins of Eastern Asia, the Yellow and Japan Seas. Community of race and culture stamps China, Korea, and Japan. A general advance in civilization under the leadership of Japan, the England of the East, now inaugurates the elevation of the whole group. Complementary locations. An even closer connection exists between adjoining peoples who are united by ties of blood and are further made economically dependent upon one another because of a contrast in the physical conditions and therefore in the products of their respective territories. Numerous coast and inland tribes, pastoral and agricultural tribes, are united because they are mutually necessary. In British Columbia and Alaska, the fishing Indians of the seaboard long held a definite commercial relation to the hunting tribes of the interior, selling them the products and wares of the coast, while monopolizing their market for the inland furs. Such was the position of the Ogalen's tribe of Tlingits near the mouth of the Copper River in relation to the upstream Athapaskans of the Kinnick tribe at the head of Cook's Inlet in relation to the island Atanas of the Chilkats of Chilkut Inlet to the mountain Tenares. Similarly, the hunting folk of the Kalahari Desert in South Africa attach themselves to influential tribesmen of the adjacent Bechuana grasslands in order to exchange the skins of the desert animals for spears, knives, and tobacco. Fertile agricultural lands adjoining pastoral regions of deserts and steppes have in all times drawn to their border markets the mounted plainsmen, bringing the products of their herds in exchange for grain, and at all times the abundance of their green fields has tempted their ill-filled neighbours to conquest, so that the economic bond becomes a preliminary to the political bond and an ethnic amalgamation growing out of this strong vicinal location. The forest lands of Great Russia supplement the grain-bearing black lands of Little Russia. The two are united through a geographico-economic condition, which would not permit an independent existence to the smaller, weaker section of the south ever open to hostile invasion from Asia. Types of location. Leaving now the ethnic and economic ties which may strengthen the cohesive power of such vicinal grouping, and considering only its purely geographic aspects, we distinguish the following types. 1. Central location. Examples: the Magyars in the Danube Valley, the Iroquois Indians in the Mohawk River and the Finger Lakes, Russia from the 10th to the 18th century, Poland from 1000 to its final partition in 1795, Bolivia, Switzerland, and Afghanistan. 2. Peripheral location. Ancient Phoenicia, Greek colonies in Asia Minor and southern Italy, the Roman Empire at the accession of Augustus, the 13 colonies in 1750, island and peninsula lands. 3. Scattered location. English and French settlements in America prior to 1700, Indians in the United States and the Kafirs in South Africa, Portuguese holdings in the Orient, and French in India. 4. Location in a related series. Oasis states grouped along desert routes, islands along great marine routes. Continuous and scattered location. All peoples in their geographical distribution tend to follow a social and political law of gravitation, in accordance with which members of the same tribe or race gather around a common center or occupy a continuous stretch of territory, as compactly as their own economic status and the physical conditions of climate and soil will permit. This is characteristic of all mature and historically significant peoples who have risen to sedentary life, maintain their hold on a given territory, and with increase of population have widened their boundaries. The nucleus of such a people may be situated somewhere in the interior of a continent, and with growing strength it may expand in every direction, or it may originate on some advantageous inlet of the sea and spread thence up and down the coast, till the people have possessed themselves of a long-drawn hem of land and used this peripheral location to intercept the trade between their back country and the sea. These are the two types of continuous location. In contrast to them, a discontinuous or scattered location characterizes the sparse distribution of primitive hunting and pastoral tribes, or the shattered fragments of a conquered people, whose territory has been honeycombed by the land appropriation of the victors, or a declining, moribund people, who, owing to bad government, poor economic methods, and excessive competition in the struggle for existence, have shrunk to mere patches. As a favourable system, scattered location regularly marks the healthy growth of an expanding people, who throw out here and there detached centres of settlement far beyond the compact frontier, and fix these as a goal for the advance of their boundary. It is also a familiar feature of maritime commercial expansion, which is glued by no territorial ambition, but merely aims to secure widely distributed trading stations at favourable coast points, in order to make the circle of commerce as ample and resourceful as possible. But this latter form of scattered location is not permanently sound. Back of it lies the short-sighted policy of the middleman nation, which makes wholly inadequate estimate of the value of land, and is content with an ephemeral prosperity. Central versus peripheral location. A broad territorial base and security of possession are the guarantees of national survival. The geographic conditions which favour one often operate against the other. Peripheral location means a narrow base, but a protected frontier along the sea. Central location means opportunity for widening the territory, but it also means danger. A state embedded in the heart of a continent has, if strong, every prospect of radical expansion and the exercise of widespread influence. But if weak, its very existence is imperilled, because it is exposed to encroachments on every side. A central location minus the bulwark of natural boundaries enabled the kingdom of Poland to be devoured piecemeal by its voracious neighbours. The kingdom of Burgundy, always a state of fluctuating boundaries and shifting allegiances, fell at last a victim to its central location, and saw its name obliterated from the map. Hungary, which in the year 1000 occupied a restricted inland location on the Middle Danube, by the 14th century broke through the barriers of its close-hugging neighbours, and stretched its boundaries from the Adriatic to the Euxine. 200 years later its territory contracted to a fragment before the encroachments of the Turks, but afterwards recovered in part its old dimensions. Germany has, in common with the little Sudanese state of Wadai, an influential and dangerous position. A central location in the Sudan has made Wadai accessible to the rich caravan trade from Tripoli and Barca on the north, from the great market town of Kano to Sokoto on the west, and from the Nile Valley and Red Sea on the east. But this little state has had to fight for its life against the aggressions of its western rival Bornu and its eastern neighbour Darfur, and now more favourable enemies menace it in the French, who have occupied the territory between it and Bornu, and the English, who have already caught Darfur in the dragnet of the Egyptian Sudan. Danger of central location. Germany, crowded in among three peaceful neighbours like France, Russia and Austria, has had no choice about maintaining a strong standing army and impregnable frontier defences. The location of the Central European states between the Baltic and the Balkans has exposed them to all the limitations and dangers arising from a narrow circle of land neighbours. Moreover, the diversified character of the area, its complex mountain system, and diverging river courses have acted as disintegrating forces which have prevented the political concentration necessary to repel interference from without. The Muscovite power, which had its beginning in a modest central location about the sources of the Dwina, Dnieper, and Volga, was aided by the physical unity of its unobstructed plains, which facilitated political combination. Hence, on every side it burst through its encompassing neighbours and stretched its boundaries to the untenanted frontier of the sea. Central location was the undoing of the Transvaal Republic. Its efforts to expand to the Indian Ocean were blocked by its powerful British rival at every point. At De Longa Bay in 1875 by treaty with Portugal, and Santa Lucia Bay in 1884, and through Swaziland in 1894. The Orange Free State was maintained in the same way, when, in 1868, she tried to stretch out an arm through Basutoland to the sea. Here, even weak neighbours were effective to curtail the seaward growth of these inland states, because they were made the tools of one strong rapacious neighbour. A central position teaches away the lesson of vigilance and preparedness for hostilities, as the Boer equipment in 1899, the military organization of Germany, and the bristling fortresses on the Swiss Alpine Pass prove. Mutual relations between centre and periphery. How intimate and necessary are the relations between central and peripheral location is shown by the fact that all states strive to combine the two. In countries like Norway, France, Spain, Japan, Korea, and Chile, peripheral location predominates and therefore confers upon them at once the security and commercial accessibility which result from contact with the sea. Other countries like Russia, Germany, and Austro-Hungary, chiefly central in location, have the strategic and even the commercial value of their coasts reduced by the long, tortuous course which connects them with the open ocean. Therefore we find Russia planning to make a great port at Ekaterina Harbour, in the northernmost point of her Lapland coast, where an outer runner from the Gulf Stream ensures an ice-free port on the open sea. An admirable combination of central and peripheral location is seen in the United States. Here the value of periphery is greatly enhanced by the interoceanic location of the country, and the danger of entanglements arising from a marked central location is reduced by the simplicity of the political neighbourhood. But our country is paid for this security by an historical aloofness and poverty of influence. Civilized countries which are wholly central in their location are very few, only 9 in all. 6 of these are mountain or plateau states, like Switzerland and Abyssinia, which have used the fortress character of their land to resist conquest, and have preferred independence to the commercial advantages to be gained only by affiliation with their peripheral neighbours. Inland and coastward expansion. Central and peripheral location presuppose and supplement to one another. One people inhabits the interior of an island or continent whose rim is occupied by another. The first suffers from exclusion from the sea and therefore strives to get a strip of coast. The coast people feel the drawback of their narrow foothold upon the land, want a border based in order to exploit fully the advantages of their maritime location, fear the pressure of their hinterland when the great forces are imprisoned shall begin to move. So they tend to expand inland to strengthen themselves and weaken the neighbour in the rear. The English colonies of America prior to 1763 held a long cordon of coast hemmed in between the Appalachian Mountains and the sea. Despite threats of French encroachments from the interior, they expanded from this narrow peripheral base into the heart of the continent, and after the Revolution reached the Mississippi River and the northern boundary of the Spanish Floridas. They now held a central location in relation to the long Spanish periphery of the Gulf of Mexico. True to the instincts of that location, they began to throw the weight of their vast hinterland against the weak coastal barrier. This gave way, either to forcible appropriation of territory or diplomacy or war, till the United States had incorporated in her own territory the peripheral lands of the Gulf from Florida Strait to the Rio Grande. See map page 156. Russian expansion in Asia. In Asia, this same process has been perennial and on a far greater scale. The big arid core of that continent, containing many million square miles, has been charged with an expansive force. For the appearance of the Aryans in the Indus Valley and the Scythians on the border of Macedonia, it has sent out hordes to overwhelm the peripheral lands from the Yellow Sea to the Black, and from the Indian Ocean to the White Sea. Today Russia is making history there on the pattern set by geographic conditions. From a most southerly province in Transcaspia, conquered a short 25 years ago, she is heading towards the Indian Ocean. The Anglo-Russian Convention of August 31, 1907, yielding to Russia all northern Persia as a sphere of influence, enables her to advance halfway to the Persian Gulf. The British statesmen regard it as a check upon her ambition because England has secured right to the littoral. But Russia, by this great stride toward her goal, is working with causes, satisfied to let the effects follow at their leisure. She has gained the best portion of Persia, comprising the 6 largest cities and the most important lines of communication radiating from the capital. This country will make a solid base for her further advance to the Persian Gulf, and when developed by Russian enterprise in railroad building and commerce, it will make a heavy weight bearing down upon the coast. The Muscovite area, which is pressing upon England's Persian littoral, reaches from Ispahan to Yezd to the faraway shores of the Atlantic Ocean. Periphery as goal of expansion. In the essentially complementary character of interior and periphery are rooted all these coastward and landward movements of expansion. Where an equilibrium seems to have been reached, the peoples who have accepted either the one or the other one-sided location have generally for the time being ceased to grow. Such location is therefore a passive character. But the surprising elasticity of many nations may start up an unexpected activity which will upset this equilibrium. Where the central location is that of small mountain states, which are handicapped by limited resources and population, like Nepal and Afghanistan, or overshadowed by far more powerful neighbours like Switzerland, the passive character is plain enough. In the case of lighter states like Serbia, Abyssinia, and Bolivia, which offer the material and geographical base for larger populations than they now support, it is often difficult to say whether progression or retrogression is to be their fate. As a rule, however, the expulsion of a people from a peripheral point of advantage and their confinement in the interior gives the sign of national decay, as in Poland's loss of her Baltic seaboard. Russia's loss of her Manchurian port and the resignation of her ambition on the Chinese coasts is at least a serious check. On the other hand, if an inland country enclosed by neighbours succeeds in somewhere getting a maritime outlet, the sign is hopeful. The century-old political slogan of Hungary, "To the sea, Magyars," has borne fruit in the Adriatic harbour of Fiume, which is today the pride of the nation and, in no small degree, a basis for its hope of autonomy. The history of Montenegro took a new phase when, from its mountain seclusion, it recently secured the short strip of seaboard which it had won and lost so often. Such peripheral holdings are the lungs through which states breathe. Reaction between center and periphery. History and the study of race distribution reveal a mass of facts which represent the contrast and reaction between interior and periphery. The marginal lands of Asia from northern Japan, where climatic conditions first make historical development possible around the whole fringe of islands, peninsulas and border lowlands to the Aegean coast of Asia Minor, present a picture of culture and progress as compared with the high, mountain-rimmed core of the continent, condemned by its remoteness and accessibility to eternal retardation. Europe shows the same contrast, though in less pronounced form. Its ragged periphery, all the way from the Baltic, Gibraltar to Constantinople to the far northern projections of Scandinavia and Finland, shows the value of a seaward outlook both in culture and climate. Germany beyond the Elbe and Austria beyond the Danube begin to feel the shadow of the continental mass behind them, and from their eastern borders on through Russia, the benumbing influence of a central location grows, till beyond the Volga the climatic, economic, social, and political conditions of Asia prevail. Africa is its core, contour, and relief have combined to reduce its periphery to a narrow central hem, offering at best a few vantage points for exploitation to the great maritime merchant peoples of the world. Egypt, embedded in an endless stretch of desert like a jewel in its matrix, was powerless to shake off the influence of its continental environment. Its location was predominantly central, its culture bore the stamp of isolation, and finally an arrested development. Australia, the classic ground of retardation, where only shades of savagery can be distinguished, offered the natives of its northern coast some faint stimuli in the visits of Malay seamen from the nearby Sunda Islands, but its central tribes, shielded by geographic segregation from external influences, have retained the most primitive customs and belief. Expanding Europe has long been wrestling with Africa, but it cannot get a grip, owing to the form of its antagonist. It finds no limb by which the giant can be tripped and thrown. Asia presents a wide border of marginal lands, some of them like Arabia and India being almost continental in their proportions. Since Europe began her career of maritime and colonial expansion in the 16th and 17th centuries, it has seized upon these peripheral projections as if they were the handles on a pilot wheel, and by them she has steered the course of Asia ever since. These semi-detached outliers of the continent have enabled her to stretch a girdle of European influence around the central core. Such influences, through the avenues of commerce, railway concessions, missionary propaganda, or political dominion, have permeated the accessible periphery and are slowly spreading thence into the interior. China and Persia have felt these influences not less than India and Tonkin. Japan, which has most effectually preserved its political autonomy, has profited by them most. This historical contrast between centre and periphery of continents reappears in smaller landmasses, such as peninsulas and islands. The principle holds good regardless of size. The whole fringe of Arabia from Antioch to Aden and from Mocha to Muscat has been the scene of incoming and outgoing activities, has developed live bases of trade, maritime growth and culture, while the inert, somnolent interior has drowsed away its long, eventless existence. The rugged, inaccessible heart of Little Sardinia repeats the story of Central Arabia in its aloofness, its impregnability, backwardness, and in the purity of its race. Its accessible coast, forming a convenient way station on the maritime crossroads of the western Mediterranean, has received a succession of conquerors and an intermittent influx of every ethnic strain known in the Great Basin. Periphery in colonization. The story of discovery and colonization from the days of ancient Greek enterprise in the Mediterranean to the recent German expansion on the Gulf of Guinea shows the appropriation first of the rims of islands and continents, and later that of the interior. A difference of race and culture between the inland and peripheral inhabitants meets us almost everywhere in retarded colonial lands. In the Philippines, the wild people of Luzon, Mindoro, and the Visayas are confined almost entirely to the interior, while civilized or Christianized Malays occupy the whole seaboard, except where the rugged Sierra Madre Mountains, fronting the Pacific and Luzon, harbor a sparse population of primitive Negritos. For centuries, Arabs held the coast of East Africa, where their narrow zone of settlement bordered on that of native blacks, with whom they traded. Even ancient Greece showed a wide difference in type of character and culture between the inland and maritime states. The Greek landsmen were courageous and steadfast, but crude, illiterate, unenterprising, showing sterility of imagination and intellect, while his brother of the seaboard was active, daring, mercurial, imaginative, open to all the influences of a refining civilization. Today, the distribution of the Greeks along the rim of the Balkan Peninsula and Asia Minor, in contrast to the Turks and Slavs in the interior, is distinctly a peripheral phenomenon. The rapid inland advance from the coast of overseas colonists is part of that restless activity which is fostered by contact with the sea and supported by the command of abundant resources conferred by maritime superiority. The Anglo-Saxon invasion of England, as later the English colonization of America, seized the rim of the land and promptly pushed up the rivers in sea-going boats far into the interior. But periphery may give to central region something more than conquerors and colonists. From its active markets and cosmopolitan exchanges, there steadily filter into the interior culture and commodities carried by a peaceful merchant and missionary, who, however, are often only the harbingers of the conqueror. The accessibility of the periphery tends to raise in its culture, wealth, density of population, and often peripheral importance, far in advance of the center. End of section 6. Section 7 of Influences of Geographic Environment on the Basis of Ratzel's System of Anthropo-Geography by Ellen Churchill Semple. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 5, Part 2. Dominant historical side. The maritime periphery of a country receives a variety of overseas influences, blends and assimilates these to its own culture, Hellenizes, Americanizes, or Japanizes them, as the case may be, and then passes them on into the interior. Here no one foreign influence prevails. On the land boundaries, the case is different. Each inland frontier has to reckon with a different neighbor and its undiluted influence. A map is displayed on the previous page. Philippine Islands. Distribution of civilized and wild peoples. A predominant central location means a succession of such neighbors, on all sides friction which may polish or rub sore. The distinction between a many-sided and a one-sided historical development depends upon the contact of a people with its neighbours. Consider the multiplicity of influences which have flowed in upon Austria from all sides. But not all such influences are similar in kind or in degree. The most powerful neighbour will chiefly determine on which boundary of a country its dominant historical processes are to work themselves out in a given epoch. Therefore, it is of supreme importance to the character of a people's history on which side this most powerful neighbour is located. Russia had for several centuries such a neighbour in the Tatar hordes along its southeastern frontier, and therefore its history received an Asiatic stamp. So too did that of Austria-Hungary in the long resistance to Turkish invasion. All three states suffered in consequence a retardation of development on their western sides. After the turmoil on the Asiatic frontier had subsided, the great centres of European culture and commerce in Italy, Germany, and the Baltic lands began to assert their power of attraction. The young Roman Republic drew up its forces to face the threatening power of Carthage in the south, and thereby was forced into rapid maritime development. The Roman Empire faced north to meet the inroads of the barbarians, and thereby was drawn into inland expansion. All these instances show that a vital historical turning point is reached in the development of every country, when the scene of its great historical happenings shifts from one side to another. The Mediterranean side of Europe. In addition to the aggressive neighbour, there is often a more sustained force that may draw the activities of a people toward one or another boundary of their territory. This may be the abundance of land and unexploited resources lying on a colonial frontier and attracting the unemployed energies of the people, such as existed till recently in the United States, and such as is now transferring the most active scenes of Russian history to faraway Siberia. But a stronger attraction is that of a higher civilization and dominant economic interests. So long as the known world was confined to the temperate regions of Europe, Asia, and Africa, together with the tropical districts of the Indian Ocean, the necessities of trade between Orient and Occident, and the historical prestige of the lands bordering on the Mediterranean placed in their basin the centre of gravity of the cultural, commercial, and political life of Europe. The continent was dominated by its Asiatic corner. Its every country took on an historical significance proportionate to its proximity and accessibility to this centre. The papacy was a Mediterranean power. The Crusades were Mediterranean wars. Athens, Rome, Constantinople, Venice, and Genoa held in turn the focal positions of this Asiatic European sea. They were on the sunny side of the continent, while Portugal and England lay in shadow. Only that portion of Britain facing France felt the cultural influence of the southern lands. The estuaries of the Mersey and Clyde were marshy solitudes, echoing to the cry of the bittern and the ripple of Celtic fishing boat. Change of historical front. After the year 1492 inaugurated the Atlantic period of history, the western front of Europe superseded the Mediterranean side in the historical leadership of the continent. The Breton coast of France waked up, the southern seaboard dozed. The old centres in the Aegean and Adriatic became drowsy corners. The busy traffic of the Mediterranean was transferred to the open ocean, where from Trafalgar to Norway, the western states of Europe held the choice location on the world's new highway. Liverpool, Plymouth, Glasgow, Hamburg, Rotterdam, Antwerp, Cherbourg, Lisbon, and Cadiz were shifted from shadowy margin to illuminated centre and became the foci of the new activity. Theirs was a new continental location, maintaining relations of trade and colonization with two hemispheres. Their neighbours were now found on the Atlantic shores of the Americas and the peripheral lands of Asia. These cities became the exponents of the intensity with which their respective states exploited the natural advantages of this location. The experience of Germany was typical of the change of front. From the 10th to the middle of the 16th century, this heir of the old Roman Empire was drawn toward Italy by every tie of culture, commerce, and political ideal. This concentration of interest in its southern neighbour made it ignore the fact so important as the maritime development of the Hanse towns, wherein lay the real promise of its future. The hope of its commercial and colonial expansion, and the shifting of its historical centre of gravity to the Atlantic seaboard, therefore came late, further retarded by lack of national unity and national purposes. But the present wide circle of Germany's transoceanic commerce incident upon its recent industrial development, the phenomenal increase of its merchant maritime, the growth of Hamburg and Bremen, and the construction of ship canals to that short North Sea coast, and the enormous utilization of Dutch ports for German commerce, all point to the attraction of distant economic interests, even when meagerly supported by colonial possessions. Location, therefore, while it is the most important single geographic factor, is at the same time the one most subjected to the vicissitudes attending to the anthropo-geographical evolution of the Earth. Its value changes with the transfer of the seats of the higher civilizations from subtropical to temperate lands, from the margin of enclosed sea to the hem of the open ocean, from small naturally defined territories to large elastic areas, from mere periphery to a combination of periphery and interior, commanding at once the freedom of the sea and the resources of a wide hinterland. Contrasted historical sides. Even in Europe, however, where the Atlantic leaning of all the states is so marked as to suggest a certain dependence, the strength of this one-sided attraction is weakened by the complexity and closeness of the vicinal grouping of the several nations. Germany's reliance upon the neighbouring grain fields of Russia and Hungary and the leather of the southern steppes counteracts somewhat the far-off magnet of America's wheat and cattle. England experienced a radical change of geographic front with the sailing of the Cabots, but the enormous tonnage entering and passing from the North Sea and Channel ports for her European trade showed the attraction of the nearby continent. Oftentimes we find two sides of a country, each playing simultaneously a different, yet an equally important historical part, and thus distributing their historical activities or diversifying the historical development of the people. The young United States were profoundly influenced as to national ideals and their eventual territorial career by the free, eager life and the untrammeled enterprise of its wilderness frontier beyond the Alleghenies, while through the Atlantic seaboard it was kept in steady contact with England and the inherited ideals of the race. Russia is subjected to different influences on its various fronts. It is progressive, industrial, socialistic on its European side in Poland, expansive and radical in a different way in colonial Siberia, aggressive in the south, bending its energies toward political expansion along the Mediterranean and Persian Gulf seaboards. In all such countries there is a constant shifting and readjustment of extraterritorial influences. One-sided historical relations. It is otherwise in states a very simple vicinal grouping, compelled with only a single country, or at best two. Spain, from the time Hamilcar Barca made it a colony of ancient Carthage, down to the decline of its Saracen conquerors, was historically linked with Africa. Freeman calls attention to the general law by which, in almost all periods of history, either the masters of Spain have borne rule in Africa, or the masters of Africa have borne rule in Spain. The history of such simply located countries tends to have a correspondingly one-sided character. Portugal's development has been under the exclusive influence of Spain, except for the overseas stimuli brought to it by the Atlantic. England's long southern face, close to the French coast, had for centuries the effect of interweaving its history with that of its southern neighbour. The conspicuous fact in the foreign history of Japan has been its intimate connection with Korea above all the other states. Egypt, which projects as an alluvial peninsula into an ocean of desert from southwestern Asia, has seen its history, from the time of the shepherd kings to that of Napoleon, repeatedly linked with Palestine and Syria. Every Asiatic or European conquest of these two countries has eventually been extended to the valley of the Nile, and Egypt's once great period of expansion saw this eastern coast of the Mediterranean, as far as the Euphrates, unite in the dominion of the Pharaohs. Here is a one-sided geographical location in exaggerated form, emphasized by the physical and political barrenness of the adjacent regions of Africa and the strategic importance of the Isthmian district between the Mediterranean and Indian Ocean. Scattered location due to geographic conditions. The forms of vicinal location, thus far considered, presuppose a compact or continuous distribution, such as characterizes the more fertile and populous areas of the earth. Desert regions, whether due to Arctic cold or extreme aridity, distribute their sparse population in small groups at a few favored points, and thus, from physical causes, give rise to the anthropo-geographical phenomenon of scattered location. Districts of intense cold, which sustain life only in contact with marine supplies of food, necessitate an intermediate distribution along the seaboard, with long unoccupied stretches between. This is the location we are familiar with among the Eskimo of Greenland and Alaska, among the Norse and Lapps in the rugged Norwegian province of Finnmarken, where over 2/3 of the population live by fishing. In the interior districts of this province about Karasjok and Kantaquino, the reindeer Lapps show a corresponding scattered grouping here and there in the inhospitable slopes of the mountains. In that one half of Switzerland lying above the altitude where agriculture is possible, population is sprinkled at wide intervals over the sterile surface of the highlands. A somewhat similar scattered location is found in arid deserts, where population is restricted to the oases dropped here and there at wide intervals amid the waste of sand. But unlike those fragments of human life on the frozen outskirts of the habitable world, the oasis states usually constitute links in a chain of connection across the desert between the fertile lands on either side, and therefore form part of a series in which the members maintain firm and necessary economic relations. Every caravan route across the Sahara is dotted by a series of larger or smaller tribal settlements. Tripoli, Sokna, Marzouk, Bilma, and Bornu form one such chain. Algiers, El Gholia, Twat, the salt mines of Tordeni, Arawan, and Timbuktu another. Baghdad, Hayil, Borida, and Mecca trace the road of pilgrim and merchant, starting from the Muslim land of the Euphrates to the shrine of Muhammad. A map is displayed on the page. Distribution of settlement in the Norwegian province of Finnmarken. Island way station on maritime routes. Not unlike this serial grouping of oasis states along the caravan routes through the desert are the island way stations that rise out of the waste of the sea and are connected by the great maritime routes of trade. Such are the Portuguese Madeiras, Bisagos, and Santhome, on the line between Lisbon and Portuguese Leonda in West Africa, and their other series of the Madeiras, Cape Verde, and Fernando, which facilitated communication with Pernambuco when Brazil was a Portuguese colony. The classic example of this serial grouping is found in the line of islands, physical or political, which trace England's artery of communication with India: Gibraltar, Malta, Cyprus, Perim, Aden, Socotra, and Ceylon, besides a dominant position at Suez. Scattered location of primitive tribes. Quite different from this scattered distribution, due to physical conditions, in an otherwise uninhabited waste, is that wide dispersal of a people in small detached groups, which is a rule in lower stages of culture, and which bespeaks the necessity of relatively large territorial reserves for the uneconomical method of land utilization, characteristic of hunting, fishing, pastoral nomadism, and primitive agriculture, a distribution which claims large areas, without, however, maintaining exclusive possession or complete occupation, indicates, among advanced peoples, an unfinished process. Especially unfinished expansion, such as marked the early French, the English colonies of America, and the recent Russian occupation of Siberia. Among primitive peoples, it is the normal condition, belongs to the stage of civilization, not to any one land or any one race, though it has been called the American form of distribution. Not only are villages and encampments widely dispersed, but also the tribal territories. The Tupis were found by the Portuguese explorers along the coast of eastern Brazil, and in the interior from the mouth of the La Plata to the lower Amazon, while two distant tribes of the Tupis were dropped down amid a prevailing Arawak population far away among the foothills of the Andes in two separate localities on the western Amazon. See map page 101. The Athapascans, from their great compact northern area between Hudson Bay, the Saskatchewan River, and the Eskimo shores of the Arctic Ocean, send southward a detached offshoot comprising the Navajos, Apaches, and Lipans, who are found along the Rio Grande from its source almost to its mouth, and several smaller fragments westward who are scattered along the Pacific seaboard from Puget Sound to northern California. The Cherokees of the southern Appalachians and the Tuscaroras of eastern North Carolina were detached groups of the Iroquois, who had their chief seat about the lower Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence. Virginia and North Carolina harbored also several tribes of Sioux, who were also represented in southern Mississippi by the small Biloxi Nation, though their chief Sioux areas lay between the Arkansas and Saskatchewan rivers. Similarly, the Caddos of Louisiana and eastern Texas had one remote offshoot on the Platte River and another, the Araucaras, on the upper Missouri near its Great Bend. See map, page 54. But the territory of the Caddos, in turn, was sprinkled with Choctaws, who belonged properly east of the Mississippi, but who in 1803 were found scattered in fixed villages or wandering groups near the Bayou Teche, on the Red River, the Washita, and the Arkansas. Their villages were frequently interspersed with others of the Biloxi Sioux. This fragmentary distribution appears in Africa among people in parallel stages of civilization. Dr. Junker found it as a universal phenomenon in Central Africa along the watershed between the White Nile and the Whale Congo. Here the territory of the dominant Zenda harbored a motley collection of shattered tribes, remnants of peoples, and intruding refugee colonies from neighboring districts. The few weak bonds between people and soil characterizing retarded races are insufficient to secure permanent residence in the face of a diminished game supply, as in the case of the Choctaws above cited, or of political disturbance or oppression, or merely the desire for greater independence, as in that of so many African tribes. Ethnic islands of expansion. A scattered location results in all stages of civilization when expanding or intruding people begins to appropriate the territory of a different race. Any long-continued infiltration, whether peaceful or aggressive, results in race islands or archipelagos distributed through a sea of aborigines. Semantic immigration from southern Arabia has in this way stripped and polka-dotted the surface of Hamitic Abyssinia. Groups of pure German stock are today scattered through the Baltic and Polish provinces of Russia. See map, page 223. In ancient times, the advance guard of Teutonic migration crossed the Rhenish border of Gaul, selected choice sites here and there after the manner of Ariovistus, and appeared as enclaves in the encompassing Gallic population, while the Anahuac Plateau of Mexico formed the center of the Aztec or Nahuatl group of Indians. Outlying colonies of this stock occurred among the Mayas, people of the Tehuantepec region, and in Guatemala and Nicaragua. A map is displayed on the previous page, distribution of population in the United States in 1800. Such detached fragments, or rather spores of settlement, characterize all young geographical boundaries, where ethnic and political frontiers are still in the making. The early French, English, Dutch, and Swedish settlements in America took the form of archipelagos in the surrounding sea of Indian-owned forest land, and in 1800, beyond the frontier of continuous settlement in the United States, long slender peninsulas and remote allied islands of white occupation indicated American advance at the cost of the natives. Similarly, the Portuguese at the end of the 16th century seized and fortified detached points along the coast of East Africa at Sofala, Malindi, Mombasa, Kilwa, Lamu, Zanzibar, and Barava, which served as way stations for Portuguese ships bound for India and were outposts of expansion from their Mozambique territory. The snow-muffled forests of northern Siberia have their solitudes broken at wide intervals by Russian villages, located only along the streams for fishing, gold washing, and trading with the native. These lonely clearings are outposts of the broad band of Muscovite settlement, which stretches across southern Siberia from the Ural Mountains to the Angara River. See map, page 103. Political islands of expansion. The most exaggerated example of scattered political location existing today is found in the bizarre arrangement of European holdings in the west coast of Africa between the Senegal and Congo rivers. Here in each case a handful of governing whites is dropped down in the midst of a dark-skinned population in several districts along the coast. The 6 detached seaboard colonies of the French run back in the interior into a common French-owned hinterland formed by the Sahara and Western Sudan, which since 1894 linked the Guinea coast colonies with French Algeria and Tunis, but the various British holdings have no territorial cohesion at any point, nor have the Spanish or Portuguese or German. The scattered location of these different European possessions is for the most part the expression of a young colonizing activity, developed in the past 50 years and signalized by the vigorous intrusion of the French and Germans into the field. To the Anthropo-Geographer, the map of Western Africa presents the picture of a political situation wholly immature, even embryonic. The history of similar scattered outposts of political expansion in America, India, and South Africa teaches us to look for extensive consolidation. Ethnic islands of survival. Race islands occur also when a land is so inundated by a tide of invasion or continuous colonization that the original inhabitants survive only as detached remnants, where protecting natural conditions such as forests, jungles, mountains or swamps provide an asylum, or where a sterile soil or rugged plateau has failed to attract the cupidity of the conqueror. The dismembered race, especially one in a lower status of civilization, can be recognized as such islands of survival by their divided distribution and less favored localities, in which they have fled and which seldom can they increase and recombine to recover their lost heritage. In Central Africa, between the watersheds of the Nile, Congo, and Zambezi, there is scarcely a large native state that does not shelter in its forests scattered groups of dwarf hunter folk, variously known as Watwa, Batwa, and Aka. They serve the agricultural tribes as auxiliaries in war, and trade with them in meat and ivory, but also rob their banana groves and manioc patches. The local dispersion of these pygmies in small isolated groups among stronger peoples points to them as survivals of a once widespread Aboriginal race, another branch of which, as Schwen first suggested, is probably found in the dwarfed Bushmen and Hottentots of South Africa. See map, page 105. Similar distribution in the mode of life are the Aborigines of the Philippines, the dwarf Negritos, who are still found inhabiting the forests in various localities. They disperse through 8 provinces of Luzon and several other islands, generally in the interior, whither they have been driven by the invading Malays. See map, page 147. But the Negritos crop out again in the mountain interior of Formosa and Borneo, in the eastern peninsula of Celebes, and in various islands of the Malay archipelago as far east as Ceram and Flores, amid a prevailing Malay stock. Toward the west they come to the surface in the central highland of Malacca, in the Nicobar and Andaman Islands, and in several mountain and jungle districts of India. Here again is the typical geographic distribution of a moribund Aboriginal race, whose shriveled patches merely dot the surface of their once wide territory. The Aboriginal Kolarian tribes of India are found under the names of Bhils, Kols, and Santals, scattered about in the fastness of the central Indian jungles, the Vidian Range, and in the Rajputana Desert, within the area covered by Indo-Aryan occupation. See map, page 103. Discontinuous distribution. Such broad intermittent dispersal is the anthropological prototype of the discontinuous distribution of biologists. By this they mean that certain types of plants and animals occur in widely separated regions, without the presence of any living representatives in an intermediate area. But they point to the rock records that show that the type once occupied the whole territory, till extensive elimination occurred owing to changes in climatic or geologic conditions, or to sharpened competition in the struggle for existence, with the result that the type survived only in detached localities offering a favorable environment. In animal and plant life, the ice invasion of the glacial age explains most of these islands of survival. In human life, the invasion of stronger peoples. The Finnish race, which in the 9th century occupied nearly a third of European Russia, has been shattered by the blows of Slav expansion into numerous fragments, which lie scattered about within the old ethnic boundary from the Arctic Ocean to the Don-Volga watershed. The encroachment of the whites upon the red men of America early resulted in their geographical dispersion. The map showing the distribution of population in 1830 reveals large detached areas of Indian occupancy embedded in the prevailing white territory. The rapid compression of the tribal lands and the introduction of the reservation system resulted in the present arrangement of yet smaller and more widely scattered groups. Such islands of survival tend constantly to contract and diminish in number with the growing progress, density, and land hunger of the surrounding race. The Caffre Islands and the Hottentot location in South Africa, large as they are now, would repeat the history of the American Indian lands, a history of gradual shrinkage and disappearance as territorial entities. Contrasted location. Every land contains, in close juxtaposition, areas of sharply contrasted culture, economic and political development, due to the influence of diverse natural locations emphasizing lines of ethnic cleavage, made perhaps by some great historical struggle. In mountainous countries, the conquered people withdraw to the less accessible heights and leave the fertile valleys to the victorious intruders. The two races are thus held apart, and the difference in their respective modes of life, forced upon them by contrasted geographic conditions, tends still farther for a time to accentuate their diversity. The contrasted location of the dislodged Alpine race, surviving in all the mountains and highlands of Western Europe, over against the Teutonic victors settled in the plains, has its parallel in many parts of Asia and Africa. It is almost always coupled with a corresponding contrast in mode of life, which is at least in part geographically determined. In Algeria, the Arab conquerors, who form the larger part of the population, are found in the plains where they live the life of nomads in their tents. The Berbers, who were the original inhabitants, driven back into the fastness of the Atlas Range, form now an industrious, sedentary farmer class, living in stone houses, raising stock and tilling their fields as if they were market gardeners. In the Andean states of South America, the eastern slopes of the Cordilleras, which are densely forested owing to their position in the course of the trade winds, harbour wild, nomadic tribes of hunting and fishing Indians, who differ in stock and culture from the Inca Indians settled in the drier Andean basins. See map, page 101. Geographical polarity. Every geographical region of strongly marked character possesses a certain polarity, by reason of which it attracts certain racial or economic elements of population and repels others. The predatory tribes of the desert are constantly reinforced by refugee outlaws from the settled agricultural communities along its borders. The mountains, which offer a welcome asylum to the persecuted Waldenses, have no lure for the money-making Jew, who is therefore rarely found there. The Negroes of the United States are more and more congregating in the Gulf states, making the Black Belt blacker. The fertile tidewater plains of antebellum Virginia and Maryland had a rich, aristocratic white population of slave-holding planters. The mountain backwoods of the Appalachian Ranges, whose conditions of soil and relief were ill-adapted for slave cultivation, had attracted a poor democratic farmer class, who tilled their small holdings by their own labour, and consequently entertained little sympathy for the social and economic system of the tidewater country. This is the contrast between mountain and plain which is as old as humanity. It presented problems to the legislation of Solon, and caused West Virginia to split off from the mother state during the Civil War. Each contrasted district has its own polarity, but with this it attracts not one but many of the disruptive forces which are pent up in every people or state. Certain conditions of climate, soil, and tillable area in the southern states of the Union made slave labor remunerative, while opposite conditions in the north combined eventually to exclude it thence. Slave labor in the south brought with it, in turn, a whole train of social and economic consequences, notably the repulsion of foreign white immigration and the development of shiftless or wasteless industrial methods, which further sharpened the contrast between the two sections. The same contrast occurs in Italian territory between Sicily and Lombardy. Here, the location of the two extremities of the peninsula has involved a striking difference in ethnic infusions in the two districts. Different historical careers owing to different vicinal grouping and to similar geographic conditions. These effects operating together and attracting other minor elements of divergence have conspired to emphasize the already strong contrast between northern and southern Italy. Geographical marks of growth. In geographical location can be read the signs of growth or decay. There are racial and national areas whose form is indicative of development, expansion, while others show the symptoms of decline. The growing people seize all the geographic advantages within their reach, whether lying inside their boundaries or beyond. In the latter case, they probably extend their frontiers to include the object of their desire, as the young United States did in the case of the Mississippi River and the Gulf Coast. European peoples, like the Russians in Asia, all strive to reach the sea, and when they have got there, they proceed to embrace as big a strip of coast as possible. Therefore, the whole colonization movement of Western and Central Europe was in the early periods restricted to coasts, although not to such an excessive degree as that of the Phoenicians and the Greeks. Their own maritime location has instructed them as to the value of seaboards, and at the same time made this form of expansion the simplest and easiest. Marks of inland expansion. On the other hand, that growing people which finds its coastward advance blocked, and is therefore restricted to landward expansion, seizes upon every natural feature that will aid its purpose. It utilizes every valley highway and navigable river, as the Russians did in the case of the Dnieper, Don, Volga, Kama, and northern Dwina, in their radical expansion from the Muscovite center at Moscow, and as later they used the icy streams of Siberia in their progress towards the Pacific. Or as the Americans in their transcontinental advance used the Ohio, Tennessee, and Great Lakes, and the Missouri. They reached out toward every mountain pass, leading to some choice ultramontane highway. Boulders or projecting angles of their frontier indicate the path they plan to follow, and always include or aim at some natural feature which will facilitate their territorial growth. The acquisition of the province of Tycho in 1512 gave the Swiss Confederation a foothold upon Lake Maggiore, perhaps the most important waterway of northern Italy, and the possession of the Val Leventina, which now carries the St. Gotthard Railroad down to the plains of the Po. Every bulge of Russia's Asiatic frontier, whether in the Trans-Caucasus toward the Mesopotamian basin and the Persian Gulf, of the Murugab and Tedjet rivers toward the gates of Herat, is directed at some mountain pass and an outlet seaward beyond. If this process of growth bring a people to the borders of a desert, there they halt perhaps for a time, but only, as it were, to take breath for a stride across the sand to the nearest oasis. The ancient Egyptians advanced by a chain of oases, Siwa, Ankyla, Sela, and Sogna, across the Libyan desert to the Syrtis Minor. The Russians in the last 25 years are spread across the arid wastes of Turkestan by way of the fertile spots of Khiva, Bakhara, and Merv to the irrigated slopes of the Hindu Kush and the Tian Shan Mountains. The French extended the boundaries of Algiers southward into the desert to include the caravan routes focusing at the great oases of Tuat and Tadikelt, years before their recent appropriation of the Western Sahara. Marks of decline. As territorial expansion is the mark of growth, so the sign of decline is the relinquishment of land that is valuable or necessary to a people's well-being. The gradual retreat of the Tartars, and in part also of the Kyrgyz tribes from their best pastured lands on the Volga into the desert or steppes, indicates their decrease of power, just as the withdrawal of the Indians from their hunting grounds in forest and prairie was the beginning of their decay. Bolivia maimed herself for all time when in 1884 she relinquished to Chile her 180 miles of coast between the Rio Lao and the 24th parallel. Her repeated efforts later to recover at least one seaport on the Pacific indicate her own estimate of the loss by which she was limited to an inland location and deprived of her maritime bravery. Interpretation of scattered and marginal location. The habits of a people and the consequent demands which they make upon their environment must be taken into account in judging whether or not a restricted geographical location is indicative of a retrograde process. The narrow marginal distribution of the Haida, Tlingit, and Tsimshian Indians on the islands and coastal strips of northwestern America means simply the selection of sites most congenial to those inveterate fisher tribes. The fact that the English in the vicinity of the Newfoundland banks settled on a narrow rim of coast in order to exploit the fisheries, while the French peasants penetrated into the interior forests and farmlands of Canada, was no sign of territorial decline. English and French were both on the forward march, each in their own way. The scattered peripheral locations of the Phoenician trading stations and later of the Greek colonies on the shore of the Mediterranean was the expression of the trading and maritime activity of those two peoples. Centuries later, a similar distribution of Arab posts along the coast of East Africa, Madagascar, and the western islands of the Sunda Archipelago indicate the great commercial expansion of the Mohammedan traders of Oman and Yemen. The latter came when this distribution, normal as a preliminary form, bore no fruit in the occupation of wide territorial bases. See map, page 251. Prevalence of ethnic islands of decline. In general, however, any piecemeal or marginal location of a people justifies the question as to whether it results from encroachment, dismemberment, and consequently national or racial decline. This inference as a rule strikes the truth. The abundance of such ethnic islands and reefs, some scarcely distinguishable above the flood of the surrounding population, is due to the fact that when the area of distribution of any life form, whether racial or merely animal, is of any cause reduced, it does not merely contract but breaks up into detached fragments. These isolated groups often give the impression of being emigrants from the original home who, in some earlier period of expansion, had occupied this outlying territory. At the dawn of Western European history, Gaul was the largest and most compact area of Celtic speech. For this reason, it has been regarded as the land whence sprang the Celts of Britain, the Iberian Peninsula, the Alps, and northern Italy. Freeman thinks that the Gauls of the Danube and Po valleys were detachments which had been left behind in the great Celtic migration toward the west, but has not considered the possibility of a once far more extensive Celtic area, which, as a matter of fact, once reached eastward into the Weser River and the Sudets Mountains and was later dismembered. The islands of Celtic speech which now mark the western flank of Great Britain and Ireland are shrunken fragments of a Celtic linguistic area, which, as place names indicate, once comprised a whole country. Similarly, all over Russia, Finnic place names testify to the former occupation of the country by a people now submerged by the immigrant Slavs, except where they emerged in ethnic islands in the far north and about the elbow of the Volga. See map, page 225. Beyond the compact area of the Melanesian race occupying New Guinea and the islands eastward to the Fiji and loyalty groups, are found scattered patches of Negroid folk far to the westward, relegated to the interiors of islands and peninsulas. The dispersed and fragmentary distribution of this Negroid stock has suggested that it formed the older and primitive race of a wide region extending from India to Fiji and possibly even beyond. Contrast between ethnic islands of growth and decline. Ethnic or political islands of decline may be distinguished from islands of expansion by various marks. When survivals of an inferior people, they are generally characterized by inaccessible or unfavorable geographic location. When remnants of former large colonial possessions of modern civilized nations, they are characterized by good or even excellent location, but lack a big compact territory nearby to which they stand in the relation of outpost. Such are the Portuguese fragments on the west coast of India at Goa, Damaon, and Diu Island, and the Portuguese half of the island of Timor with the islet of Cambing in the East Indies. Such also are the remnants of the French Empire in India, founded by the genius of François Dupleix, which are located on the seaboard at Chandernagor, Charikal, Pondicherry, Yanaon, and Mahi. They tell the geographer a far different story from that of the small detached French holding of Quang Chan Bay and Neo Chan Island on the southern coast of China, which are outposts of the vigorous French colony of Tonkin. The scattered islands of an intrusive people bent upon conquest or colonization are distinguished by a choice of sites favorable to growth and consolidation, and by the rapid extension of their boundaries until that consolidation is achieved, while the people themselves give signs of the rapid differentiation incident to adaptation to a new environment. End of section 7. Section 8 of Influences of Geographic Environment on the basis of Ratzel's system of Anthropo-Geography by Ellen Churchill Semple. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 6. Geographical Area. The size of the Earth. Every consideration of geographical area must take as its starting point the 199 million square miles, 510 million square kilometers of the Earth's surface. Though some 8 million square miles, 21 million square kilometers, about the poles remain unexplored, and only the 28% of the total constituting the land area is the actual habitat of man. Still, the Earth as a whole is his planet. Its surface fixes the limits of his possible dwelling places, the range of his voyages and migrations, the distribution of animals and plants on which he must depend. These conditions he has shared with all forms of life, from the amoeba to the civilized nation. The Earth's superficial area is a primal and immutable condition of earth-born, earthbound man, is the common soil whence is sprung our common humanity. Nations belong to countries and races to continents, but humanity belongs to the whole world. Naught but the united force of the whole earth could have produced the single species of a single genus, which we call man. Relation of area to life. The relation of life to the Earth's area is a fundamental question of biogeography. The amount of that area available for terrestrial life, the proportion of land and water, the reduction or enlargement of the available surface by the operation of great cosmic forces, all enter into this problem, which changes from one geographic period to another. The present limited plant life of the Arctic regions is the impoverished successor of a vegetation abundant enough at the 83rd parallel to produce coal. That was in the genial period, when the northern hemisphere with its broad land masses presented a far larger area for the support of life than today. Then the glacial period spread an ice sheet from the North Pole to approximately the 50th parallel, forced back life to the lower latitudes, and confined the biosphere to the smaller land masses of the southern hemisphere, and a girdle north of the equator. The sum total of life in the globe was greatly reduced at the height of glaciation, and since the retreat of the ice has probably never regained the abundance of the middle tertiary, so that our period is probably one of relative impoverishment and faulty adjustment both of life and of life to physical environment. The continent of North America contained a small vital area during the later Cretaceous period, when a notable encroachment of the sea submerged the Atlantic coastal plain, large sections of the Pacific coast, the Great Plains, Texas, and the adjacent Gulf Plain up the Mississippi Valley to the mouth of the Ohio. Area and differentiation. The task of estimating the area supporting terrestrial life, which the Earth presently, at any given time, is an important one, not only because the amount of life depends upon this area, but because every increase of available area tends to multiply conditions favorable to variation. Darwin shows that largeness of area, more than anything else, affords the best conditions for rapid and improvised variation through natural selection, because a large area supports a larger number of individuals in whom chance variations, advantageous in the struggle for existence, appear oftener than in a small group. This position is maintained also by the most recent evolutionists. On purely geographical grounds, also, a large area stimulates differentiation by presenting a greater diversity of natural conditions, into which tends to produce its appropriate species or variety. Consider the different environments found in a vast and varied continent like Eurasia, which extends from the equator far beyond the Arctic Circle, as compared with the small landmass like Australia. Relatively monotonous its geographic conditions, and observe how much farther evolution has progressed in the one than in the other, in point of animal forms, races, and civilization. If we hold with Moritz Wagner and others that isolation in naturally defined regions, alternating with periods of migration, offers the necessary condition for the rapid evolution of type forms, and thus go farther than Darwin, who regards isolation merely as a fortunate contributory circumstance, we find that, for the evolution of mankind, it is large areas like Eurasia which afford the greatest number and variety of these naturally segregated habitats, and at the same time the best opportunity for vast historical movements. The struggle for space. Evolution needs room, but finds the Earth's surface limited. Everywhere old and new forms of life live side by side in deadly competition, but the latter improved variety multiplies and spreads at the cost of less favoured types. The struggle for existence means a struggle for space. This is true of man and the lower animals. A superior people, invading the territory of its weaker savage neighbours, robs them of their land, forces them back into corners too small for their support, and continues to encroach even upon this meagre possession, till the weaker finally loses the last remnant of its domain, is literally crowded off the earth, becomes extinct as the Tasmanians and so many Indian tribes have done. The superiority of such expansionists consists primarily in their greater ability to appropriate, thoroughly utilize, and populate a territory. Hence this is the faculty by which they hasten the extinction of the weaker, and since this superiority is peculiar to the higher stages of civilization, the higher stages inevitably supplant the lower. Area Index of Social and Political Development. The successive stages of social development, savage, pastoral, nomadic, agricultural, and industrial, represent increasing density of population, increasing numerical strength of the social group, and finally increasing geographical area, resulting in a vastly enlarged social group or state. Increase in the population of a given land is accompanied by a decrease in the share which each individual can claim as his own. This progressive readjustment to a smaller proportion of land brings in its train the evolution of all economic and social processes, reacting again favorably on density of population and resulting eventually in the greatly increased social group and enlarged territory in the modern civilized state. Hence we may lay down the rule that change in areal relations, both of the individual to his decreasing quota of land and of the state to the increasing quota of the earth's surface, is an important index of social and political evolution. Therefore the rise and decline not only of peoples, but of whole civilizations, have depended upon their relations to area. Therefore problems of area, such as the expansion of a small territory, the economic and political mastery of a large one, dominate all history. The oikomean. Humanity's area of distribution and historical movement we call the oikomean. It forms a girdle around the earth between the two polar regions and embraces the tropics, the temperate zones, and a part of the North Frigid, in all 5/6 of the earth's surface. This area of distribution is unusually large. Few other living species so nearly permeate the whole vital area, and many of these have reached their whole expansion only in the company of man. Only about 49 million square miles, 125 million square kilometers, of the oikomean is land and therefore constitutes properly the habitat of man. But just as we cannot understand a nation from the study of its own country alone, but must take into consideration the wider area of its spreading activities, so we cannot understand mankind without including in his world not only his habitat, but also the vastly larger sphere of his activities, which is almost identical with the earth itself. The most progressive peoples today find their scientific, economic, religious, and political interests embracing the earth. Unity of the human species in relation to the earth. Mankind has in common with all other forms of life the tendency toward expansion. The more adaptable and mobile an organism is, the wider the distribution which it attains, and the greater the rapidity with which it displaces its weaker kin. In the most favoured cases it embraces the whole vital area of the earth, leaving no space free for the development of diversity of forms, and itself showing everywhere only superficial distinctions. Mankind has achieved such wide distribution. Before his persistent intrusions and his mobility, the earth has no longer any real segregated districts where a strongly divergent type of the man-animal might develop. Hence mankind shows only superficial distinctions of hair, colour, head form, and stature between its different groups. It has got beyond the point of forming species, and is restricted to the slighter variations of races. Even these are few in comparison with the area of the earth's surface, and their list tends to decrease. The Gaunches and Tasmanians have vanished. The Australians are on the road to extinction, and when they shall have disappeared, there will be one variety the less in humanity. So the process of assimilation advances, here by the simple elimination of weaker divergent types of men, there by amalgamation and absorption into the stock of the stronger. This unity of the human species has been achieved in spite of the fact that, owing to the threefold predominance of the water surface of the globe, the land surface appears as detached fragments which rise as islands from the surrounding ocean. Among these fragments we have every gradation in size, from the continuous continental mass of Eurasia, Africa, with its 31 million square miles, the Americas with 15 million, Australia with nearly 3 million, Madagascar with 230,000, and New Zealand with 104,000, down to Guam with its 199 square miles, Ascension with 58, Tristan da Cunha with 45, and the rocky islet of Helgoland with its scant 150 acres. All these down to the smallest constitute separate vital districts. Isolation and differentiation. Small naturally defined areas, whether their boundaries are drawn by mountain, sea, or by both, always harbour small but markedly individual peoples, as also peculiar or endemic animal forms, whose differentiation varies with the degree of isolation. Such peoples can be found over and over again in islands, peninsulas, confined mountain valleys, or desert-rimmed oases. This cause lies in the barriers to expansion and to ascensions of population from without, which confront such peoples on every side. Broad, uniform continental areas, on the other hand, where nature has erected no such obstacles, are the habitats of widespread peoples, monotonous in type. The long stretch of coastal lowlands encircling the Arctic Ocean and running back into the wide plains of North America and Eurasia show a remarkable uniformity of animal and plant forms and a striking similarity of race through the lapse. The Samanids of northern Russia, the various Mongolian tribes of Arctic Siberia to Bering Strait, and the Eskimo, that curiously transitional race, formerly classified as Mongolian and more recently as a divergent Indian stock. For the Eskimos are similar to the Siberians in stature, features, coloring, mode of life, in everything but head form, though even these cephalic indices approach on the opposite shores of Bering Sea. Where geography draws no dividing line, ethnology finds its difficulty to do so. Where the continental landmasses converge is found similarity or even identity of race, easy gradations from one type to another. Where they diverge most widely in the peninsular extremities of South America, South Africa, and Australia. They show the greatest dissimilarity in their native races and a corresponding diversity in their animal life. Geographical proximity combined with accessibility results in similarity of human and animal occupants, while a corresponding dissimilarity in the tenet of remoteness or of segregation. Therefore, despite the distribution of mankind over the total habitable area of the earth, his penetration in its detached regions and hidden corners has maintained such variations as still exist in the human family. Monotonous race type of small area. If the distribution of the several races be examined in the light of this conclusion, it becomes apparent that the races who have succeeded in appropriating only limited portions of the earth's surface, though each may be a marked variant of the human family, are characterized by few inner diversities, either by physical features or culture. Their subdivisions feel only in a slight degree the differentiation effects of geographic remoteness, which in a small area operates with weakened force, and they enjoy few of those diversities of environment which stimulate variation. They form closer distinct ethnic unities, also because their scant numbers restrict the appearance of variations. The habitat of the Negro race in Africa south of the Sahara, relatively small, limited in its zonal location almost wholly to the tropics, poorly diversified both in relief and contour, has produced only a retarded and a monotonous social development based upon tribal agriculture or a low type of pastoral life. The still smaller, still less varied habitat of the Australian race, again tropical or subtropical in location, has produced over its whole extent only one grade of civilization, and at the lowest, one physical, mental, and moral type. Wide race distribution and inner diversities. The Mongoloid area of distribution, on the other hand, is so large that it necessarily includes a great range of climates and variety of geographic conditions. Maps pages 103 and 225. Representatives of this race, reflecting their diversified habits, show many ethnic differentiations. They reveal also every stage and phase of cultural development, from the industrialism of Japan, with its artistic and literary concomitants, and the savage economy and retarded intellectual life of the Chukches, fisher tribes, or the Giljack hunters of Sakhalin. The white race, identified primarily with Europe, that choice and diversified continent, comprises also a large area of southwestern Asia and the northern third of Africa. It thus extended from the Arctic Circle well within the tropics. Its area included every variety of geographic condition and originally every degree of cultural development, but the rapid expansion in recent centuries of the most advanced peoples of this race has made them the apostles of civilization to the whole world. It has also given them, through the occupation of Australia and the Americas, the widest distribution and the most varied habitats. As agents of the modern historical movement, however, they are subjected to all its assimilating effects, which tend to counteract the diversities born of geographic segregation, and to raise all branches of the white race to one superior cosmopolitan type. On the other hand, the vast international division of labor and specialization of production geographically based and entailed by advancing economic development. Besides the differences of traditions and ideals reaching far back into an historical past and rooted in the land, will serve to maintain many subtle inner differences between even the most progressive nations. Area and language. Hence the wide area which Darwin found to be most favourable to improved variation and rapid evolution in animals operates to the same end in human development, and its influence becomes a law of Anthropo-Geography. It permeates the higher aspects of life. The wide varied area occupied by the Germanic tribes of Europe permitted the evolution of the many dialects which finally made the richness of modern German speech. English has gained in vocabulary and idiom with every expansion of its area. New territories mean to a people new pursuits, new relations, new wants, and all these become reflected in their speech. Languages, like peoples, cease to grow with national stagnation. To such stagnation, movement or expansion is the surest antidote. America will in time make its contribution to the English tongue. The rich crop of slang that sprang up on the frontier is not wholly to be deplored. The crudeness and vigor of cowboy speech are marks of youth. They are also promises of growth. Language cannot live by dictionary alone. It tends to form new variants with every change of habitat. The French of the Canadian habitat has absorbed Indian and English words and adopted old terms to new uses. But it is otherwise a survival of 17th century French. Boer's speech in South Africa shows the same thing. Absorption of new Kaffir and English words, coupled with marks of retardation due to isolation. Religion in the same way gains by wide dispersal. Christianity is one thing in St. Petersburg, another among the Copts of Cairo, another in Rome, another in London, and yet another in Boston. Buddhism takes on a different colour in Ceylon, Tibet, China, and Japan. In religion, as in other phases of human development, differentiation must mean eventual enrichment, a larger content of the religious idea to which each faith makes its contribution. Large area are a guarantee of racial or national permanence. The larger the area occupied by a race or people, other geographic conditions being equal, the surer the guarantee of their permanence, and the less the chance of their repression or annihilation. A broad geographic base means generally abundant command of the resources of life and growth, though for a growing people of wide possessions, like the Russians, the significance of the land may not be obvious. It becomes apparent enough in natural decline and decay. For these, even in their incipiency, betray themselves in a loss of territory. A people which, voluntarily or otherwise, renounces its hold upon the land is on the downward path. Nothing else could show so plainly the national vitality of Japan as a tenacious purpose to get back Port Arthur, taken from her by the Shimonoseki Treaty in 1895. A people may decrease in number without serious consequences if it still retains its land, for herein lies its resources by which it may again hope to grow. The recurring loss of millions of lives in China from the wide-sweeping floods of the Huanghe is a passing episode, forgotten as soon as the mighty stream is re-embanked and the flooded plains reclaimed. The Civil War in the United States involved a temporary diminution of population and check to progress, but no lasting national weakness because no loss of territory. But the expulsion of the American Indians from their well-stocked hunting grounds in the Mississippi Valley and Atlantic Plain to more restricted and barren lands in the far west, and the withdrawal of the Australian natives from the fertile coast to the desert interior, have meant racial renunciation of the sources of life. Hence the people who are conquered and dislodged from their territory, as were the ancient Britons by the Saxons, the Slavs from the land between the Elbe-Nemen by the medieval Germans, and the Kafirs in South Africa by the Dutch and English, the Ainos from Hondo by the Japanese, and the whole original Alpine race by the latter coming Teutons from the fertile valleys and plains into the more barren highlands of Western Europe, have little or no chance of regaining their own. When conquest results not in dislodgment, but only in the subjection of an undisturbed native population to a new ruling class, the vanquished retain their hold, only slightly impaired, perhaps upon their strength-giving fields, recover themselves, and sooner or later conquer their conquerors, either by absorption or revolution. This was the history of ancient Egypt with its shepherd kings, of England with its Norman lords, of Mexico and Peru with their Spanish victors. Weakness of small states. A large area throws around all the life forms, which supports the protection of its mere distances, which facilitate defense in competition with other forms, render attack difficult, and afford room for retreat under pursuit. On the other hand, the small area is easily compassed by the invaders, and its inhabitants soon brought to bay. Since there is a general correspondence between size of area and number of inhabitants, where physical conditions and economic development are similar, a small area involves a further handicap of numerical weakness of population. Greece has always suffered from the small size of the peninsula and the further political dismemberment entailed by its geographic subdivisions. Despite superior civilization and national heroism, it has fallen a victim to almost every invader. Belgium, Holland, Switzerland exist as distinct nations only on sufferance. Finland's history since 1900 shows that the day for the national existence of small peoples is passing. The fragmentary political geography of the Danube Basin gives the geographer the impression of an artist's crayon studies for details, destined later to be incorporated in a finished picture. Their small areas promise short-lived autonomy. The recent absorption of Bosnia and Herzegovina by Austria indicates the destiny of these Danubian states as fixed by the law of an increasing territorial aggregates. Protection of large area to primitive peoples. What is true of states is true also of peoples. The extinction of the retarded provisional peoples of the earth progresses more rapidly in small groups than in large, and in small islands more quickly than in continental areas. Of the 21 Indian stocks or families which have died out in the United States, 15 belong to the small bands once found in the Pacific coast states, and 4 more were similar fragments found on the lower Mississippi and its bayous. See map page 54. The native Guanches of the Tenerife Islands disappeared long ago. The last Tasmanian died in 1876. New Zealand, whose area is 4 times that of Tasmania, and therefore gives some respite before the encroachments of the whites, still harbours 47,835 Maoris, or little over 1/3 the native population of the island in 1840. But these compete for the land with nearly 1 million English colonists, and in the limited area of the islands they will eventually find no place to retreat before the relentless white advance. To the Australians, on the other hand, much inferior to the Maoris, the larger area of their continent affords extensive deserts and steppes into which the natives have withdrawn and whither the whites do not care to follow. Hence, mere area, robbed of every other favourable geographical circumstance, has contributed to the survival of the 230,000 natives in Australia. Similarly, the Arawaks were easily wiped out on the island of Cuba and the Caribs on San Domenico and the smaller Antilles by the truculent methods of the Spanish conquerors, while both stocks survive on the continent of South America. Even the translucent methods of the Spanish conquerors could make little impression upon the relatively massive populations of Mexico and Peru, whose survival and latter-day recovery of independence can be ascribed largely, though not solely, to their ample territorial base. So the vast area of the United States and Canada has afforded a hinterland of asylum to the retreating Indians, whose more abundant condition, especially in the United States, is betrayed by their scattered distribution in small, unfavourable localities. On the other hand, the vast extent of Arctic and subarctic Canada, combined with the adverse climatic conditions of the region, will guarantee the northern Indians a longer survival. In Tierra del Fuego, the encroachments of sheep farmers and gold miners from Patagonia 20 years ago, by fencing off the land and killing off the wild guanaco, threatened the existence of this animal, and of the Onas native of the island. These, soon brought to bay in their natural enclosure, attacked the farmers, whose reprisals between 1890 and 1900 reduced the number of the Onas from 2,000 to 800 souls. Contrast of large and small areas in biogeography. The same law holds good in biogeography. Here too, area gives strength and a small territorial foothold means weakness. The native flora and fauna of New Zealand seem involved in the same process of extinction as a native race. The Maoris themselves have observed this fact and applied the principle to their own obvious fate. They have seen hardy imported English grasses offering deadly competition to the indigenous vegetation. The Norway rat entering by European ships, extirpating the native variety, and European housefly purposely imported and distributed to destroy the noxious indigenous species. The same unequal combat between imported plants and animals equipped by the fierce ciliads of continental areas and the local flora and fauna has taken place on the little island of St. Helena to the threatened destruction of the native forms. The preponderant migration of animals from the northern to the southern hemisphere is attributed by Darwin to the greater extent of land in the north, whereby the northern types have existed in greater numbers and have been so perfected through natural selection and competition that they have surpassed the southern forms in dominating power and therefore have encroached successfully. Also, the races and nations of the northern continents have seriously invaded the southern land masses and are still expanding. It is the largest continent, Eurasia, which has been the chief center of dispersal. Political domination of large areas. The temperate zone of North America will always harbor a more powerful people than the corresponding zone of South America, because the latter continent begins to contract and tapers off to a point where the other, at the northern tropic, begins to spread out. Therefore, North America possesses more abundantly all the advantages accruing to a continent from a location in the temperate zone. The wide bases of the northern Slavs in Russia and Siberia has given them a natural leadership in the whole Slav family, just as the broad unbroken area of ever-expanding Prussia gave that state the ascendancy in the German Empire over the geographically partitioned and politically dismembered service of southern Germany. English domination of the United Kingdom is based not only upon race, location, geographic features and resources, but also on the larger size of England. So in the United States, abolitionist statesmen adopted the most effective means of fighting slavery when they limited its area by law, while permitting free states to go on multiplying in the new territory of the vast Northwest. In a peninsula, political ascendancy often falls to the broad base connecting it with the continent, because this part alone has the area to support a large population, and moreover commands a large hinterland, whence it continually draws new and invigorating blood. The geographical basis of the Aryan and later the Mongol supremacy in India was a wide zone of lowlands between the Indus and the Brahmaputra. See map page 103. The only ancient Greek state ever able to dominate the Balkan Peninsula was non-Hellenic Macedonia, after it had extended its boundaries to the Euxine and the Adriatic. Today, a much larger area in the same peninsular base harbors the widespread southern Slavs, who numerically and economically far outweigh Albanians and Greeks, and who could, with ease, achieve political domination of the small Turkish minority, were it not for the European fear of a Slavic Bosphorus and its union with Russia. The Cisalpine Gauls of the wide Po basin repeatedly threatened the existence of the small but more civilized Etruscan and Latin tribes. The latter, maturing their civilization under the concentrating influence of a limited area, at last dominated the larger Celtic district to the north. But in the 19th century, this district took the lead in the movement for a united Italy, and now exercises the strong influence in Italian affairs, which belongs to it by reason of its superior area, location, and more vigorous race. See Map of Italy's Population, Chapter 16. The broad territorial base of the Anglo-Saxon race, Slavs, Germans, and Chinese, promises a long ethnic life, whereas a narrow foothold of the Danes, Dutch, Greeks, and the Turks in Europe carries with it the persistent risk of conquest and absorption by a larger neighbour. Such a fate repeatedly threatens these people, but has thus far been warded off, now by the protection of an isolating environment, now by the diplomatic intervention of some not disinterested power. The scattered fragments of Osman stock in European Turkey, which constitute only about 10% of the total population, and are almost lost in the surrounding mass of Slavs and Greeks, provides a poor guarantee for the duration of the race and their empire on European soil. On the other hand, the Osmani, who are compactly spread over the whole interior of Asia Minor, have a better prospect of national survival. Area and literature. An important factor in the preservation of national consciousness and the spread of national influence is always a national language and literature. This principle is recognized by the government of the Tsar in its Russification of Finland, Poland, and the German centers in the Baltic provinces, when it substitutes Russian for the local language in education, law courts, and all public offices, and restricts the publication of local literature. The survival of a language and its literature is intimately connected with an area and the population which that area can support. The extinction of small, weak peoples has its counterpart in the gradual elimination of dialects and languages having restricted territorial sway, whose fate is foreshadowed by the unequal competition of their literature with those of numerically stronger peoples. An author writing in a language like the Danish, intelligible to only a small public, can expect only small returns for his labor in either influence, fame, or fortune. The return may be so small that it is prohibitive. Hence we find the Danish Hans Christian Andersen and the Norwegian Ibsen writing in German, as do also many Scandinavian scientists. Georg Brandes abandons his native Danish and seeks a larger public by making English the language of his books. The incentive to follow a literary career, especially if it includes making a living, is relatively weak among a people of only 2 or 3 millions, but gains enormously among large and cultivated peoples like the 70 million German-speaking folk of Europe, or the 130 millions of English speech scattered over the world. The common literature which represents the response to this incentive forms a bond of union among the various branches of these peoples and may be eventually productive of political results. Small geographic base of primitive societies. Growth has been the law of human society since the birth of man's gregarious instinct. It has manifested itself in the formation of ever larger social groups, appropriating ever larger areas. It has registered itself geographically in the protrusion of ethnic boundaries, economically in more intensive utilization of the land, socially in increasing density of population, and politically in the formation of ever larger national territorial aggregates. The lowest stages of culture reveal small tribes, growing very slowly, or at times not at all, disseminated over areas small in themselves, but large for the number of their inhabitants, hence sparsely populated. The size of these primitive holdings depends upon the natural food supply yielded by the region. They assume wide dimensions but support groups of only a few families on the chill rocky coasts of Tierra del Fuego or the sterile plains of central Australia, and they contract to smaller areas dotted with fairly populated villages in the fertile districts of the Middle Congo or bordering the rich coast fishing grounds of southern Alaska and British Columbia. But always land is abundant and is drawn up in widening circles when the food supply becomes inadequate or precarious. Influence of small confined areas. Where nature presents barriers to far-ranging food quests, man is forced to advance from the natural to the artificial basis of subsistence. He leaves the chase for the sedentary life of agriculture. Extensive activities are replaced by intensive ones. Wide dispersal of tribal energies by concentration. The extensive forests and grassy plains of the Americas support abundant animal life and therefore afford conditions for the long survival of the hunting tribes. Nature put no pressure upon man to coerce him to progress, except in the small mountain-walled valleys of Peru and Mexico, and the restricted districts of Isthmian Central America. Here game was soon exhausted. Agriculture became an increasing source of subsistence and was forced by limited area out of its migratory or esertage stage of development into the sedentary. As fields became fixed in such enclosed areas, so do the cultivators. Here first population becomes relatively dense, and thereby necessitates more elaborate social and political organization in order to prevent inner friction. The geographically enclosed district has the further advantage that its inhabitants soon come to know it out to its boundaries, understand its possibilities, exploit to the utmost of its resources, and because of the closeness of their relationship to it and to each other, come to develop a conscious national spirit. The population, since it cannot easily spread beyond the nature's set limits, increases in density. The members of the compact society react constantly upon one another and exchange the elements of civilization. Thus the small territory is characterized by the early maturity of a highly individualized civilization, which then, with inherent power of expansion, proceeds to overleap its narrow borders and conquer for itself a wide sphere of influence. Hand in hand with this process goes political concentration, which aids the subsequent expansion. Therefore islands, oases, slender coastal strips, and mountain valleys repeatedly show us small peoples who, in their seclusion, have developed a tribal or national consciousness akin in its intensity to clan feeling. This national feeling is conspicuous in the English, Japanese, Swiss, and Dutch, as it was in the ancient city-states of Greece. The accompanying civilization, once brought to maturity in its narrow breeding place, spreads under favourable geographic conditions over a much larger space, which the accumulated race energy takes for its field of activity. The flower which thus early blooms may soon fade and decay. Nevertheless, the geographically evolved national consciousness persists and retains a certain power of renewal. This has been demonstrated in the Italians, the modern Greeks, in the Danes and the Icelanders. In the Jews, it has resisted exile from their native land, complete political dissolution, and dispersal over the habitable world. Long and often as Italy had to submit to foreign dominion, the idea of the national unity of the peninsula was never lost. The process of territorial growth. In vast unobstructed territories, on the other hand, the evil of wide, sparse dispersal is checked only by a natural increase of population and the impinging of one growing people upon another, which restricts the territory of either. When the boundary waste between the small scattered tribal groups have been occupied, encroachment from the side of the stronger follows. Then comes war, incorporation of territory, amalgamation of race and coalescence, or the extinction of the weaker. The larger people, commanding its larger area, expands numerically and territorially, and continues to throw out wider frontiers, till it meets insurmountable natural obstacles or the confines of a people strong as itself. After a pause, during which the existing area is outgrown and population begins to press harder upon the limits of subsistence, the weight of a nation is thrown against the barrier, be it physical or political. In consequence, the old boundaries are enlarged, either by successful encroachment upon a neighbour, or in the case of defeat, by incorporation in the antagonist's territory. But even defeat brings participation in a larger geographic base, wider cooperation, a greater sum total of common national interests, and especially the protection of the larger social group. The Transvaal and the Orange Free State find compensation for the loss of independence by the incorporation of the British Empire, even if gradual absorption be the density of the Boer stock. Area and growth. Of adjacent areas equally advanced in civilization and in density of population but of unequal size, the larger must dominate because its people have the resistance and aggressive force inherent in the larger mass. This is the explanation of the absorption of so many colonies and conquerors by the native races, when no great cultural abyss or race antagonism separates the two. The long rule of the Scandinavians and the Hebrides ended in their absorption by the local Gaelic stock, simply because their settlements were too small and the number of their women too few. The lowlands on the eastern coast of Scotland accommodated larger bands of Norse, who even today can be distinguished from the neighbouring Scotch the Highlands, but on the rugged western coast, where only small and widely separated deltas at the heads of the fjords offered a narrow foothold to the invaders, their scattered ethnic islands were soon inundated by the contiguous population. The Teutonic elements, both English and Norwegians, which for centuries filtered into Ireland, have been swallowed up in the native Celtic stock, except where religious antagonism served to keep the two apart. So the dominant Anglo-Saxon population of England was a solvent for the Norman French, and the densely packed humanity of China for their Manchu conquerors. On the other hand, extensive areas like early North America and Australia, sparsely inhabited by small scattered groups who have only an attenuated connection with their soil and therefore only a feeble hold upon the land, cannot compete with small areas, if these have the dense and evenly distributed population which ensures a firm tenure on the land. Small geographically confined areas foster this compact and systematic occupation on the part of their inhabitants, since they put barriers in the way of precipitate and disintegrating expansion. And this characteristic compensates in some degree, and for a period at least, for the weakness otherwise inherent in the narrow territorial base. End of Section 8. Section 9 of Influences of Geography on the Basis of Ratzel's System of Anthropo-Geography by Ellen Churchill Semple. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 6, Geographical Area, Part 2. Historical advance from small to large areas. Every race, people, and state has had the history of progress from a small to a large area. All have been small in their youth, The bit of land covered by Roma Quadrata has given language, customs, laws, culture, and a faint strain of Latin blood to nations, now occupying 500,000 square miles of Europe. The Arab inundation which flooded the vast domain of the caliphs traced back to that spring of ethnic and religious energy which welled up in the arid plain of Mecca and the Arabian oasis. The worldwide maritime expansion of the English-speaking peoples had its starting point in the lowlands of the Elbe. The makers of empire in northern China were cradled in the small highland valley of the Wei River. The little principality of Moscow was the nucleus of the Russian Empire. Penetration into a people's remote past comes always upon some limited spot which has nurtured the young nation, and reveals the fact that territorial expansion is the incontestable feature of their history. This advance from small to large characterizes their political area, the scope of their trade relations, their spheres of activity, the size of their known world, and finally the sway of their religions. Every religion in its early stage of development bears a stamp of a narrow origin, traceable to the circumscribed habitat of the primitive social group, or back of that to the small circle of lands constituting the known world whence it sprang. First, it is tribal, and makes a distinction between my God and thy God, but even when it has expanded to embody a universal system, it still retains vestigial forms of its narrow past. Jerusalem, Mecca, and Rome remain the sacred goal of pilgrimages, while the vaster import of a monotheistic faith and the higher ethical teaching of the brotherhood of man has encircled the world. When religion, language, and race have spread, in their wake comes the growing state. Everywhere, the political area tends gradually to embrace the whole linguistic area of which it forms a part, and finally the larger race area. Only the diplomacy of united Europe has availed to prevent France from absorbing French-speaking Belgium, or Russia from incorporating into a domain that vast Slav region extending from the Drave and Danube almost to the Gulf of Corinth, now parcelled out among several different states, but bound to the Muscovite Empire by ties of related speech, by race and religion. The detachment of the various Danubian principalities from the uncongenial dominion of the Turks, through a dismemberment of a large political territory and a semi-backward step, can be regarded only as a leisurely preliminary for a new territorial alignment. History's movements are unhurried. The backward step may prepare for the longer leap forward. It is impossible to resist the conclusion that the vigorous reorganized German Empire will one day try to incorporate the Germanic areas found in Austria, Switzerland, and Holland. Gradations in area and in development. Throughout the life of any people, from its fetal period in some small locality to its well-rounded adult era marked by the occupation and organization of a wide national territory, gradations in area mark gradations of development. And this is true whether we consider the compass of their commercial exchanges, the scope of their maritime ventures, the extent of their linguistic area, the measure of their territorial ambitions, or the range of their intellectual interests and human sympathies. From land to ethes, the rule holds good. People in the lower stages of civilization have contracted special ideas, desire and need at a given time only a limited territory. Though they may change that territory often, they think in small linear terms, have a small horizon, a small circle of contact with others, a small range of influence, only tribal sympathies. They have an exaggerated conception of their own size and importance because their basis of comparison is fatally limited. With mature, widespread people like the English or French, all this is different. They have made the earth their own, so far as possible. Just because of this universal tendency towards the occupation of ever larger areas and the formation of vaster political aggregates in making a sociological or political estimate of different peoples, we should never lose sight of the fact that all racial and national characteristics which operate towards the absorption of more land and impelled to political expansion are of fundamental value. A ship of state manned by such a crew has its sails set to catch the winds of the world. Preliminaries to ethnic and political expansion. Territorial expansion is always preceded by an extension of the circle of influence which a people exerts through its traders, its deep-sea fishermen, its picturesque marauders, and more respectable missionaries, and earlier still by a widening of its mere geographical horizon through fortuitous or systematic exploration. The Northmen visited the coasts of Britain and France first as pirates, then as settlers. Norman and Breton fishermen were drawing in their nets on the Grand Bank of Newfoundland 30 years before Cartier sailed up the St. Lawrence. Japanese fishing boats preceded Japanese colonists to the coasts of Yezo. Trading fleets were forerunners of the Greek colonies along the Black Sea and Mediterranean, and of Phoenician settlements in North Africa, Sicily, and Spain. It was in the wake of trapper and fur trader that English and American pioneer advanced across our continent to the Pacific, just as in French Canada, Jesuit priest and voyager opened the way for the settler. Religious propaganda was yoked with greed of conquest in the campaigns of Cortes and Pizarro. Modern statesmen pushing our policy of expansion are alive to the diplomatic possibilities of missionaries endangered or their property destroyed. They find a still better asset to be realized on territory in enterprising capitalists settled among a weaker people by whom their property is threatened or overtaxed, or their trade interfered with. The British acquisition of Hong Kong in 1842 followed a war with China to prevent the exclusion of the English opium trade from the Celestial Empire. The annexation of the Transvaal resulted from the expansion of English capitalists to the Rand mines, much as the advance of the United States flag to the Hawaiian Islands followed American sugar planters thither. American capital in the Caribbean states of South America has repeatedly tried to embroil those countries with the United States government, and its increasing presence in Cuba is undoubtedly ominous for the independence of the island, because with capital go men and influence. When the foreign investor is not a corporation but a government, the expanding commercial influence looks still more surely to tangible political results, because such national enterprises have at bottom a political motive, however much overlaid by economic exterior. When the British government secured a working majority of the Suez Canal stock, it sealed the fate of Egypt to become ultimately a province of the British Empire. Russian railroads in Manchuria were the well-selected tool for the Russification and final annexation of the province. The weight of American national enterprise in the Panama Canal Zone suffered to split off from the Colombian Federation a peripheral state, whose detachment is obviously a preliminary for eventual incorporation into United States domain. The efforts of the German government to secure from the Sultan of Turkey railroad concessions through Asia Minor for German capitalists has aroused jealousy in financial and political circles in St. Petersburg, and prompted a demand from the Russian Foreign Office upon Turkey for the privilege of constructing railroads through Eastern Asia Minor. Significance of the sphere of activity or influence. Beyond the home of a people lies its sphere of influence or activities, which in the last analysis may be taken as a protest against the narrowness of the domestic habitat. It represents the larger area which the people wants and which in course of time it might advantageously occupy or annex. It embodies the effort to embrace more varied and generous natural conditions, whereby the struggle for subsistence may be made less hard. Finally, it is an expression of the law that for people and races, the struggle for existence is at bottom a struggle for space. Geography sees various forms of the historical movement as a struggle for space in which humanity has forever been engaged. In this struggle, the stronger peoples have absorbed ever larger portions of the Earth's surface. Hence, through continual subjection to new conditions here and there, and to a greater sum total of various conditions, they gain in power by improved variation, as well as numerically by the enlargement of their geographic base. The Anglo-Saxon branch of the Jonic stock has, by its phenomenal increase, overspread sections of whole continents, drawn from their varied soils nourishment for its finest efflorescence, and thereby has far outgrown the Germanic branch by which, at the start, it was overshadowed. The fact that the British Empire comprises 28,615,000 square kilometers, or exactly 1/5 of the total land area of the Earth, and that the Russian Empire contains over 1/7, are full of encouragement for Anglo-Saxon and Slav, but contain a warning to the other peoples of the world. Nature of expansion in new and old countries. The large area which misleads a primitive folk into extensive dispersion and the dissipation of their tribal powers offers to an advanced people who in some circumscribed habitat have learned the value of land, the freest conditions for their development. A wide unobstructed territory occupied by a sparse population of wandering tribes capable of little resistance to conquest or encroachment affords the most favorable conditions to an intruding superior race. Such conditions the Chinese found in Mongolia and Manchuria, the Russians in Siberia, the European colonists in the Americas, Australia, and Africa. Almost unlimited space and undeveloped resources met their land hunger and their commercial ambition. Their numerical growth was rapid, both by the natural increase reflected an abundant food supply and by successions from the home countries. Expansion advanced by strides. In contrast to this carefree, easy development in a new land, growth in old countries like Europe and the more civilized parts of Asia means a slow protrusion of the frontier, made at the cost of blood. It means either the absorption of the native people because there are no unoccupied corners in which they can be driven, or the imposition upon them of an unwelcome rule exercised by alien officials. Witness the advance of the Russians into Poland and Finland, of the Germans into Poland and Alsace-Lorraine, of the Japanese into Korea, and of the English into crowded India. The rapid unfolding of the geographical horizon in a young land communicates to an expanding people new springs of mobility, new motives for movement out and beyond the old confines, new goals holding out new and undreamt of benefits. Life becomes fresh, young, hopeful. Old checks to natural increase of population are removed. Emigrant bands beat out new trails radiating from the old home. They go on individual initiative or state-directing enterprises, but no matter which, the manifold life in the faraway periphery reacts upon the center to vivify and rejuvenate it. Relation of ethnic to political expansion. The laws of the territorial growth of people and of states are in general the same. The main differences between the two lies in the fact that ethnic expansion, since it depends upon natural increase, is slow, steady, and among civilized peoples is subject to slight fluctuations, while the frontiers of a state, after a long period of permanence, can suddenly be advanced by conquest far beyond the ethnic boundaries, often, however, only to be as quickly lost again. Therefore, the important law may be laid down, that the more closely the territorial growth of a state keeps pace with that of its people, the more nearly the political area coincides with the ethnic, the greater is the strength and stability of the state. This is the explanation of the vigor and permanence of the early English colonies in America. The slow westward protrusion of their frontier and continuous settlement within the boundaries of the Allegheny Mountains formed a marked contrast to the wide sweep of French voyageur camp and lowly trading station in the Canadian forests, and even more to the handful of priests and soldiers who for 3 centuries kept an unsteady hold upon the Spanish Empire in the Western Hemisphere. The political advance of the United States across the continent, from the Alleghenies to the Mississippi, hence to the Rocky Mountains, and thence to the Pacific, was always preceded by bands of enterprising settlers who planted themselves beyond the frontier and beckoned to the flag to follow. The great empires of antiquity were enlarged mechanically by conquest and annexation. They were mosaics, not growths. The cohesive power of a common ethnic bond was lacking, so was a modern substitute for this to be found in a close economic interdependence maintained by improved methods of communication. Hence these empires soon broke up again along lines of old geographic and ethnic cleavage. For Rome, the cementing power of the Mediterranean and the fairly unified civilization which this enclosed sea had been evolving since the dawn of Cretan and Phoenician trade, compensated in part for the lack of common speech and national ideals throughout the political domain. But the empire proved in the end to be merely a mosaic, easily broken. Relation of people and state to political boundary. The second point of difference between the expansion of peoples and of states lies in their respective relation to the political frontier. This confines the state like a stockade, fixing the territorial limits of its administrative functions, but for the subject of the state it is an imaginary line, powerless to check the range of their activities except when a military or tariff war is going on. The state boundary, if it coincides with a strong natural barrier, may for decades or even centuries succeed in confining a growing people, if these, by intelligent economy, increase the productivity of the soil, whose area they are unable to extend. Yet the time comes even for these when they must break through the barriers and secure more land, either by foreign conquest or colonization. The classic example of the confinement of a people with its political boundaries is the long isolation of Japan from 1624 to 1854. The pent-up forces there accumulated, in a population which had doubled itself in the interval, and which by hard schooling was made receptive to every improved economic method, manifest themselves in the insistent demand for more land, which has permeated all the recent policy of Japan. But the history of Japan is exceptional. The rule is that the growing people slowly but continually overflow their political boundary, which then advances to cover the successive floodplains of the national inundation, or yet farther, to anticipate the next rise. This has been the history of Germany in its progress eastward across the Elbe, the Oder, the Vistula, and the Niemen. This dream of a greater empire embraces all the German-speaking people, from Switzerland, Tyrol, and Steiermark, to those outlying groups in the Baltic provinces of Russia and the related offshoot in Holland. See map, page 223. Though political boundaries, especially where they coincide with natural barriers, may restrict the territorial growth of a people, on the other hand, political expansion is always a stimulus to racial expansion because it opens up more land and makes the conditions of life easier for an increasing people by relieving congestion in the older areas. More than this, it materially aids while guiding and focusing the outgoing streams of population. Thus it keeps them concentrated for the reinforcement of the nation in the form of colonies, and tends to reduce the political evil of indiscriminate emigration, by which the streams are dissipated and diverted to strengthen other nations. Witness the active internal colonization practiced in Germany with her Polish territory, by Russia and Siberia, in an effort to make the ethnic boundary hurry after and overtake the political frontier. Expansion of civilization. Just as the development of a people and state is marked by advance from small to ever larger areas, so is that of a civilization. It may originate in a small district, but more mobile than humanity itself. It does not remain confined to one spot, but passes on from individual to individual and from people to people. Greece served only as a garden in which the frontiers of Oriental and Egyptian civilization were temporarily transplanted. As soon as they were modified and adapted to their new conditions, their seeds spread over all Europe. The narrow area of ancient Greece, which caused the early dissemination of its people over the Mediterranean basin, and thereby weakened the political force of the country at home, was an important factor in the wide distribution of its culture. Commerce, colonization, and war are vehicles of civilization, where favorable geographical conditions opened the way for trade in the wake of the victorious army. The imposition of Roman dominion meant everywhere the gift of Roman civilization. The Crusaders brought back from Syria more than their scars and their trophies. Every European factory in China, every Hudson Bay Company post in the wilds of northern Canada, every Arab settlement in savage Africa is surrounded by a sphere of trade, and this in turn is enclosed in a wider sphere of influence through which its civilization, though much diluted, has filtered. The higher the civilization, the wider the area which it masters. The manifold activities of a civilized people demand a large sphere of influence, and include, furthermore, improved means of communication, which enable it to control such a sphere. Even a relatively low civilization may spread over a vast area if carried by a highly mobile people. Mohammedanism, which enabled a cultural system as well as a religion, found its vehicles of dispersal in the pastoral nomads occupying the arid land of North Africa and Western Asia, and thus spread from the Senegal River to Chinese Turkestan. It was carried by the maritime Arabs of Oman and Yemen to Malacca and Sumatra, where it was communicated to the seafaring Malays. These island folk, who approximate the most highly civilized peoples in their natural efficiency, distributed the meager elements of Mohammedan civilization over the Malay archipelago. See Map of the Religions of the Eastern Hemisphere in Chapter 14. Cultural advantages of large political area. The larger the area which a civilized nation occupies, the more numerous are its points of contact with other peoples, and the less likely there is to be a premature crystallization of its civilization from isolation. Extension of area on a large scale means eventually extension of the seaboard and access to those multiform international relations which the ocean highway confers. The worldwide expansion of the British Empire has given it at every outward step wider oceanic contact and eventually a cosmopolitan civilization. The same thing is true of the other great colonial empires of history, whether Portuguese, Spanish, Dutch, or French, and even of the great continental empires like Russia and the United States. The Russian advance across Siberia, like the American advance across the Rockies, meant access to the Pacific and a modification of its civilization on those remote shores. A large area means varied visible locations, and hence differentiation of civilization, at least along the frontier. How rapidly the vivifying influences of this contact will penetrate into the bulk of the interior depends upon size, location as scattered or compact, and general geographic conditions like navigable rivers or mountains, which facilitate or bar intercourse with that interior. The Russian Empire has 11 different nations, speaking even more different languages, on its western and southern frontier. Its long line of Asiatic contact will inevitably give to the European civilization, transplanted hither in Russian colonies, a new and perhaps not unfruitful development. The Siberian citizen of future centuries may compare favorably with his brother in Moscow. Japan, even while impressing its civilization upon the reluctant Koreans, will see itself modified by the contact, and its culture differentiated by the transplanting, but not the content of Japanese civilization, will be increased by every new variant thus formed. Politico-economic advantages. The larger the area brought under one political control, the less the handicap of internal friction and the greater its economic independence. Vast territory has enabled the United States to maintain with advantage a protective tariff, chiefly because the free trade within its own borders was extensive. The natural law of the territorial growth of states and peoples means an extension of the areas in which peace and cooperation are preserved, a relative reduction of frontiers and of the military forces necessary to defend them, diminution in the sum total of conflicts, and a wider removal of the border battlefields. In place of the continual warfare between petty tribes which prevailed in North America 400 years ago, we have today the peaceful competition of the three great nations which have divided the continent among them. The political unification of the Mediterranean basin under the Roman Empire restricted wars to the remote land frontiers. The foreign wars of Russia, China, and the United States in the past century have been almost wholly confined to the outskirts of their big domains, merely scratching the rim and leaving the greater interior sound and undisturbed. Russia's immense area is the military ally on which she can most surely count. The long road to Moscow converted Napoleon's victory into a defeat, and the resistless advance of the Japanese from Port Arthur to the Sungari River led only to a peace robbed of the chief fruits of victory. The numerous wars of the British Empire have been limited to this or that corner, and have scarcely affected the prosperity of the great remainder, so that their costs have been readily borne and their wounds rapidly healed. Political area and the national horizon. The territorial expansion of peoples and states is attended by an evolution of their special conceptions and ideals. Primitive peoples, accustomed to dismemberment in small tribal groups, bear all the marks of territorial contraction. Their geographical horizon is usually fixed by the radius of a few days' march. Intertribal trade and intercourse reach only rudimentary development, under the prevailing conditions of mutual antagonism and isolation, and hence contribute little to the expansion of the horizon. Knowing only their little world, such primitive groups overestimate the size and importance of their own territory, and are incapable of controlling an extensive area. This is the testimony of all travellers who have observed native African states. Though the race or stock distribution may be wide, like that of the Athapascan and Algonquin Indians, and their war paths long, like the campaigns of the Iroquois against the Cherokees of the Tennessee River, yet the unit of tribal territory permanently occupied is never large. National estimates of area. Small, naturally defined regions, which take the lead in historical development because they counteract the primitive tendency towards excessive dispersal, are in danger of teaching too well their lesson of concentration. In course of time, geographic enclosure begins to betray its limitations. The extent of a people's territory influences their estimate of area per se, determines how far land shall be made the basis of their national purposes, fixes the territorial scale of their conquests and their political expansion. This is a conspicuous psychological effect of a narrow local environment. A people embedded for centuries in a small district measure area with a short yardstick. the ancient Greeks devised a philosophic basis for the advantages of the small state, which is extolled in the writings of Plato and Aristotle. Aristotle wanted it small enough to be comprehended at one glance of the statesman's eye. Plato's ideal democracy by rigid laws limiting the procreative period of women and men and providing for the death of children born out of this period or out of wedlock restricted its free citizens to 5,040 heads of families, all living within reach of the agora and all able to judge from personal knowledge of a candidate's fitness for office. This condition was possible only in dwarf commonwealths like the city-states of the Hellenic world. The failure of the Greeks to build up a political structure on a territorial scale commensurate with their cultural achievements and with the wide sphere of their cultural influences can be ascribed chiefly to their inability to discard the contracted territorial ideas engendered by geographic and political dismemberment. The little Judean plateau, which gave birth to a universal religion, clung with provincial bigotry to the narrow tribal creed and repudiated the larger faith of Christ, which found its appropriate field in Mediterranean Europe. Estimates of area in small maritime states. Maritime people of small geographic base have a characteristic method of expansion which reflects their low valuation of area. Their limited amount of arable soil necessitates reliance upon foreign sources of supply, which is secured by commerce. Hence they found trading stations or towns among alien peoples on distant coasts, selecting points like capes or inshore islets, which can be easily defended and which, at the same time, command inland or maritime routes of trade. The prime geographic consideration is location, natural and vicinal. The area of the trading settlement is kept as small as possible to answer its immediate purpose, because it can be more easily defended. Such were the colonies of the ancient Phoenicians and Greeks in the Mediterranean, of the medieval Arabs and the Portuguese on the east coast of Africa and in India. This method reached its ultimate expression in point of small area, seclusion, and local autonomy, perhaps in the Hans factories in Norway and Russia. But all these widespread nuclei of expansion remain barren of permanent national result, because they were designed for a commercial end, and ignore the larger national mission and sure economic base found in acquisition of territory. Hence they were short-lived, succumbing to attack or abandoned on the failure of local resources, which were ruthlessly exploited. Limitations of small territorial conceptions. That precocious development characteristic of small, naturally defined areas shows its inherent weakness in the tendency to accept the enclosed area as a nature-made standard of national territory. The earlier a state fixes its frontier without allowance for growth, the earlier comes the cessation of its development. Therefore, the geographical nurseries of civilization were infected with germs of decay. Such was the history of Egypt, of Yemen, of Greece, Crete, and Phoenicia. These are the regions which, as Karl Ritter says, have given the whole fruit of their existence to the world for its future use, have conferred upon the world the trust which they once held, afterwards to recede, so it were from view. They were great in the past, and now they belong to those immortal dead, whose greatness has been incorporated in the world's life, the choir invisible of the nations. Evolution of territorial policies. The advance from a small self-dependent community to interdependent relations with other peoples, then to ethnic expansion or union of groups to form a state or empire, is a great turning point in any history. Thereby the clan or tribe discards the old paralyzing seclusion of the primitive society and the narrow habitat, and joins that march of ethnic, political, and cultural progress which has covered larger and larger areas, and by increase of common purpose has cemented together ever greater aggregates. Nothing is more significant in the history of the English in America than the rapid evolution of their spatial ideals, their abandonment of the small territorial conception brought with them from the mother country and embodied, for example, in that munificent land grant, 50 by 100 miles in extent, of the first Virginia Charter in 1606, and their progress to schemes of continental expansion. Every accession of territory to the 13 colonies and to the Republic gave an impulse to growth. Expansion kept pace with opportunity. Only in small and isolated New England did the contracted provincial point of view persist. It manifested itself in a narrow policy of concentration and curtailment, which acquiesced to the occlusion of the Mississippi River to the trans-Allegheny settlements by Spain in 1787, and which later opposed the purchase of the Louisiana Territory and the acquisition of the Philippines. All peoples who have achieved wide expansion have developed in the progress vast territorial policies. This is true of the pastoral nomads, who in different epochs have inundated Europe, northern Africa, and the peripheral lands of Asia, and of the great colonial nations, who in a few decades have brought continents under their dominion. In nomadic hordes, it is based upon habitual mobility and the possession of herds, which are at once incentive and means for extending the geographical horizon, but it suffers from the evanescent character of nomadic political organization, and the tendency towards dismemberment bred in all pastoral life by dispersal over scattered grazing grounds. Hence the empires set up by nomadic conquerors like the Saracens and Tartars soon fell apart. Colonial expansion. Among highly civilized agricultural and industrial peoples, on the other hand, a vast territorial policy is at once cause and effect of national growth. It is at once an innate tendency and a conscious purpose tenaciously followed. It makes use of trade and diplomacy, of scientific invention and technical improvement to achieve its aims. It becomes an accepted mark of political vigor and an ideal even among peoples who have failed to enlarge their narrow base. The model of Russian expansion of the Pacific was quickly followed by awakened Japan, stirred out of her insular commonplace by the threat of Muscovite encroachment. Germany and Italy, each strengthened and enlarged as to national outlook by recent political unification, have elbowed their way into the crowded colonial field. The French, though not expansionists as individuals, have an excellent capacity for collective action when directed by government. The officials whom Louis XIV sent to Canada in the 17th century executed large schemes of empire reflecting the dilation of French frontiers in Europe. These ideals of expansion seem to have been communicated by the power of example, or the threat of danger in them, to the English colonists in Virginia and Pennsylvania, and later to Washington and Jefferson. The mind of colonials. The best type of colonial expansion is found among the English-speaking peoples of America, Australia, and South Africa. Their spatial ideas are built on a big scale. Distances do not daunt them. The man who could conceive a Cape to Cairo railroad, with all the schemes of territorial aggrandizement therein implied, had a mind that took continents for its units of measure, and he found a fitting monument in a province of imperial proportions whereon was inscribed his name. Bruce tells us that in South Africa the social circle of the best people includes Pretoria, Johannesburg, Kimberley, Bloemfontein, and Cape Town, a social circle with a diameter of 1,000 miles. The spirit of our western frontier, so long as there was a frontier, was a spirit of movement and the conquest of space. It found its expression in the history of the Wilderness Road and the Oregon Trail, where the center of population of the United States still lingered on the shore of Chesapeake Bay, and the frontier of continuous settlement had not achieved beyond the present western boundary of Virginia and Pennsylvania. The spacious mind of Thomas Jefferson foresaw the Mississippi Valley as the inevitable and necessary possession of the American people, and looked upon the trade of the far-off Columbia River as a natural feeder of the Mississippi commerce. Emerson's statement that the vast size of the United States is reflected in the big views of its people applies not only to political policy, but in the Monroe Doctrine, for the first time in history, has embraced a hemisphere, nor is it confined to the big scale of their economic processes. Emerson had in mind rather their whole conception of national mission and national life, especially their legislation, for which he anticipated larger and more catholic aims than obtained in Europe, hampered as it is by countless political and linguistic boundaries, and barred thereby from any far-reaching unity of purpose and action. Canada, British South Africa, Australia, and the United States, though widely separated, have in common a certain wide outlook upon life, a continental element in the national mind, bred in their people by their generous territories. The American recognizes his kinship of mind with these colonial Englishmen as something over and above mere kinship of race. It consists in a deep-seated common democracy, the democracy born in men who till fields and clear forests, not as ploughmen and woodcutters, but as makers of nations. It consists in identical interests and points of view in regard to identical problems, growing out of the occupation and development of new and almost boundless territories. Race questions, paucity of labor, highways and railroads, immigration, combinations of capital, excessive land holdings, and illegal appropriation of land on a large scale are problems that meet them all. The monopolistic policy of the United States in regard to American soil, as embodied in the Monroe Doctrine, and the expectation lurking in the mental background of every American that his country may eventually embrace the northern continent, find their echo in Australia's plans for wider empire in the Pacific. The Commonwealth of Australia has succeeded in getting into its own hands the administration of British New Guinea, 90,500 square miles. It has also secured from the imperial government the unusual privilege of settling the relations between itself and the islands of the Pacific, because it regards the Pacific question as the one question of foreign policy in which its interests are profoundly involved. In the same way the British in South Africa, sparsely scattered though they are, feel an imperative need for further expansion, if their far-reaching schemes of commerce and empire are to be realized. Colonials as road builders. The effort to annihilate space by improved means of communication has absorbed the best intellects and energies of expanding peoples. The ancient Roman, like the Incas of Peru, built highways over every part of the empire, undaunted by natural obstacles like the Alps and Andes. Modern expansionists are railroad builders. Witness the long list of strategic lines constructed or subsidized by various governments during the past half-century. The Union Pacific, Central Pacific, Canadian Pacific, Trans-Siberian, Cairo-Khartoum, Cape Town-Zambezi, and now the proposed Trans-Saharan Road, designed to unite the Mediterranean and Guinea colonies of French Africa. The equipment of the American roads, with their heavy rails, giant locomotives, and enormous freight cars, reveals adaptation to a commerce that covers long distances between strongly differentiated areas of production, and that reflects the vast enterprises of this continental country. The same story comes out in the ocean vessels which serve the trade of the Great Lakes, and in the acres of coal barges in a single fleet which are towed down the Ohio and Mississippi by one mammoth steel tug. Practical bent of colonials. The abundant natural resources awaiting development in such big new countries give to the mind of the people an essentially practical bent. The rewards of labor are so great that the stimulus to effort is irresistible. Economic questions take precedence of all others, divide political parties, and consume a large portion of natural legislation, while purely political questions sink into the background. Civilization takes on a material stamp, becomes that dollar civilization, which is the scorn of the placid, paralyzed Oriental or the old world Europeans. The genius of colonials is essentially practical. Impatience of obstacles, shortcuts aiming at quick returns, wastefulness of land, of forests, of fuel, of everything but labor, have long characterized American activities. The problem of an inadequate labor supply attended the sudden ascension of territory opened for European occupation by the discovery of America, and caused a sudden recrudescence of slavery, which as an industrial system had long been outgrown by Europe. It has also given immense stimulus to invention, and to the formation of labor unions, which in the newest colonial field, like Australia and New Zealand, have dominated the government and given a utopian stamp to legislation. Yet underlying and permeating this materialism is a youthful idealism. Transplanted to conditions of greater opportunity, the race becomes rejuvenated, abandons outgrown customs and outworn standards, experiences an enlargement of vision and hope, gathers courage and energy equal to its task, manages somehow to hitch its wagon to a star. End of section 9.